Complete Fabrication by Kinman. Part 1. Enterprise Way Industrial Estate. The factory stands full square on its concrete apron, a steel castle surrounded by an encampment of lorry containers, gas bottle cages and scrap metal skips. At 8 in the morning roller shutters yawn, and a low sun cuts into smoke drifting from safety screens, where weld arcs crackle and flare. Beyond these glimpses of hell, a stamping press shakes the foundations with its Goliath tread, shuddering through girders like thunder, pierced by the howl and hiss of air tools. Not a cloud smudges the August sky, prelude to another day of heat. Overlooking the works from her desk in a glass-walled mezzanine office, the production manager's silver-studded secretary switches a call through to her boss at the opposite desk. A third member of his staff is reporting sick. Returning the handset, Ron Oldacre stands, places big hands flat on the desk, and gazes down on his kingdom. The simple solution would be to call the agency, but his assistant, Martin Rushbrook, has already directed one temporary worker to the welding team. Now his staff will spend time instructing the novice, and must keep an eye on him for the rest of the day. Oldacre smooths a scrap of paper and studies notes he's made on the week's output. And he adds a reminder to deal with his secretary's complaint about one of the men. Sexual harassment is not to be glossed over, and he's told Sarah he would like to bring them together to discuss the incident. Secrecy only fosters further ill feeling, he said. Quality workers are hard to come by, and Oldacre will try and keep the peace without losing either of them. Despite her youth, Sarah is an excellent secretary, but he simply can't afford to lose a man with the extensive knowledge of company products which long service brings. "I'll be out on the floor," he tells Sarah, opening a door on the clamour of production. "Martin's over at the tea van. If anything comes up before he gets back, give me a call." Sarah is filing copy invoices when the door opens again. She keeps her head low to the cabinet, hoping that her obvious involvement will dissuade Assistant Manager Martin Rushbrook from passing on small tasks, as he is apt to do when Oldacre is absent. So she is surprised to hear, "Good morning, Sarah," delivered in gentle lowland Scots. "Hello, Alex," she says, looking up. "I'm afraid you've just missed Ron." "Aye," says Alexander Moncrief. "We passed in transit, but I think you'll be able to answer my query. The P2 parts we're on today, are they replacements for original equipment, or the new generation design?" "I'll check," she says, pulling open a drawer. "Passed in transit, indeed. You are ever the enigma, Alex Moncrief. How long have you been at Diptech now?" 5 or 6 years, he says with a smile. "Long enough to rise through the ranks as high as ever I wish." "It would never surprise me," says Sarah, pulling a file from the drawer, "to come in one day and find you've moved on." The Scotsman puts a finger to his lips. "Let that be a little secret between you and me," he says. "Not replacements," she says, studying the file. "New pattern. And don't worry about my divulging your little secrets. I am the very soul of discretion. There, I'll print you a copy, for reference. Chapter 2. Alex Moncrief, Hoots to his workmates, is a hands-on worker, the creator of welded seams so precise that clearly visible among the ripples is a secondary wave, which corresponds to his heartbeat. Returning to his welding bay, Alex passes the robot welder's area, surprised to find it unmanned. He assumes the temporary worker has gone to the washroom, until he spots the red light on a display panel. Stepping quickly to the workstation, he presses a cut-off beside the loading platform. The red remains lit. Status Weld shows on a panel below, but there is no sound from the enclosure. Puzzled, Moncrief walks to the back of the cage, where the access door is closed and secured. "Hello?" he calls. "Are you in there, laddie?" If there is an answer, the thunder of the stamping press drowns it. Moncrief goes in search of the foreman welder. The robots consist of a massively articulated shoulder, bicep and forearm, with a welding torch in place of a hand. Fully enclosed in sheet steel cages, these mechanical monsters fulfill their programmed purpose with millimetre precision, time after time, never tiring, never losing interest on Friday afternoons. Where machine and operator meet, a turntable is bisected by a flash shield, half of its disc inside the cage, half outside. Clamps hold components, one set each side of the shield. As a robot's weld arc fuses edges into a single structure on the inside, a gauntlet-clad operator removes the smoking hot assembly previously made and clamps up the next set of components, unaffected by the 3,600-degree fury of molten steel just a metre or two away. An access door at the back allows for servicing of the robot, and to protect the curious and unwary, this entrance locks automatically while the machine is welding. The ultraviolet rays of a weld arc cause a skin condition like severe sunburn, and the painful and long-lasting affliction known as arc eye. Foreman welder Ganny lifts massive sections into a jig as if they were toys. 6'6" in his steel-shod boots, and close to half as broad, he crouches over an intense blue arc, his fearsome shadow projected to the roof. At Alex Moncrief's shout, he flips up his mask. "Gone in the cage?" he says. "The fuck for?" Foreman Ganny's thoughts on agency staff are unequivocal. "If they were any good, they'd have proper jobs," he tells Alex, striding between towers of dirty yellow racking towards the robot's area. Moncrief hurries behind, addressing Ganny's back. "If there's a problem, come and see me," I told him. Their way is barred by a worker aligning rolling steps against the rack ahead. "Hey, Hoots, Ganny!" A broad, grin-filled face beams at them from below a wire-brush haircut. Robin Jackson, the Joker in the Diptech Factory's pack. "So, this bloke goes into a bar with a pig under his arm. What'll it be?" the barman asks, and the pig says, "I was in here last night and—" "Cut it out, Jackson," Ganny pushes past. "We've got problems." "Tell me about it," exclaims Jackson, and hoists a thumb towards the rack. 1 P2 flange in stock. 5 complete assemblies on the list today. Do the one you've got. Hoots is making some, says Ganny, without breaking stride. Aye, says Moncrief. They'll be done soon enough, Ken. You know me. It's Robin, not Ken, returns Jackson with a grin, and begins to climb. And put the fucking brake on. Ganny jabs a beefsteak finger at the wheels. And Jackson, get on with your work. In case you've forgotten, that's not wandering round the factory telling jokes. Righty-ho, says Jackson, his smile undimmed. They hurry on. He kicks aimlessly at the wheel brake. As he begins to climb, a little old man with a child's face appears below, peering up under a greasy fringe. Hey, Kevin, Jackson calls down. Take this, mate. Half drowned in a filthy boiler suit, the man-child reaches up with the oversized gloves which complete a comical impression of a penguin. Kevin, from a local residential home, is in supported employment at the factory. Hey, Kev, calls Jackson, climbing down. This bloke walks into a bar, right? You know, like a pub. But Kevin is already shuffling away. You in there, son? Ganny bellows as they reach the robot area. What's his name, Hoots? Martin Rushbrook never said. Moncrief squints through a narrow gap. Agency? Ganny shouts and beats the door with his fist. There's no answer. They make a complete circuit of the cage. Best let the office know, says Moncrief. Martin opened up today. Rushbrook? Fuck no, not that waste of space, growls Ganny. Stay here, I'll find Oldacre. Chapter 3. On windless days a mouth-watering smell of all-day breakfast wafts in from a box van across the road. Hand-painted in cream, it carries a green striped awning, Q Easy, food, sewn crookedly into the fabric in white canvas letters. Against the counter 2 workmen stand, their eyes on floured baps and a pan of fried food on the stove. Wreathed in the vapours within, and slick as a mud wrestler, proprietor Queenie Easy toils, broad arms busy across her apron-clad bust as she spoons onion into a burger. £8.30 altogether, love. The men move off, balancing cholesterol-enriched breakfasts and plastic cups. Dust rises gently into the warming day. Looking up, Queenie sees Diptech's assistant manager emerge from a side door, grey trousers flapping at his ankles. Unkempt, gaunt, and in looks rather older than his 40 years, Rushbrook has made an art of self-neglect. Bear with me a mo, Mr. Rushbrook. The rose-pink proprietor wipes her hands, climbs out through the cab and collects fallen cups and wrappers below a plastic table. I put a great big bin right there. Is it really too much to ask? If the council see this mess, I'll lose my permit, and then where will they get their breakfast? She climbs back and blows a wisp of blonde hair from her face. What can I get you, Mr. Rushbrook? Cake, please. He points to a plate with a clear plastic cover and drops coins into her open hand. Oh, Mr. Rushbrook, she teases, they're still warm. Where have you been keeping those? His hand flicks awkwardly at spilled grains on the wiped-down counter and launches a plastic sugar bowl into sauce bottles. They scatter like skittles, and Rushbrook's face blooms ketchup red. "Sorry, do you have a pan?" "Accidents will happen," Queenie says, laughing. "It's only a bit of sugar." She puts his cake on the counter and climbs down, still smiling. "Leave it to me." When he hesitates, she shoos him off with her hand-brush. Chapter 4. Returning to the factory, Rushbrook meets the cleaner, who recognises his flapping trouser cuffs. A spinal condition has bent John almost double, and fellow workers are more familiar with the back of his age-polished head than his face. John's battered estate car stands each weekday morning and evening on the deepening rectangle of rust flakes, which reserves his parking spot. "Morning, Mr. Rushbrook. Good old boy." "The office bin is absolutely chock-a-block, John." "On the way," rattles the cleaner, inspecting a leather elbow patch. "Good old boy." His words slur, and Rushbrook leans closer and sniffs. He smells only damp wool and toffee. This side door leads to a foyer connecting the production manager's office with the more comfortable carpeted preserve of diptychs, designers, accountants and upper managers. Rushbrook uses the inner stairway rather than tread plate steps from the factory floor to avoid Ganny's preserve. As he enters the office, its outer door closes. Sarah sits alone at her desk. "Did I see that lad up here again?" "Jimmy Dry's in, yes," she says, looking up from the computer screen. "He phoned sick, but says he felt better." "Always some feeble excuse to hang around up here." "I sent him down to Ganny." Sarah ignores the innuendo, shakes out fair hair and adjusts her ponytail band. "I haven't told Ron. He's out on the shop floor." Rushbrook taps his teeth with a pencil and tears open his bag to display its fruity prize. "Make a cup of tea, there's a good girl." She spears a glance at his back, gets up to plug in the kettle, and with a pink painted nail puts a nick in a tea bag. "I could show you how to make tea," she says sweetly. Rushbrook's jaw closes on splinters of pencil. The girl has no respect, calling her boss by his first name when she's been with the company less than 3 months. "What have you got then?" she asks, bringing his tea. "Fruitcake." Rushbrook draws the bag closer. "From the Queasy Spoon?" she says. Returning tea bags to a high shelf, she exposes a slim midriff and its bruise blue and jaundice yellow butterfly tattoo. "Don't you like Miss Easy's cafe?" asks Rushbrook. 2 plastic chairs and a table outside a burger van hardly make a cafe," she laughs. "I wouldn't touch her stuff with a barber's pole." "It's a barge pole," he corrects her. "Or with a tired cliché," she says. "I think about what I put in my body." "Scrap metal," he mutters. "Oh, don't you approve of piercings?" she counters. "How very old-fashioned." "Cartoons burned into your skin? Like most young people, you have more money than sense. You should dress appropriately at work. If I was manager here, I'd... The outer door explodes inward, and Ganny's overalled frame plugs the opening. "Baldacre," he bellows. When Sarah picks up the phone, he towers over her, a blue cliff face. "Mr. Ganny would like a word with..." she begins. The handset is engulfed in the welding foreman's heat-cracked palm. "Gov. Problem with this new man. Agency. Stuck in the robot welder. No right inside. Well, it's locked. Yeah, we tried that. Moncrief is pretty sure, but I will check." He puts the phone down. "Under control," he warns Rushbrook, grasping the door handle. As he leaves, the room shudders and expands. "Take the phone calls, can you, Martin?" Sarah requests. "I have to change my tampon." When his ears turn pink, she allows herself a tiny smile, swings a bag onto her shoulder, and leaves by the inner door. Rushbrook picks tea leaves from his lip and wipes them on a handkerchief. The manager was late in, leaving Rushbrook to unlock for the shift. On the desk was an envelope, his name handwritten with the managing director's familiar flourish. Piers Hunter Rowe delivers only two kinds of letter direct to his employees, and Rushbrook doubts he has done anything to win directorial praise. Now, alone in the office, he pulls open the desk drawer, looks again at the sealed envelope, and closes it quickly away. Chapter 5. Above urinals, a grey cistern drips beside 3 cubicles, one open. Ganny bunches his fist and thunders on the second. "Engaged, but not yet married," declares a voice inside. A bolt rattles, and a beaming face looks out. "Who put this in here?" Jackson waves a colour magazine. "Rah Rushbrook?" Ganny kicks open a third door to reveal a pan with a broken seat, its empty paper dispenser hanging from a single screw. "Survey here says men can cut their chances of death by 36% for every 100 orgasms they have all year. I'll have to tell my girl," says Jackson. "Robin." "Yeah?" "Shut the fuck up and get on with your work. You seen that agency bloke? Supposed to be working on Arthur's old robot." "Not seen anyone." Jackson holds open the magazine. "Hey, cop a look at her, Ganny. Higher centre of gravity than a twin Ram 500. A strident ringing drowns his words. "Time flies when you're having fun," he says, fishing change from his pocket and heading for the door and Q-Easies. Ganny overtakes him in a stride. "See Hoots at the robot. Tell him the agency bloke isn't down here and Oldacre's on his way. He can wait there till I get back." "The bell's gone," says Jackson indignantly. "Yeah," Ganny shouts over his shoulder. At the exit he crosses paths with Kevin. "You've forgotten something," he growls. The man-child blinks and shakes his head. Ganny grabs penguin flipper gloves, one in each hand, tugs them off, and slaps them across Kevin's chest. "Fucking take 'em back." Chapter 6. "Oldacre been yet?" queries Ganny through a mouthful, returning to the robots. Moncrief sits on a pallet, eating his pack-up. "No, but yon lad is definitely in there." The thunder of the press and the scream of air tools in assembly are silenced during tea breaks. A murmur of conversation comes faintly from inside the cage. "You okay in there, son?" Ganny's tooth-rattling bellow releases a shower of breadcrumbs. "Who do you reckon he's talking to, Hoots?" "Himself," suggests Moncrief. "Can't make out what he's saying." "Pain in the arse, agency people," Ganny says through another mouthful. "Can't hardly think of a single one that was any good in the 4 years I've been at fucking Diptech. It suits some people, working like that," says the Scotsman easily. "When I win the lottery you won't see me for dust. Bet £1 you wouldn't bloody come in," Ganny says. "It would be a miracle if I won," chuckles Moncrief. "I've never bought a ticket yet." He adjusts his back-to-front welder's cap, tugging the peak over the nape of his neck. "You've got to give yourself half a chance," Ganny advises. "Speculate and accumulate, mate. I put in a tenner every week." "But the odds, Ganny," says Moncrief. "I've never won so much as a pub raffle." "Don't look at the odds," Ganny exclaims. "Look at the fucking winnings." "Do you think you'd really be better off?" Moncrief asks. "There was a lad in the paper last week won several million a year or two ago. He reckoned it ruined his life." "Bastard! He could have given half to me, let me ruin mine," Ganny says. "We're not all so fucking jammy as you, Hoots, living the life of luxury rent-free in your mansion." "I pay my rent," says Moncrief, "though it's true the good lady lets me off sometimes." "Services rendered, eh?" Ganny gives his co-worker a robust dig in the ribs. "Och, no." Moncrief kicks the pallet with his heel. "I make myself useful. I do little jobs about the place." "Hey, don't knock it, mate," Ganny says. "Get it where you can, I say. I'm still working on Queenie Not So Fucking Easy. Have you seen the thighs on her? I'd like to serve her a hot dog." "She's a crip, isn't she, your landlady?" "Leslie is disabled, aye," says Moncrief. "Paralysed." "They can still do it, though. Crips can," says Ganny encouragingly. "Some of them, anyway. And she's loaded, you know. They say old man Buck, her uncle, left her half the fucking town. You want to get in there, mate. Set yourself up for life. So what if she looks like the back of a fucking bus? You don't look at the mantelpiece while you're poking the fire, eh, Hoots?" The small welder holds his foreman's eye. "I have more respect for the lady than that," he says steadily. "Hey, don't get all fucking snotty with me, Moncrief," Ganny explodes. "It's a joke, right? Personally, I'd rather spend 10 quid on the lottery than screw a fucking cripple. That'll be the day when I'm that desperate. Anyway, you've got to buy the tickets. Suppose my numbers came up and I hadn't bought any. I'd fucking shoot myself." "How about not checking?" suggests Moncrief. Ganny swings back. "Use your brain, Hoots. Wouldn't stop 'em coming up, would it? Or is ignorance fucking bliss for you?" The bell shrills again. Where the hell has Oldacre got to? Ganny looks round to find Kevin standing at his elbow. "What now?" Kevin holds out his gloves. "You can put 'em back now," Ganny bellows, rolling his eyes. "It was just for break time. Take 'em off at break, okay?" "I don't think he's deaf," says Moncrief. A pink runnel washes grime from Kevin's cheek. "Fuck!" Ganny turns away. Why can't they find these people something to do? Surely to God they could stay at home and watch telly or something. What's the fucking use of having 'em here? It's a factory, not a fucking day centre. Moncrief crouches in front of the little man, takes the gauntlets and turns them over. He pats a round shoulder. You're all fingers and thumbs today, aren't you, Kevin? Come on, let's see if we can find you a friend for one of these right hands, eh? They're almost out of sight when Ganny shouts, Hoots, there's a new pair on my bench. Let him have those. Chapter 7. Ron Oldacre places a handwritten note on Rushbrook's desk. Can you have a word with Ganny on these points, Martin? If his assistant is to be of any use, he must overcome his dislike of the rougher aspects of factory life and learn to cope with its more challenging staff. Rushbrook swallows and brushes a hand through thinning hair. And bring Robin Jackson with you when you come back, Oldacre continues. I need to speak to him about his inappropriate behaviour towards Sarah. I'd like you to sit in, Martin, not for your input in this instance, but to have a third party present. Yes, of course. Rushbrook hesitates a moment. Before you go down to the robot, I think you should see this, Ron. At arm's length, between thumb and forefinger, he offers Oldacre a plastic bag. Fluorescent lighting flashes off its surface, obscuring the contents. Careful, mind. Grief, says Oldacre, peeling open the bag. Where in heaven's name did this come from? Cleaner brought it in, Rushbrook tells him. Oldacre takes a clean sheet of paper from the printer tray and tips onto it a small hypodermic syringe. Where did John find it? Silly man, didn't see it till he got to the bins, says his assistant. And doesn't he have any idea which area? Oldacre asks. He says not, Rushbrook says. It could have come from anywhere between goods in and dispatch. According to John, they're all good old boys and will never get up to anything like that. Oldacre lays a hand on his shirt sleeve, willing himself not to rub a scaly rash on his forearm. He should have been at the doctor's surgery today, but non-urgent appointments were cancelled. I don't like to leap to conclusions, he says, but I'm wondering if there might be a connection between this and our problem with the agency man. I'd thought that, says Rushbrook. I suppose we'd better see about getting him out first. Oldacre closes the bag into the bottom drawer of his desk. It stays in the office for now, this office, no need to mention it upstairs. He glances at Sarah, who mimes a zip closing across pursed lips. Give John a call at home and ask him to keep it to himself. I said that when he brought it in. By the way, Ron, Rushbrook lifts papers on his desk, you haven't seen my reading glasses, have you? No, Martin. I must have put them down in the factory somewhere. I haven't seen them either, Sarah says. As he leaves, Oldacre dips a hand into the waste bin, teases out a handful of shredded paper, and thrusts it into his jacket pocket. Sarah raises private brows at her screen. Rushbrook doesn't notice. Chapter 8. Tucked into a corner, beyond the welding bays, is the filthiest and most hated corner of the factory, an area reserved for the lowest forms of life, new recruits and agency workers. Oldacre flinches as a frond of orange-yellow sparks explodes across the gangway. "Young man," he calls down this spangled delta, a forearm raised to his face. The worker, plugs in his ears and a head full of the grinder's din, doesn't respond. At least he's wearing safety goggles. Oldacre pulls a screen over the entrance, annoyed that he cannot remember the new lad's name. "You can't call yourself a manager unless you put your people first," his old boss and mentor Jim Delaney told him. Delaney ran an operation twice the size of Diptech, with Oldacre as his assistant. The foreman and Alex Moncrief wait by the robot. "What's the new lad called?" Oldacre asks. "Agency, no idea," Ganny says. "No, the lad in fettling," says Oldacre. "Can you tell him he must keep the screen pulled across when he's grinding?" "Jimmy," says Ganny. "I'll tell him again." "This man is Headley," Oldacre tells them. Ganny and Moncrief look at one another. Oldacre turns to the enclosure and raises his voice. "Mr. Headley, can you give us some indication that you're not hurt?" If there is an answer, they can't hear it above the factory clamour. "Don't worry," Oldacre calls. "We'll get you out as soon as we can." "Jinx on this thing," Ganny says. "And it's not responding to the controls?" Oldacre walks back to the loading station. "Nothing doing with the cut-off." Ganny thumps the red button in demonstration. "Display still says it's welding, see?" "I think we'd better have Roy Megson in on this," says Oldacre. He turns to the foreman. "You'd better both stay here till we sort this out." "Headley," says Moncrief, when Oldacre has gone. "Puts a little shiver down the spine after what happened to poor old Arthur." "Coincidence," says Ganny confidently. F plates, 35-degree angle struts, complete self-colour ER198 assemblies. Ron Oldacre strides through the forest of stores racking that is his natural habitat. "Morning, Mr. O," calls a cheery voice from a side facility. "Good morning, Colin," he responds. "Have you seen Roy Megson?" Colin Teal, Diptech's paint sprayer, changes colour every day. Today he is yellow. Colin has a hat for each day, and with his yellow hat on he is as bright as a sunflower in looks and disposition. Teal is anchored by the certainty of his daily colour chart. But he has another reason to be cheerful today. 100 smackers on a cert in the Treadgold Stakes. Get the right tip, the inside knowledge, and you can practically double your wages in a single bet. He's had a run of bad luck recently, and it's high time the ladies smiled again. "Sparky, I have," he exclaims, as if the experience of meeting the factory's electrician had somehow validated his own day. Oldacre doubts this. Roy Megson lives in a perpetual agony of dyspepsia, full of undigested grudges. "He'll be in dispatch." Colin Teal makes a little dancing gesture towards the far roof. "Is everything on schedule?" Oldacre asks. "We have a batch of AR5s coming through, probably tomorrow, but they can wait till Thursday." At this news, Colin Teal shakes with alarm. "Thursday? AR5s are yellow, Tuesday's colour." He pulls at a filter mask perched on his forehead like an impacted rhino horn. "That's the special order in blue," Oldacre adds. Sarah will drop the paperwork in later. Teal's anxiety glazes on his face. Nothing upsets him more than having to wash out his gun for an urgent order. And being asked to spray yellow on a Thursday causes a greater level of distress than can be readily contained. And containing distress is not one of Colin Teal's skills. Thursday's colour is blue. "Sure," he says with relief. Oldacre raises an acknowledging hand and strides on. Chapter 9. Dispatch, the bowels of the factory, through whose steel anus the painted, wrapped, and fully functioning products are evacuated into a grateful world. Broad plastic curtain strips at the entrance to this domain struggle to hold back the clamour, filth and spray drift of the factory. Jackknifed on his knees, a man looks suspiciously into the junction box on a piece of palleted equipment, poking a probe into its interior with one hand behind his back. Kevin, the welder's assistant, stands at his elbow. At the approach of his manager, the electrician sighs, and the shoulders of his hand-knitted pullover droop. "Sorry to break your concentration, Roy, but I need you to drop that for a moment and look at a problem with one of the robot welders." Oldacre's voice is firm and decisive. Megson puts down the probes and holds his hands side by side, palm up, a waiter with a tray of troubles. "I've only got one pair." "I appreciate that," says Oldacre steadily. "It's a matter of setting priorities, and this won't wait." "You'll have to tell him," says Megson, jerking a thumb towards an office in the corner. Inside his pocket, Oldacre's fingers work briskly on shredded paper. "And it would help," adds the electrician, jerking his head towards the squat form of Kevin, "if you kept that out of my hair." Oldacre turns to the little man. "What are you doing down here, Kevin? Did Mr. Ganny send you?" Kevin grins and offers a sweet, half wrapped and fluffy. Oldacre pats his stomach. "Bad for my figure," he says. "You go back to Robin now. Ask him to find you a job." Kevin stuffs the sweet back in his pocket and shambles towards the curtained doorway. He pauses there, taking breath until, with a visible bunching of resolve, he raises his arms like a high-board diver and plunges through. Oldacre leaves the electrician packing up his tools and crosses to the dispatch office. "Morning, boss." The master of dispatch tucks reading spectacles into a case. "Howard, good morning. How important is the work that Roy's doing for you?" Oldacre asks. "Tambran to collect this afternoon," says Howard Flett. "I really need Roy for an urgent job in welding," says Oldacre. "I've got another 3 QRs in the rack," Flett reassures him. "I'll take one of those out. He can look that over any time." Oldacre puts an appreciative hand on Flett's shoulder. "You know those blue AR-5s we're working on are for dispatch at the beginning of next week?" "We'll crate them up as soon as they come through, Ron," says the dispatch manager. Robin Jackson, ever alert to movement, spots the electrician passing his welding station. "Sparky!" he cries. "Pissing place," Megson mutters, stepping from the gangway. "What's up now?" Robin asks. throwing leather gauntlets onto a scarred steel bench. "Can't get a minute's peace. Go there, come here, drop that, do this," grumbles Megson. "Yeah, tell me about it," Robin sympathises. "Where you off to now?" "Robots playing up. What an effing place. Whatever is the matter with John retiring, coming back as a cleaner?" "He probably needs the money," says Jackson. "State of his car, more rust than metal." "Yeah, you've seen the tyres," says Megson. "They're as bald as you are, John," I told him. "Better than the ones I took off," he said. "I think he forgot to put his teeth in this morning. He'll get pulled one of these days. His son being a copper won't save him." "Hey, I've got a joke for you, Sparky," says Jackson. "This'll cheer you up." Megson puts down the heavy toolbox, but his shoulders remain hopelessly bowed beneath the burden of his life. Jackson does a jig inside his overalls. As this bloke walks into a bar with a pig under his arm, and the bartender says, "What'll—" He stops abruptly and picks up his welding torch. "You shouldn't do that," Megson admonishes, pushing hands deep into his pockets as Ron Oldacre appears between the gangway's yellow-painted load limits. "Now he knows we were just jawing." The manager glances at the men and strides on without a word. "End of the day, we can't be working every minute," Robin excuses himself. "End of another day," he equivocates. "He has got a production company to run." Megson picks up his tools with a sigh and follows Oldacre. "I'll tell you later, mate," Robin calls after him. Chapter 10. "Still in there, Gov," says Ganny, waiting by the turntable with Alex Moncrief. Megson slouches in with weary resignation. "What have you broken now?" "Put Roy in the picture," says Oldacre. "I'll be in the office if anything changes." The electrician turns to Ganny, raising his voice. "I'm not touching anything till you clean up all this crap." "You shit-stirring bastard," growls Ganny when Oldacre is out of earshot. Alex Moncrief is already bending to the drift of miswelded parts and scrap components which has settled like tide-mark jetsam around the robot cage. Megson steps up to the load doors and presses the emergency stop. The display blinks. Status: weld. "That can't happen. The cut-off overrides the systems." "Well, it fucking has happened," laughs Ganny. "All your other stuff working okay?" Megson asks. "Operators are fucking shagged out," says Ganny. "Ollie's off sick. Now this agency bloke's got himself stuck inside." "He can let himself out and we'll reload the program," says Megson. Raising his voice, he calls, "You in there, press the green button by the door. That opens the lock." There's no response. Ganny stands grinning, his arms folded. "Who is it?" Megson asks. "Agency bloke. Headley," Ganny says. "Oh, Arthur's come back to haunt us," says Megson with a laugh. "Arthur's not dead," Moncrief reminds them. "He's ill." "Do lally," says Megson, removing screws from the switch panel. "I may be able to clear the memory from here. Stick some parts in the jig, Hoots." "Does anyone know how Arthur is?" asked Ganny. "Must be 6 months since he went. Someone said he'd probably never be back." "Did you and Arthur fall out?" asked Moncrief, turning to the electrician. "Oh, so now it's my fault the old bugger lost his marbles," says Megson. "No," Alex Moncrief says mildly. "I just had the impression that you two Might have had some kind of run-in. He loads parts onto the turntable jig and snaps up the clamps. Right, give it a go. You in there, Megson calls. Keep clear of the robot and cover your eyes. There's no response. Megson shrugs and probes contacts on the open panel. The display blinks. Status, error. Bloody thing, he says. Circuit breakers were put inside when we built the new cage, Ganny reminds them. I told old Dacre I didn't think it was a good idea. Less prone to interference, he said. It was always going wrong. I reckon they thought the blokes was sabotaging it. Good plan, says Megson. Set fire to the bloody thing. You don't mean that, says Alex Moncrief. It's your livelihood you're talking about. You know what, Hoots? Megson looks him in the eye. We're bloody fools to work. There's a bloke down the road from me, right? He goes to his doctor every 6 months, holds his back and says, permanent sick, disability payments, a new car and a badge for free parking wherever he wants. Bloody fools, that's what it makes us. If I had my life to live over again... He breaks off as Martin Rushbrook appears, clutching a sheaf of papers. Mr. Ganny, a word, please, he tells his shoes. Yeah? In private, says Rushbrook. Ganny pouts and follows him to the rack's end. Only their midriffs show between heavy racking shelves, an open jacket with hands clasped around quivering papers, face on to gale-filled blue overalls and bunched fists. Chapter 11. 2 main points, says Rushbrook. Ganny glares down. We need to keep the work areas clear. If there are scrap components, they must be signed off in the proper way by a senior member of staff and put in the appropriate skip. And, says Ganny, we'll address these items one at a time. Rushbrook studies his notes. It's in hand, growls Ganny. Next. Rushbrook clears his throat. There are too many one-man jobs being done by 2 in your section. Well, for a start, Oldacre told me he wants 2 men here till we sort out this business, Ganny says. And anyway, I'm not risking my fucking back for you or Piers Double Barrel. I'm not suggesting you do, says Rushbrook. Without going into specifics, you need to use better judgment with regard to the allocation of your workforce. Lot of fucking words, nothing to say as usual, Ganny snorts. Is that it? You can't express yourself without swearing, can you? Says Rushbrook. Bollocks, Ganny glares down. And you have no respect for your managers, says Rushbrook. The weld foreman grabs a sheet from his hand, crumples it in his fist and drops it at their feet. Respect has to be earned, he barks. Mr. Rushbrook? They look up to see Sarah at the next gangway's end. Your wife phoned, she calls. Ganny blows out his mirth in a gale. Not my says Rushbrook. It's about Inco pads, Sarah calls. She says you've got her number. She plunges back into the steel maze. Is that it? Snaps Ganny. One more thing, says Rushbrook. Mr. Oldacre would like a word with Jackson. So tell Jackson, says Ganny. and forges back to the robot cage. He mimes a dusting of hands. The electrician smiles. "What are we going to do here, then?" asks Ganny. "Release the door catch from outside, I suppose," says Megson, moving like a man wading in treacle. Chapter 12. Hey! Robin Jackson raises his welding mask. "3 cheers for under Sub-Assistant Rushbrook. Your tongue'll get you in trouble one of these days," says Rushbrook. "And out of it," says Jackson cheerfully. "Mr. Oldacre wants to see you in the office," Rushbrook tells him. "What about?" asks Jackson. "No doubt he will tell you." Rushbrook smooths a crumpled sheet in his hand. "A secret, then," says Jackson. "He wants you in the office now," Rushbrook says. "And I'll be there before you can say Robin Jackson." The welder chuckles at a well-rehearsed joke, laid aside the mask, and tugs off gauntlets. "It's all just a laugh to you, isn't it?" says Rushbrook. "Ah, that's just me old mate," says the welder. "Don't worry about it. I never do." He raises his cap and rubs head stubble. "Oh, look at that. Taking all the skin off me hand." Walking to the office, Jackson diverts along the glittering golden roadway to the fettling shop. "Jimmy!" he shouts into the fire. The grinder's whine dies away, and a hand in the gloom lifts goggles to uncover a filthy face with panda-white eye sockets. "Crap," says Jimmy dry, spitting dust. "Wasn't going to bother coming in, but my dad kicked me out of bed." "This bloke walks into a bar, right?" says Jackson. "And the barman says, 'What'll it be?' He's got a pig under his arm." "Who has?" asks Jimmy. "What? Who's got a pig?" Jimmy asks again. "A bloke that comes in. Anyway, the barman says, no, the pig says—" Jackson breaks off as Rushbrook's face appears round the spark screen. "Mr. Oldacre is waiting for you now," he says testily. Jackson shrugs and follows the assistant manager. As they leave, a fountain of sparks bursts across their backs. "This isn't an official warning, Robin," says Oldacre, closing the office door. "But be clear in your mind that I won't stand for harassment of any kind between members of my staff." I believe Sarah made her position clear at the time of the incident. Jackson directs a puzzled glance at the secretary. "An indecent suggestion is still an indecent suggestion," she says, "even if it pretends to be humour." "This isn't the first time you've shown a complete Rushbrook begins. Oldacre silences him with a glance. "When I brought you the worksheet yesterday," Sarah says, and like a light coming on, good humour returns to the welder's face. "Oh, that! I never meant nothing by it. You didn't stay to the end." Jackson reaches for the lower press studs on his boiler suit. "Do you want to have a look at my—" "Jackson," Oldacre says sharply, "I brought you here to apologise, not to compound your error." "It's just a harmless joke," says Robin Jackson, doing up his overalls and struggling to put on a serious face. "I wasn't actually going to show her my old man." He turns to Sarah. "I'm sorry if you didn't think it was funny." "It wasn't," Sarah confirms, raising her chin. "Thank you," says Oldacre. "Are you happy to close the issue now, Sarah?" "Yes, just as long as we're clear," she says. "Use a bit of discretion in future, Jackson," says Oldacre. "Now go and get on with your work, and remember that's what we pay you for, to weld." "Righty-o, boss," says Jackson, good humour restored. "And call and see Mr. Ganny on your way back," says Oldacre. "Ask him to make sure he keeps a man in the robot area over lunch." Robin returns via the fettling shop, where his trousers joke will be properly appreciated. Jimmy Dry is absent. "I didn't want to make a fuss," Sarah says as they return to their desks, "but things can quickly get out of hand with someone like that." She darts a glance at Rushbrook. "You know, she didn't complain before, so it'll be okay for me to pinch her on the bottom, or give her breast a little accidental squeeze." "I'm glad that you mentioned it," says Oldacre steadily. "I want my staff to feel that they can discuss all their concerns with me. Now, can you get me Mick Watson at the agency, please? It may not be entirely coincidental that the young man in the robot cage shares a second name with Arthur Headley, a former member of our staff." "I do know what a surname is," says Sarah quietly, picking up the phone. "And will you pop over and fetch me a ham sandwich from the van?" Oldacre pulls a fistful of loose change from his pocket. "How is Arthur?" Sarah asks. "Did you know him?" the manager asks her. "When I used to come in from college to visit Dad," she says. "He told me Arthur wasn't well." "He ran the robots for us," says Oldacre, "and had an almost encyclopedic knowledge of Diptych's products. Very helpful to me as a new manager. His wife died suddenly, and he had a nervous breakdown, poor chap." Chapter 13. Martin Rushbrook and Roy Megson stand together in a shady space between the load bay doors and a gas bottle cage. "Lend us a fag," Megson begs. "My last, sorry." Rushbrook flicks his lighter. The men are in quarantine here, removed from normal society for the good of the rest, not of their affliction. Martin Rushbrook's sister Judy once told him that all smokers suffer from an unsustainable imbalance, more money than sense. He laughed in his annoyance, but absorbed the phrase for future use. Megson dredges his pocket for a carton heavy with death threats. "Only got the one to last me," he explains. Rushbrook extends his lighter, and the electrician draws a lungful of smoke. In private bliss, they lean against a circular sign on the bottle cage, the red-barred image of their addiction. Colin Teal joins them. "Whose is the Dayglow orange motor?" he asks. "Hoots?" "Moncrief doesn't drive," says Megson. "He should do," Teal observes. "The money his woman has." "Ah, she's not his woman, apparently." Megson cups a palm over his bicep, bunches his fist, and flexes his arm in the universal symbol of Priapus. "Not in that sense." They laugh, hurling smoke. "It's Jackson," says Megson. "Jackson drives a Dayglow orange car? I'd be bloody embarrassed," Teal exclaims. "Jackson doesn't do embarrassment," says Megson. Excuses for this persecuted minority's habit of long-lost spontaneity. Megson thinks it's his choice and nobody else's. Rushbrook gave up for almost 6 months, but got miserable and put on weight. And Teal, a betting man, understands the significance of odds. His grandfather lived for 78 long, nicotine-stained years. When the bell shrills for lunch, a jostling queue forms beneath the canopy of Q-Easy food. High August sun bakes the concrete. The men squint into shade. Jackson wipes his brow. "I'm sweating more than when I was working." "Because you've done bugger all since breakfast," counters Ganny. "Language, gents." Queenie runs a razor-sharp knife into a roll. "This is a public place, and there's ladies present." "Where?" asks Robin Jackson with a grin. "Coming across the road now," Queenie says. Heads turn as Sarah Billing comes from the factory, unabashed at their attention. "All right now, Sarah?" Robin asks her. "Yes, thank you." She looks him in the eye. "Come up to the front," says Ganny. "Why would I be served in preference to people who were here first?" she asks, and joins the queue. Ganny flaps a big hand, mutters, "Fuck you then," and turns back to the van. "Take over from Hoots at the robot when you're done here," he tells Jackson, and heads back with his lunch. The queue nudges forward. When the last appetite is assuaged, Martin Rushbrook, watching from the washroom window, crosses to the abandoned van. "I feel a bit of an idiot about this morning, Mazizi." She only smiles. "What can we get you, Mr. Rushbrook?" "A salad sandwich for a hot day, I think. Ham." "White or brown?" "Brown, please." He watches Queenie fill the sandwich and wonders if white would have been a better choice. "You don't usually open afternoons, do you?" he says. "What did you have in mind?" Her raised brows and pink, dimpled cheeks bring colour to Rushbrook's ears. He takes out a grey handkerchief and puffs into it. "I might need to get something for the men later," he says. "Starting at 6:30 each morning would make rather a long day if I did teas too," Queenie explains. "Has your kettle broken?" "We may have to run a night shift. We'll need some rolls or sandwiches to keep the men going." "I'll tell you what," Queenie says. "Take my home number. Give me an hour's notice and I'll knock something up." She writes on a paper napkin. "Send someone over to mine to collect. I'm in the terrace by the church, number 9. Rushbrook nods. "9, yes. 6 rounds, a dozen, mixed fillings, whatever you want." Rushbrook sails back across the road, clutching his sandwich and the precious napkin. For a moment, the letter in his desk is forgotten. Chapter 14. "No luck with your teeth, then, John?" The factory cleaner's wife, Rose, watches her husband suck a biscuit, back home after his morning work. "Not a sign," he says. "I put them down in the washroom yesterday while I went for a welding rod to poke a bit of toffee off the back. Young Kevin gave it to me, you know, the handicapped lad. I should know better, toffee and false teeth. Looked all round again today. They'll turn up, old girl." "You should mention it to Mr. Oldacre, dear. Maybe someone has handed them in." "Later on, then," he promises. "And did you remember to get tea?" she asks. "Sorry, left it in the car." John puts aside the paper. "No, don't get up, dear." Rose rummages through a clutter of receipts and odd coins on the mantelpiece until her fingers emerge triumphantly, as from a bran tub, holding the keys. "Don't slam the door," he calls after her, settling back on the settee and picking up his paper. A hollow thump comes in from the road. "You'll need to look at that car," Rose says, reburying the keys. "The door doesn't shut properly." "Good old girl." They sit side by side, Rose, for all her 68 years, as rod straight as her husband is bent. "Funny business at work." He peers into his cup, reading tea leaves. "I found one of those, you know, what they use for drugs." "A syringe?" "In the rubbish, down in the dispatch, where Howard Flett works." "Yes. Shouldn't think it's him, though. His daughter, maybe, young Flibberty-Gibbet." John reamers his ear with a forefinger, inspects and reinserts it. "Did you tell Mr. Oldacre, dear?" she asks. "I told his little man, Rushbrook. I didn't say where it was, though. Not up to me to get people in trouble. That reminds me, I saw Ganny's youngster while I was in the shop, buying cigs with a £10 note. When I was a boy, if we got half a crown we thought we were rich." "We did, didn't we?" Rose agrees. "Don't wipe it on your trousers, dear. Here, use my hanky." Good old girl. Chapter 15. In a seamless transition between the Diptech factory floor and its canteen, the grime of the fabrication shop smears through a blind frame, the door torn from its hinges in unconditional surrender to a bombardment of boots. A dustbin stands guard over tea-mottled vinyl, 2 plastic-topped tables, and a handful of tube-framed chairs, all clamouring for space. At the side, a microwave oven is perched on top of a TV, where green-tanned beach boys and girls sip from fist-held cans. Diptech's men step a ritual dance to seats, stripping foil and film from soft packages. Colin Teal pushes a container into the oven and switches on. A violent buzzing fills the room, and the TV picture disintegrates into sparkling impressionist art. "Out!" Ganny takes a squealing Jimmy Dry by one prominent ear and prizes him from a chair. "I was here first," Jimmy whines, facing his assailant and rubbing his ear. Ganny lays a feast on the table, peels back the lid of a blue lunchbox and looks in grudging approval at cake packed level with the rim. From a second box he selects a sandwich to accompany his hot dogs. Colin Teal relieves Jimmy's futile challenge. "Musical chairs, Sonny Jim, and you're out of the game." The boy sits on the floor, bending the tab of a can of drink back and forth until it breaks. With a mock throw at Ganny, he flicks it across the floor. Alex Moncrief picks it up and drops it into the bin. "Holiday snaps," says Megson, pulling a wad of prints from his pocket. He passes them to Ganny, who rests them on his knee and flicks through. "Wouldn't say no to her." He wipes a hand across his mouth. "With the straw hat," confirms Megson. "Doesn't cover much, does it?" Jimmy gets up, and Ganny holds the pack against his chest. "Not suitable for children." "Think I've never seen it?" asks Jimmy. "Where have you been then? Skegness?" says Ganny with a laugh. He turns the pictures towards Megson. "This who I think it is?" Megson nods. "Does she know you bring these in?" Ganny asks. What do you reckon? Megson says. I've lost the best one. Ganny hands them back, and Megson offers them to Colin Teal, who raises the sports page of his paper. Form, he says shortly. Where's Robin? Chatting up Queenie? Ganny guffaws. She'd suck him in and blow him out in fucking bubbles. He rolls sheet foil into a ball and bounces it off Jimmy's head. Oldacre wants someone on the shop floor over the break, Moncrief says, peeling an apple with his pocket knife. Agency man stuck in the robot. In with the welder? Queries Teal. Moncrief turns his apple in careful hands, its peel curling from the blade. What the hell's an agency man doing inside the cage, anyway? Teal asks. Your guess is as good as mine. Ganny brushes crumbs from his lap. Electrical fault, says Moncrief. Safety interlock won't open. Sparky to the rescue! Teal points a cold sausage at Megson. Robot welders came out of the ark, what do they expect? Says the electrician. The apple is almost naked, glossy peel hanging in a long spiral between Alex Moncrief's knees. As he cuts into the last circuit, Jimmy Dry leans over and tugs the end, snapping and dropping it at Alex's feet. The boy grins around the room. Moncrief completes the final lap, wipes the blade, snaps it shut, and slips it into an inside pocket. He collects the fallen peel and drops it in the bin, holding Jimmy in his gaze as he bites into the apple. So, what's Robin doing? Telling him jokes to pass the time? Says Teal. He makes notes down the side of the racing page. I reckon we'll have to take the fucking thing apart, says Ganny. And didn't we weld the panels? Asks Moncrief. Well, what's the word from the top office? Asks Teal. MD's away on his boat, isn't he? Taking the sun, jammy sod, says Megson. Teely's mate, Pierce, says Robin Jackson from the doorway. Jackson? Ganny's voice is muffled by cream sponge. Which bit of stay on the fucking job till I come down didn't you understand? What are you on about? Challenges Colin Teal. Hunter Rowe's not my mate. Rushbrook's on the case, says Robin to Ganny, and turns to Teal. I saw you in his jag, working late last Friday night. Are you spying on me? Says Teal angrily. I was up the road, visiting me auntie, says Jackson with a grin. Well, sitting in his car doesn't make him my mate, says Teal. The bell trills. Back to bloody reality, says Megson. Chapter 16. Open your eyes for once, Pete Dry told his son when he kicked Jimmy out of bed. Have a look round the place and tell us what you see. Let me decide if there's any percentage in it. Glancing up from his angle grinder, Jimmy sees Sarah pass beyond the screen. He slings the machine onto his bench and creeps after her to dispatch, easing back an edge of the plastic curtain. She's there in her cool, stone-washed jeans, talking to the dispatch manager, Flett. Her arms are bare, one hand resting lightly on her hip, as she fans her face with a sheaf of papers, laughing. As Jimmy watches, she floats forward on tiptoes, her chest almost touching Flett, and kisses his cheek. Dirty old sod must be twice her age. Get on with your work before I phone Mr. Oldacre, shouts Howard Flett. Jimmy takes a step back. Yes, you at the curtain. Flett confirms. Slinking back along the racking, Jimmy pauses to swap part-number tickets in their slide-in frames and tweak the RAM release on a scissor table raised to stock. It descends to ground level with a satisfying hiss. At the spray shop he sees Colin Teal mixing paint for the afternoon session. Bright lighting in his spray booth glitters off the filter waterfall. "Watcha!" Teal swings around at the shout. Little Jimmy Dry, still wet behind the ears. "Have you got nothing better to do than annoy me?" Jimmy grins. "You," says Teal, slowly and deliberately, "are a silly little prat. A silly, annoying little prat. And the joke is, everyone but you knows it. Like they all know who drew a prick and balls on the World Supplies calendar girl in the canteen, who put superglue in the padlock on the gas bottle cage. As I suspected, you've just turned off my air supply, probably thinking that I don't know that you're the same annoying little arsehole who's been turning it off every day since you applied your feeble brain to the problem." Jimmy stands, chin jutting. "Do me a favour," Teal concludes conversationally. "Wipe that silly grin off your face and piss off." He opens the tap and turns back to his work. Jimmy slouches back to fettling, to find Ganny at his bench. He braces for the storm. "Keep a spark screen round when you're working," Ganny says, picking up a pair of safety glasses from the bench, their lenses scarred and opaque. "Look at the state of these. I'll get you a new pair. Anything else you need from stores?" "Gloves?" says Jimmy, holding up a tattered pair. "Christ, what the hell have you been doing? You're supposed to sand the fucking castings." "I hate this job," Jimmy complains. "Oh, give it time," says Ganny. "Then you'll really fucking hate it. Show us your hands." The boy holds them out. "Come on, you can't work like this. Let's get a fucking plaster on that." Ganny propels him into the gangway, a sea-going tug pushing a pedal boat. The boy scuttles to keep abreast of his 7-league strides. "How old are you, Jimmy?" the welder asks. "Nearly 17, says the boy. "So 16, says Ganny. "And how many jobs since school?" "A few," says the lad. "Well, you want to try sticking with one. You might learn something," says Ganny. "I might know more'n you," Jimmy boasts. "Yeah, right," Ganny snorts. "That's Sarah in the office," Jimmy tells him. "She's having it off with someone here." "Oh, yeah," says Ganny. "Give us your hand." "I seen 'em at it," Jimmy tells him. "And who's the bloke? Rah Rushbrook?" Ganny rumbles with laughter. "What's funny? How?" "Rushbrook is," says Ganny. "I'll put you a finger stall on this, or it'll just come off again." "So who is it?" "That man in dispatch." "Howard?" Ganny says. "You're right, mate, that is fucking something. You seeing Howard screwing Sarah." "Nah, kissing," says the boy. "Right. And you ever heard of incest?" queries Ganny. "Incest," repeats Jimmy. "Geez, that hurts." "That should do you." Ganny closes the first aid cabinet. "Do you know what it means?" "It's having it off with your sister or something," says Jimmy. "Well, you want to get your facts right before you start accusing people, mate," Ganny advises. "How do you mean?" asks the boy. "Sarah is Howard's daughter, you prat." "They've got different names," Jimmy protests. So? Ganny throws open the storeroom door. Well, how's I supposed to know? New gloves and safety specs in hand, he bounds back to the fettling shop, trailing a light-hearted whistle. Chapter 17. Cars recline at the curbside along a row of anonymous red-brick houses. Ron Oldacre scans doors for numbers, but sees only a name board. Sarold. Perhaps he ponders it's the home of Sadie and Harold, or Sarah and Arnold. Both seem to imply young women marrying older men. On the pavement ahead he sees a man in a rough tweed jacket. "Excuse me, do you happen to know which is number 28? He calls. The man pokes the gutter with his walking stick, looking up as Oldacre approaches. "What do you think that is?" he asks. They stand side by side, gazing down on a scrap of black and white fur. Oldacre grips the fabric of his jacket sleeve and works it against his arm. "A guinea pig?" he suggests. The man looks intently at him. "Not often you see one of those, is it?" he says. "Not squashed in the road." "I wonder if you can help," says Oldacre, with a sense of drawing back from a precipice. "I'm looking for number 28. The man looks up sharply. 28? A name of Headley, says Oldacre. They're away, says the stranger shortly. He looks appraisingly at Oldacre. You don't look like a man with a nefarious purpose, or I wouldn't offer that information. Matter of fact, I'm keeping an eye on the house. He looks about, lowering his voice. There are people at large, up to no good, you know. I know that Arthur is in hospital, says Oldacre. He worked for me. I wondered if there was any family. His son won't be there, says the man, prodding the remains again. I don't have a contact number for his ex-wife. Oldacre looks sharply but finds no clue in his expression. She probably wouldn't be interested, adds the stranger. Well, why are you chasing his family, if you don't mind my asking? As a matter of fact, it is about his son, says Oldacre. Boy? Yes, Oldacre confirms. He's been working for us too. Oh, I thought he was at college. What's the problem? He looks up expectantly. A private matter, I'm afraid, says Oldacre. Understood, says the man, tapping his stick on the curb. If you want to leave me a contact number, if anything comes up, I'll let you know. Oldacre dips his inner pocket for a business card. The man waves his stick. I'm just across there, Mr. Oldacre. 25. He gives the corpse a final prod and steps over it. Funny thing that, he says, turning back from the road. The people at 23 have guinea pigs. The place is crawling with them, but they're the reddish-brown ones. He pauses, ruminating. Some sort of Darwinian development, perhaps. Survival of the fittest? Ha! Chapter 18. No way to get past that interlock, says Megson, without enthusiasm, when they relieve Rushbrook after lunch. Not from outside. We'll drill the hinges and take the farking door off, Ganny says decisively. Fetch the big power drill, Hoots. Brute force and ignorance wins every farking time. Alex Moncrief fits a drill in the chuck, and Ganny aims it at the first of 3 hinges. "Hang on to it when I hit the last couple of rivets," he says, "and stop the fucking thing falling on me." The drill whines and swarf scatters. As the bit breaks through for a 4th time, it jams. Sparks shoot from the gap between door and frame. Ganny leaps back. "Fuck's going on?" The big press falls silent for a moment, and the crackle of a welder comes clearly from inside the cage. Paint around the hinge smokes and catches fire. Ganny beats at it with his glove, and Moncrief runs for an extinguisher. When he gets back, the paint has burned out, the drill hanging drunkenly from the hinge. "Welded," Ganny says in disbelief. "Drill bits welded to the inside of the fucking door." Megson stands watching, arms folded, as Moncrief undoes the chuck and removes the tool from a stub of twist drill. "Go away," calls a muffled voice. "Fucking tea time," announces Ganny. "You two wait here." Leaving Queenie's van with cake and plastic cups, the foreman welder spots Oldacre climbing from his car. As they walk to the robot area, Ganny reports on their failed attempt. The manager beckons his men away, lowering his voice. "This may be more complicated than it seemed," he says. "The agency tell me this young man has been calling weekly requesting work at Diptech. I believe that he is Arthur's son." "Arthur Headley's son? Deja fucking vu!" exclaims Ganny. "What's his name?" Moncrief asks. "His boy. It's on his national insurance records. Understandably, the agency wouldn't give out his home address, but I read them the one which we have on file for Arthur, and they confirmed it was the same. I've just come from the house. There was no one home." "Arthur used to talk about him," breathes Moncrief. "My boy got his university place and so on. I didn't realise it was his name." "I probably couldn't decide what to call the poor bugger," offers Megson. "It's a boy. That'll do. No wonder he's loopy. That's where I'll be if I work here much longer, in the effing nut house." "Months since they shut Arthur up," Ganny says. "I reckon they've thrown away the fucking key by now." "Did Arthur tell you anything else about his lad that might help us, Alexander?" Oldacre asks. "Good at maths," says Moncrief. "That fits with what the agency told us about his programming skills. Most of it was trivial stuff, like how the lad passed out the first time they went to give blood together." "No thanks," Megson shudders. "Give my blood to some junkie or a poofter with AIDS? Not in your life." "There is a further complication," says Oldacre. "It's possible that the young man is under the influence of drugs." "Drugs? Fuck!" Ganny exclaims, wiping a big hand across his mouth. "Keep that to yourselves," says Oldacre. "It's just speculation at this stage. While we can hear him talking, at least we know he's conscious." "You don't think we should bring in the emergency services now?" suggests Moncrief. The manager shakes his head. "I don't want to involve anyone else yet, Alex. We've found evidence of drug use, that's all. I think we can get on with our work, as long as one of you stays here." "I don't think he looks that well," Moncrief observes when Oldacre returns to the office. "Where did they take Arthur?" Ganny asks. "District Hospital. says Moncrief. "Unit behind the main building. I talked to a nurse on Topping Ward about going to see him. He wasn't ready for visitors. I did mean to call again." "Topping?" Megson snorts. "You won't catch me within a mile of that place. That's what I'll be doing if ever they try and drag me in there. Topping myself." Part 2, Chapter 19. Nurse Cox has never before seen hair come out in handfuls. Alerted by a commotion, she steps from the nurse's station to find the spitting, screaming melee's epicentre a few metres along the corridor. The protagonist's faces are hidden, but Harriet Vestey's short, flame-red hair stands out like a beacon. It is the long blonde hair of her unknown opponent which provides the more secure finger-hold. "Hattie, ladies, please!" The nurse's voice is barely a squeak against their wild caterwauling. A naturally placid character, coupled with some years' experience, has brought to Saffron Cox a comfortable calm in the face of such crises. Given her slight build, she judges physical intervention unwise, and probably ineffective. The brawling women have no weapons but fists and fingers, feet and knees. Their shoes have come off. Saffron kicks one out of reach. "Gangway, nursey!" She steps aside as a figure in a jazzy rainbow dressing gown skates past, sock-shod feet flying over polished tile. Saffron barely has time to recognise her patient when a red plastic bucket appears from the folds of his gown, and he swings it back with a shriek. "Geronimo!" A blade of water cuts beneath the lights and breaks over the angry women. Their screams turn to gasps for breath. Taking her cue, Saffron grabs the nearest leg and drags the opponents apart through a spreading lake. "You might have used clean water, Mike," she says. "Beggars and belligerents can't be choosers. Want me to rinse 'em off for you?" The man opens owlish eyes. Short, a little overweight, and currently quite unstoppable, Mike Kisby's mobility extends to his elastic visage. "Thanks, Mike, I think we'll manage now," says the nurse. Bucket-wielding Kisby dances from one foot to the other, a mime of indecision at the sluice-room door, as Saffron helps Harriet Vestey to her feet, holding her hand firmly. "Destructive cow, stay away from him!" her captive yells at the figure on the floor, but she makes no attempt to break free. "Hey, Hattie, enough now!" Saffron Cox exclaims. They glance back as a second nurse appears, a cheery smile spreading across her droop-lidded features. She helps the visitor to her feet. "Come on, sweetheart, let's get you cleaned up." Gemma Rowe, Saffron's co-worker and flatmate, has the build and character of a rock, coupled with a tendency to offer her honest opinion, whether or not it is sought. Saffron leads Hattie to a side ward, where she dabs at blood-flecked parallel grooves across her cheek. "Crushed my fags," she says, scooping papery remnants from her pocket. "Perhaps not on the bed till you dry out," says Saffron. She helps Harriet onto a chair. Would you like to tell me what that little exhibition was about?" "You want to ask her." The young woman breaks the shattered end from a cigarette and puts the remaining stub in her mouth. "And I'm not about to light up in here," she says, "so don't start." "Was that Tim Bidwell's visitor?" Saffron asks. "Walked into his room and those tarts are with him shooting up," Hattie says. "As in needles and drugs?" queries the nurse. The question receives a pitying look. "OK, I'll look into it, but you stay here," she says. "Go and have a shower, find some clean clothes, and no more fighting." "I think the cow got my point, but she and her mate better watch their backs if ever they come in again," says Hattie. Chapter 20. The following morning Saffron is writing up notes when a man leans into the nurse's station, long fingers wrapped about the doorposts. His rather superior air is negated by a crumpled suit, a tired cream shirt and stained silk tie. "Anthony, come in." He ignores the invitation. "This talking cure," he says. "Dr. Pybus' therapeutic group," Saffron confirms. "Who is to join it?" he asks. "That's still under discussion, Anthony," she says. "Did you want to be considered? I can put your name on the list." "And a unilateral decision will be made," he observes. "As I understand it, it's a question of who will be most helped," she explains. "And that's a matter for the doctor." "Why not call a spade and a shrink a shrink? You're all just civil servants," he drawls. "Perhaps you might consider the possibility of that the staff are here for your benefit, Anthony," Saffron suggests. "You, nurse, like every other human, are here for the benefit of just one person, yourself. That's the way it works. I'm on my side, you're on your side, and the shrink, Pybus, is on his side. We all look after our own interests." "You see humans as essentially selfish, then?" Saffron asks Anthony. "All life is essentially selfish," he says. "Plants, fish, insects, birds and mammals, especially the human mammal. Our species is simply better at concealing its motives." He sniffs and pinches his nose. "So," says Saffron with a mischievous smile, "your selfish motive for coming to see me concerns the therapeutic group sessions." A silence stretches between them. "I have an academic interest," Anthony Paul says at last. "Then leave it with me, Anthony. When the doctor is in, I'll mention it." He grasps the doorposts, hoists himself upright, and drifts away down the corridor. A smile plays on Saffron's lips. She likes to characterize people as dogs, and with his sophisticated, rather aristocratic bearing, Anthony reminds her of an Irish wolf-hound, a grand presence suggested by his big frame barely disguising a shambolic, gone-to-seediness. Chapter 21. "Dr. Pybus? He's the stuff of pulp novels," Harriet Vestey says in her smoker's growl. "That athletic frame, those attentive grey eyes, the square, dimpled chin. His entrance is invariably accompanied by the swooning of nurses and the tooth-gnashing of his fellow psychiatrists." There are red wheals on Hattie's cheek and a rainbow bruise around her left eye. "Pybus, What nature of a name is that? Asks Anthony Paul. You're jealous because your own names are so ordinary, says Hattie, brushing ash from a dark polo-neck shirt. God, Miss Vesti, counters Anthony, don't tell me you too have fallen under the great man's spell. I thought that you batted for the other side. Hattie narrows her eyes dangerously, but before she can respond, a wild-haired figure in striped pyjamas, dressing gown and slippers jerks puppet-like into the room. Mike Kisby, part-time douser of fighting women. What's up, folks? We're just talking about this group the doctor is arranging, Anthony says. If you want to make the long journey, which is 3.1415926 miles, get on a pybus, Kisby jokes. Kisby, your puns are both laboured and unfunny, drawls Anthony. Mike Kisby drops into a chair and relaunches instantly, a trainee pilot on a touch-and-go landing. Who's on this therapeutic bus? He asks, pushing at a part-open window. Can't move these things any further, know why? Benefit of people who think they can fly. The hospital doesn't want them disillusioned. They haven't decided who's in yet. Anthony spreads himself over an armchair. Don't shut it, Kisby. It's too hot in here already. The doctor is coming to discuss today, so says sugary nurse Saffron. Tim Bidwell's cooked his goose anyway, says Kisby. Poor boy looked rough this morning. What ails him? Anthony asks, crossing long legs and looking suspiciously at his fingernails. Visitors bringing gifts. Hattie flicks her lighter restlessly. The rest of us get grapes and boiled sweets. Timothy's friends bring hard drugs. You don't know that? Ruby Thomas, a motherly 50-year-old in a blue dress, sandals and white ankle socks, sits upright in a straight-backed chair, knitting. You're just putting 2 and 4 together and making 6. Oh, he's a junkie, affirms Hattie. We didn't decide that, he did. Julian, he's with us, isn't he? Asks Kisby, collecting half-dead flowers from a vase in a storm of petals. That's what we're discussing with the doc, says Anthony. Who is in and who is out? Arthur, maybe, not Julian, I hope. I've had more interesting conversations with deaf-mutes. It's not a bloody contest, Hattie tells him. You can't select on the basis of how good a conversationalist someone is. You might as well disqualify anyone with a history of madness. That'd cut the numbers down. You shouldn't say that, Ruby Thomas admonishes, knitting needles thrusting and stabbing. Say what? Queries Hattie. Madness, confirms Ruby. That's rich, coming from you. Anthony Paul looks at her through half-closed eyelids. Take Moses and St. Paul and all your other Bible stars. Miraculous experiences that can't be corroborated because they were reported by an individual. And all blokes, take note, interjects Hattie. Thousands crossed the Dead Sea. Ruby stops knitting to drive home her point. Since the losers supposedly drowned in the Red Sea, Anthony corrects her, one must assume that the event was reported by the victors. Hardly what one might consider an unbiased viewpoint. Are you saying the Bible was written by liars? Ruby challenges. Answer me this, then, Anthony says. If you wanted to find the greatest concentration of present-day individuals who have seen angels and devils, or experience sound and vision not on the television? Where would you look? He jabs a forefinger at the floor. Right here. And if that doesn't set any bells ringing, then you Bible bashers are indulging in a massive self-deception. I'm playing safe on the question, says Mike Kisby. Nothing to lose. He shoves dead flowers through the part-open window. Mike is mad and proud of it, comments Hattie. An indignant shout rises from below. Kisby presses his cheek to the window and peers down. Gardener's up early. We don't want another bloke at the meeting anyway. Hattie splits the cellophane on a pack of cigarettes. We've already got an unrepresentative ratio of men to women. Unrepresentative of what? Anthony queries. A rugby team or a maternity ward? I wish you'd leave off that bloody knitting, Ruby, Hattie complains. Click, click, click every minute of the damn day. Does my bloody head in. What is it anyway? Jumpers for the troops? I'm off, says Mike, and bounds from the room. Saffron Cox waylays him in the corridor. Medication, Mike. First hospitalised for wild swings of mood in his 20s, Mike Kisby seeks help again whenever his outlook strays above or below the generous limits set by family, neighbours and workmates. At Saffron's call he spins on a slippered heel and makes his erratic return, stopping every second step to adjust fine art prints along the walls. The crooked ones are put straight, the straight ones set at rakish angles. When I'm up, Mike Kisby is apt to chant. And when I'm down, I'm down. And when I'm only halfway up, they let me out for a while. Currently boisterous, insomniac, and missing for medicine rounds, he has been sharing a room with Arthur Headley, but they may need to be separated if he persists in his nocturnal wandering. It's mid-morning, Mike, says Nurse Cox, tipping a collection of pills into his hand and offering him a plastic cup of water. Do you think you might put on some day clothes? Becoming though the Jim Jams are. Hear them rattle, says Kisby, jumping up and down and cupping a hand to his ear. I'm off to join the percussion section. He turns on his toes, striped dressing gown flying, and dances full circle with a grin. You are a pretty girl, he says, and you deserve a handsome prince. So keep kissing those frogs. And he bounds away again. Fatigue is a word without value in Kisby's vocabulary. Mike, day clothes, Saffron calls after him. He raises a fist and brings it forward sharply, miming the crack of a whip, or perhaps practising his forehand. Mike is keen on sport without prejudice. Beneath his bed in the side ward is a golf bag, from which protrudes a tennis racket. In the interest of his fellow patients, a croquet mallet and an assortment of golf balls have been taken to a place of safety. Chapter 22. Saffron is updating ward notes when Dr. Pybus walks in. Ah, nurse, good morning to you. His voice is cool reassurance. Good morning, doctor. There's coffee if you'd like some, she offers. Please, yes. Is Charge Nurse Stone in? I'm deputising till mid-morning, she says. Good-o. And what have we today? He asks, holding her with grey eyes. Quiet night, save for Mike Kisby, says Saffron. The night staff report that his sleeping medication worked for all of an hour and a half. And young Master Bidwell? Queries the doctor. A little burned out after the episode yesterday evening. I understand that you were involved with that later on, Doctor. Yes, he says. The girls went without causing any further trouble. Tim was unwilling or unable to tell us who they were. I judged it unhelpful to involve the police. The evidence was long gone. Dr. Pybus sits on the edge of the desk. Not relatives, I think, says Saffron. His family have more or less disowned him. I don't like to restrict people's visitors, says the doctor. But if they're going to be irresponsible, we may have to review things. Milk and no sugar, isn't it? Saffron primes a cup. Now, you wanted to look at possible candidates for the group sessions. Indeed. I have some ideas already, says the doctor. I'd like to keep the size down, 6 or 7 for the best effect. Harriet Vesti will benefit. Her outbursts can be destructive, but she's an intelligent young woman. It's a matter of striking a balance between different personalities. Young Tim has been hiding behind hard drugs since the age of 15, but that is only half the story. The group sessions may encourage him to talk about what it is to be him. When I broach emotional subjects, he becomes quite unsettled, Saffron says. Drugs have been his release from that discomfort, agrees Miles Pybus. What about Mike Kisby, she queries. Mike will certainly keep things on the boil, says the doctor. Small risk that he's too much an insider. He has been involved with group work before, of course, and it can be an advantage to have someone who is familiar with the format. Anthony approached me this morning. He admits, Nurse Cox wiggles a forefinger beside each ear, an academic interest. Anthony may benefit if he's motivated to take part. The doctor makes notes on a pad. That's 4. What about Arthur Headley? Asks Saffron. I mentioned the possibility to him. He was not keen, the doctor says. Do you think he's ready yet? He still follows some of his rituals, says Saffron, but he is less agitated and has begun to address some of the great struggles within himself. And perhaps you'd have a talk with him, nurse, sound him out. His personality and outlook would certainly make a good foil for Mr. Kisby's. If we choose only members with a similar outlook, the group may become too comfortable with itself for individuals to make progress within it. Nurse Cox leans back on the windowsill. I wonder if it's possible for me to take part, she says. On which side of the fence? Asks the doctor, his face brushed by a smile. Oh, doctor, on the side, if we must take sides, of what Lang called the sane by common consent. She waves her hand through a drift of steam. I'm not sure about that. I'll give it some thought. You're a reader of R.D. Lang? He asks. Who else comes close to explaining the mental distress of the sick in the terms of the well? She hands him the coffee, catching a faint whiff of shaving soap. Perhaps that sounds a bit pretentious, but in 5 years of psychiatric nursing, no other writer has put me as close to an understanding of the relationship between madness and sanity. Thank you, he says. Yes, you might say Lang has a foot in both camps. Perhaps no bad thing. For me there are other notable writers. I could lend you some books if you like. He sips the coffee, looking at her with calm grey eyes. "Please, nothing too academic," says Saffron, "but I hope I'm never too old to learn. Now, what about Ruby T?" He scans his notebook. "Have you broached the subject with her?" "I mentioned it," says Saffron. "She was asking my opinion." "This is in part her difficulty," says the doctor. "Each side of an argument bears down with equal weight, until it becomes impossible for Mrs. Thomas to make a decision. When right and wrong equate exactly to black and white, the mid-greys, the moot points, can be difficult to place. In some ways, she's the complete opposite of Anthony, for whom it's all cut and dried." "And then there's Julian," says Saffron. "Ah, yes. I think that perhaps he's too close to his psychotic episode to engage with this. Some of his delusions are still very much alive," says the doctor. "If not too well," adds Saffron. Miles Pybus smiles at her wordplay, smoothing a thumb into the cleft of his chin. "I wouldn't rule out Julian as a candidate for group therapy," he says, "but in the future, perhaps. The business with the light fittings was only 2 or 3 weeks ago." The phone rings. "Topping ward, staff nurse Cox." She stands pressing the desk edge with her fingertips. Miles Pybus sips his coffee and watches her intently. "Any time until 7 this evening. We don't have formal visiting hours," Saffron tells the caller. "Can I tell Arthur who will be visiting?" She replaces the phone and raises her brows at Miles Pybus. "A lady from work to visit Arthur Headley. After his son came and upset Arthur so much, in fact upset both of them, he has had no one to see him." "Remind me, what is Arthur's home situation?" asks the doctor. "He lives alone," Saffron says. "I believe that his wife left him, but he finds it difficult to talk about." "And how long has he been with us now?" asks Dr. Pybus. 2 or 3 months, says Saffron. Much of the obsessive aspect still applies. He finds any kind of company difficult. He can manage sharing a room because Mike Kisby makes no demands on him. "He would certainly benefit from group work, if he's willing," says the doctor. "Try and persuade him to join us. Now, those books. I'm on call tonight, so I'll be in my hospital room if you want to pop up. Would 8ish suit you?" Chapter 23. "Ooh-hoo!" Gemma Rowe opens wide her eyes. "Private tuition? Dangerous games, Nurse Cox. You watch it with the good Dr. Pybus." Saffron and her flatmate are on their midday break. Gemma is a Labrador, cheerful and gold-natured. "You don't listen to those rumours, do you?" Saffron says, "just because he's good-looking." "And has a private pad in the hospital," corrects Gemma, "and more than a bedside manner by all accounts." "Your suspicious mind, Jem. He needs it for when he's on call. Or when he's on the job. Oh, you do make me cross, Saff, shovelling in sugar like that and slim as a sylph." Saffron stirs her coffee briskly. "All that hospital gossip," she says. "It's none of my business who's seeing who's straight and who's gay. I'm not saying that pretty girls don't deserve handsome men." Gemma leans back, fingers linked behind her head. "But take my advice and stay clear of the married ones, or things can get very complicated. I think it's helpful to talk with the doctors and not always see it from a nurse's perspective. says Saffron. Oh, you'll learn a lot from the doctor's metaphorical teachings. Gemma assumes a learned tone. You may find it helpful to think of the mind as a cold blancmange and the thoughts which come into it as fragments of sugar strand sprinkled on by the process of life experience. You're a wicked woman, says Saffron. I think Miles' illustrations clarify complex ideas. Only one complex thing about that man, his love life. Don't say I didn't warn you. Apparently he keeps case notes on his conquests. Fellatio, 4 out of 10. Some discomfort due to a broken incisor. Passed on the phone number of my dentist. Saffron lowers her voice, glancing around the tables. Jem, you dreadful rumour-monger. Anyway, I'm a big girl now. It's likely that Dr. Miles has noticed that. At least take a piece of advice from an old hand. If in doubt, keep your knickers on. Saffron laughs uncomfortably. So, how's it going with you, Gemma? How's the latest bloke? Or should I say, who's the latest bloke? One thing, Saff, Gemma laughs. You give as good as you get. Yes, you're right. Pete's over and done, sadly. She slumps for a moment and releases a theatrical sigh. But, she says, brightening, I might need the flat to myself next Friday evening. Got a little tickle from one of the porters. Do you know Andy? Lovely hairy arms. Jem, you are the original shameless hussy. OK, Friday, I'll try and fix something up. But I'm not sleeping in the gutter. 1 in the morning at the latest. You're a star, Saff. And who knows, one day I might do the same for you. Saffron Cox pulls a face. She had a regular boyfriend until a few months ago. Ronnie Saddleback, lithe and bright, with an easy turn of phrase, was a mate of the barman at the hospital social club. A magazine journalist, he offered critique on everything that he had tried and tasted, and a few things that he had not. He and Saffron had been going out for a month or two when Ronnie began to refer to former girlfriends, combining compliment and encouragement to suggest that Saffron would prove superior. When she declined his offers, Ronnie exhibited a peevishness which sent him in search of other watering holes. Saffron characterised him a Jack Russell Terrier, but after he moved on, Gemma dubbed him Ronnie the Pig, and the name stuck. If Saffron could have a dog in their shared flat, it would be a Cocker Spaniel, the breed with which she most readily identifies. Chapter 24. The ward is quiet, lunch digesting. Saffron taps on the door and enters a side room. Arthur sits on the edge of his bed, head bent to a book. And on the bed opposite, his back to the door, Mike Kisby rubs vigorously at something in his lap. Dare I ask what you're doing, Mike? Saffron says. Shining up my watch strap. Kisby raises a wrist. On his other hand, he wears a sock. With toothpaste? She says. An open tube lies in a depression on the bed. He flashes her a smile. Works on teeth. The nurse shakes her head. Mike, she says, would you mind leaving us for a bit so I can have a little private chat with Arthur? A pleasure, my English rose. He gathers polishing equipment. Or should that be my English apple? Nurse Orange Pippin. You surely are the sweetest, the pick of the crop. Oh, away with you and your blarney, she laughs. Ah, once I visited the castle when in Era, he says, but I never kissed the stone. You have to hang upside down, and the guide was afraid he'd not be able to hold me due to my excessive tear, and I'd be sent plunging to unimaginable depths below. Well, just for now, would you kindly take your excessive tear to the unimaginable depths of a day room for 10 minutes? Saffron requests. Kisby flaps noisily to the door. Rather fancied the man's job, as a matter of fact, he says, holding the ankles of young girls as they upended themselves. He follows his outsized grin along the corridor. Arthur, can you spare a moment from your book? Saffron asks. He nods without looking up. What is it you're reading? He splays his fingers so she can see the cover. It was a Booker Prize winner, wasn't it? She says. Mike lent it to me, Arthur tells her. I find it difficult to concentrate. That may be in part due to your medication. It'll come back. Can we talk for a moment? I know you find it difficult, but there is only so much the pills can do. He nods again. Next week, Dr. Pybus will be starting a therapeutic group, a discussion group, she says. The doctor thinks that it will be helpful for you to join in. How do you feel about that? Oh, I don't know, he says. Ultimately, it's your decision. But before you decide, Arthur, let me tell you a bit about it. There will be 6 or 7 of you, let's say by invitation only, she says with a smile. Sometimes by discussing our distress, we share the burden and come to a greater understanding of it. The doctor will be there in what you might call an advisory capacity. He tries to shed light on the way that group members react to one another and the implications of that for their lives. It's also a pooling of strength and support, in much the same way that people get together in a business, except that the end result is the restoration of minds. That reminds me, Margaret, a lady from your factory, phoned. She hopes to visit you this evening. Margaret, he says. I don't know why she would want to come. People are kind, Arthur, Saffron says. It will do you good to remake the connection with your old life, if you can manage it. What did you make in your factory? Equipment. He lowers his face, and Saffron puts a hand on his. I know it's hard, Arthur, but we are here to help you. When the nurse has gone, he lies on the bed and stares up at a ceiling inches away and infinitely distant. They will all know now how he told his lie again and again. Alex, Howard and his boss, Ron, good people who he thought so much of. How can he face them now that they know the truth? Chapter 25. Ah, Nurse Cox, come on in. Dr. Pybus, smartly dressed in a crisp, open-necked shirt and dark trousers, holds wide the door. How are you? Running on empty at the end of a split shift, Saffron says with a laugh, glancing round at framed pen and wash prints on the walls. Classical music plays softly. Goodness, she says, waving a hand towards a side table laden with books. I hope I haven't let myself in for all those. A selection of possibles. He closes the door gently. Let me take that jacket. A hard day, then. His fingers brush her neck as she shrugs from the sleeves. Pretty tough, she says. But do you really want to talk shop, Doctor? Pybus gestures to the books, a quizzical look on his strong face. Fair point, she laughs. And out of hours it's miles, please, he says. And I'm Saffron, she counters. Yes, it has been a little tense. Repercussions of yesterday evening's fracas. It's interesting how such upsets affect most the people who aren't directly involved. Rather than actually generating anxiety, an episode such as that often releases it, he says, entering a snug kitchen at one side. Do you favour a glass of white wine as part of your unwinding process, Saffron? We also have coffee or tea. Wine sounds marvellous. She turns books on the table as glasses sing. I already have a coffee high, she says. Occupational hazard. Harriet Vesti is an angry young woman, ripe to react to a stimulus like that, he says. Saffron crosses to the kitchen door. And yet, she says, I don't think he's formed any particular attachment. I would see the incident as a trigger, says the doctor. So often we have no idea what is at the root of our distress. You might equate it to having a mouthful of chewing gum, taking it out, sticking it on the bedpost and convincing yourself that it has its origin there. We react at a deep level to anger and violence. Humans imagine that they are the more civilized of animals, but aggression plays a substantial part in our interactions. Mostly it is implied. Harriet won't have to take on every patient in the ward to make clear her position. Heaven forbid, says Saffron. He brings two slim-stemmed glasses. Here's to you, foot soldier. He wraps his joke in a soft smile and gestures towards a compact sofa. Do sit. To you, General, Saffron counters. They touch glasses. So much going on with our complex action and interaction, she says. At the table she opens a book and sips wine, fresh and cool. All the hidden signals. We're never free of it, are we? Even psychiatrists, with your years of analysis, training and practice. There is no immunity to the psyche. Indeed, says Miles. It is not uncommon for doctors to go off the rails, to indulge in addictive substances, for instance, despite their knowledge of the consequences. He sits, his arm outstretched along the back of the sofa, fingers lightly curled about the glass, the top of his shirt falling open. I have known two such, he continues. Somehow for them it was a lesser of evils, a choice of sufferings. Why does one person have the psychological strength to survive extreme conflict, while another, maybe a brother or sister, crumples at a hint of the undermining of their status quo? He holds the puzzle with his eyes. Personality and upbringing. Something of both. That's all we can conclude. Nature and nurture. Put them on opposite sides of the scales. Don't you think it apt, Saffron, that we use the image of pivot and balance in our allusions to mental health? Unbalanced, unhinged, off his rocker. We do, don't we? Saffron looks up from the books, smiles and sips. I had a chat with Arthur Headley today, she says. I think he's fearful of what the group sessions might reveal, although I told him there would be no pressure on him to speak. He wondered if I might be there. He does seem to have formed something of an attachment. That's understandable, says Miles. He smooths the back of the sofa. We walk a tightrope, Saffron, between offering support and assistance and taking over the individual's life until it revolves around the health institutions. All too soon, those we seek to help become dependent upon us. He looks quizzically at his wine. You mentioned earlier the possibility of your taking part. My main concern, Saffron, is that as an outsider you might inhibit the freedom of the group to develop. If you were to join in, it would need to be not as an observer but as a full member. I think you should be clear about what that means. In what way? Saffron, still poised beside the table, turns pages absently. You might find yourself having a rough ride, he says. How so? She asks. Miles Pybus looks steadily at her, fingers on the stem of his glass, turning it thoughtfully. You will almost certainly be perceived as an authority figure, he says. That is to say, one of them rather than us. But it is more complex than that. Are you familiar with the theories of group dynamics? Only through what I've read and the odd part in a psychodrama as a student, says Saffron. I've no experience of organized group work in the therapeutic sense. There is of necessity a considerable release of distress, Miles Pybus tells her. Group members tend to turn this on one another, and as part of the establishment you may well find yourself the butt of their anger, by the process which Freud outlined. Are you au fait with the principle of transference? I understand by it the application of powerful emotions onto the therapist, she says. Broadly, yes. He turns the glass gently in his fingers. In group work, this can often attach to another member. So we might find, for instance, a young person directing their anger at an older woman in the group, who they have placed in the role of a mother, with whom they had a difficult relationship. I believe that this is one reason why group therapy can work so well. Members may discover a substitute for many significant relationships from their past. Are you trying to put me off, Doctor? Saffron asks. He smiles and crosses to the table. Not in the slightest, Saffron. He lays a reassuring hand on her shoulder. I merely wish you to be clear about what you would be taking on. If you have areas of shadow in your life, you may find it harder than you think to keep them to yourself. On the contrary, you may derive great relief from the uncovering of them. If you're still keen, we'll have a word with Mr. Stone for his approval. Now, let's have a look at these books. You can select one or two, take them away to read, and if you'd like to come up again sometime, we can discuss them and address any questions which your reading raises. Chapter 26. In the ward's tiny kitchen, Arthur Headley drops tea bags into a pot. No, no, no. Anthony Paul pushes by, grips the pot by its brown handle and spout, and upturns it. Limp, perforated sachets fall in a puddle on the worktop. Always warm the pot first, Arthur. I would have thought that was obvious to the meanest intelligence. He tips in hot water from the kettle. Thanks, says Arthur quietly. I propose a toast. Mike Kisby bounces between the doorposts like a pinball. Headley, eh? He exclaims in greeting. Arthur stares at the tea bags in their puddle. A may stand for Arthur, says Mike, breaking into a waltz with an unseen partner, but it won't necessarily get elected. He drops a slice of bread into the electric toaster as Saffron Cox's cheerful face appears at the door. A reminder, gentlemen, she says. Dr. Pybus will be here in 5 minutes. With you in 10, warbles Mike. It is the moment long awaited, the first session of the psychotherapeutic group. In the day room, Saffron hauls 8 chairs into a rough circle as Harriet wanders in, followed by Ruby. An alarm shrieks, beating at the hush, and a commotion of shouts takes it on. Oh, Mike, Saffron sighs. Have a seat, ladies, back in a moment. On the wall outside the kitchen, a smoke alarm lets off an hysterical yip, 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 and Mike Kisby stands below it, flapping a towel with one hand, the other balled into a shaking fist. My damn toast, he shouts to louvered plastic. Mine. Who do you think you are, telling me how it should be done? Steady, Mike, calls Saffron. If I want it albino or summer holiday tan, it's none of your business, he shouts. If I want it black as the ace of spades, that's how I'll have it. When Saffron lays a hand on his arm, he lowers the towel, bows to her, shakes his fist once more, and bobs back into the kitchen. Meeting any minute, Mike, Saffron calls against the alarm's din. She sees Arthur stranded at the worktop and takes his hand. Do you want a cup of tea? She asks gently. No thanks, he says. The shrieking alarm stills, and Saffron ushers Arthur to the day room, where he stands like an unwilling child, shuffling his feet. She pats the back of an empty chair, sits next to it, and smiles reassuringly. Arthur perches on the edge, hands in his lap, fingers knotted like rope. You're not on trial, Arthur, Saffron says lightly. If you just want to listen, that's perfectly fine. Where does the doctor sit? Ruby asks, suspicious eyes on empty chairs. Doesn't matter, says Mike Kisby from the door. I think it's there, says Ruby, pointing to a seat with a slightly higher back. She sits uncertainly opposite. Hattie puts herself 2 chairs away. But it's not there, says Mike, because that's where I'll be sitting. He drops heavily into the high-back chair. A puff of dust climbs through sunlight shafts. Carbonically challenged bread, he says, displaying a blackened curl of toast. They move uneasily. When I was small, Mike tells them, I used to eat the charcoal biscuits that Mum got for the dog. He sinks his teeth into the toast. Much the same taste. With his spare hand he pulls off a shoe and scratches his foot. Put it away, Kisby. We don't want your smelly feet, says Harriet. Anthony and the doctor enter together. Yes, I think that is sometimes the case, Dr. Pybus is saying. They take 2 of the 3 remaining chairs. Good morning, one and all, and welcome to the group, the doctor greets them cordially. He rests a notebook and pen on his knee and scans expectant faces. We're missing just one, are we? He says. Tim, Saffron says. Shall I remind him? We'll give him a few minutes, says the doctor. He'll be putting grease on his hair, Anthony tells them. You could baste an ox with it. Make a note, Doc. Mike Kisby batters chair cushions into shape. Bidwell tea, timekeeping, could do better. He mimes an inscription on charred toast as the group turns to a slight figure at the door. What? Says Tim Bidwell. Little black book, son. Mike hitches a thumb towards the doctor. You're in it. Come and sit down, Tim, says Miles, his voice warm and welcoming. We haven't started yet. Good. Now I've spoken to you all individually, so I'll simply remind you that the form of these discussions is entirely up to you, the group members. I think we should also be clear that nothing talked about here goes beyond these walls. That is the only rule. The mutual respect for privacy over any information shared. As I have mentioned, you should look upon the nurse, Saffron, not as an observer, but as a full member of the group. Heads turn. She clears her throat and smiles. During these sessions, it is important that you try not to let self-censorship intervene, but say anything that comes into your head. Dr. Pybus glances around. We need to move beyond our usual inhibitions and voice spontaneous ideas. Tim plunges hands into pockets and hunches his shoulders. We all have within us clues to those aspects of thought patterns which are at the root of our difficulty, the doctor continues. If you think of something to say but feel that you cannot, at least try to be aware of this. Acknowledge the idea to yourself, whether or not it seems relevant, and in time you may be able to raise it. Dreams? Asks Mike Kisby, tugging at a shirt cuff. I believe you have done group work in the past, Mike, says the doctor. Yes, the information pertaining to our distress is filed at subconscious level, and often emerges in cryptic form within dreams. So please bring these to the group, however obscure they may seem. You may find it useful to keep a notebook and pen beside the bed. Okay, that's all. Over to you. The group sits poised, an orchestra watching its conductor. The doctor is relaxed, gazing into the middle distance as coughs and shuffles disturb the circle. Harriet fiddles with her cigarette lighter. Mike Kisby springs from his chair and, prancing to the windowsill, scoops up a vase of flowers to place it with a flourish at the centre of a low table. So we don't have to look at each other, he says. What do we talk about? Asks Ruby. Daffodils, anything, says Kisby, throwing his arms wide. Saffron and Miles lean back on either side. Hattie giggles. Are you running this group now? Grumbles Ruby. I was asking the doctor. Tea towels in the kitchen get cut because people dry knives from the front, says Anthony. The front of knives? Whatever are you on about? Harriet pulls a cigarette pack from her pocket. I thought we were supposed to talk about our problems, says Ruby. Didn't you hear what your psychiatrist said? Asks Anthony. There is no supposed to. We can talk about what we like. Might be the same thing, says Mike, rearranging flowers in the vase. What might? asks Ruby. Knives and problems, Mike tells her. Have you noticed that the kitchen knives are all blunt as old Harry? There's a reason for that. Hattie pulls sleeves over her wrists and hugs herself. I think the tea towels get damaged in the laundry. Ruby smooths her skirt over her knees. Do our towels get washed in the laundry, Nurse Cox? Why not ask Dr. Pye? Challenges Hattie. You're only asking the nurse because she fits your stereotype. Laundry, bandages and washing up. If it was drains or wheel changing, you'd be asking the doctor. Dr. Pye brings us full circle. That's why he's here, says Mike. We just sit here with Mr. Kisby talking nonsense, says Ruby. How can that help anyone? Your raising the subject is exactly the giving voice to which I was referring, Ruby, says the doctor. You've displayed your impatience with what you see as pointless chatter. Now, I know that it is a tradition that psychiatrists answer a question by asking another, or respond in that manner which has become a caricature of the psychiatrist's art, repeating your last sentence. But in this case, I'll make an exception and say what is supposed to happen is exactly what is happening, Ruby. The important thing is that the group moves at a speed and in a direction to suit itself. Not much direction, says Mike Kisby, and any speed is probably in Tim's bloodstream. Can't we gag him, Doctor? Says Hattie, and puts a hand across her mouth. Now, don't get shirty, Hattie Vesty, says Mike, with a grin distributed to all sides. You seem to have a problem with men. Did your dad interfere with you? No, she turns angrily to Anthony. Methinks the lady doth protest too much, he comments. If anyone has a problem, blazes Hattie, pushing a hand through red hair, it's you blokes, so full of yourselves. Perhaps it's not obvious to us all, says Saffron gently. Well, it wouldn't be to a pretty little flower, Hattie snaps. Men all round her like bees with their proboscises hanging out. You shouldn't be rude to the nurse, Ruby chides her. Why not? Hattie leans across Tim, who sits silently, hunched in his chair. I bet little Nurse Cox has hang-ups. Of course I do. But not like everyone else, says Saffron. Isn't that the point? Our problems are specific to us. I'd like to know about Nurse Cox's hang-ups, says Mike, rubbing his hands. Well, I wouldn't, Ruby says. She's not here for treatment. We are. Isn't that right, Doctor? Within the group, Ruby, says the doctor gently, we try to move away from the idea of treatment in the sense of something which someone does to you. More like something we do to ourselves, says Mike Kisby. Miles Pybus nods gently. Like suicide, offers Anthony, crossing long legs. That's a horrible thing to say, Mr. Paul. The hands in Ruby's lap are never still. And it was especially unkind to Harriet. You should look for the beam in your own eye. Are we judging one another on character today, he asks, or on our ability to provide an apt biblical quote? We don't have to like everyone, Saffron says. We can just learn to get along with them. My mum hates my dad, Tim mutters. Everyone hates the person they live with at times, says Mike. Do you live with anyone, Doc? Miles inclines his head in gentle affirmation, or perhaps in acknowledgment of the question. I didn't hate my wife, says Arthur quietly. Heads turn. But did she hate you, Arthur? Hattie asks. I'm never getting married. Oh, I like being married, Mike says. It has compensations. Regular. He pauses, looking around, and concludes with a grin. Meals. My stepmother was a cow, says Hattie. And you were a healthy child, Never wanting for fresh milk, chips in Mike. My brother's brats are as close as I want to get to fatherhood, thank you, says Anthony. Noisy, sticky things. You'd think that people would have learned by now. Tim Bidwell pulls a game from his pocket and thumbs buttons. We do ask, says the doctor gently, that those attending apply themselves to the group for this hour, Tim. The lad pulls a disgruntled face and puts the device back in his pocket. I'll be a grandma by the end of the year, Ruby says. Ruby! How exciting, says Saffron. Congratulations. So as one parent stumbles from the wheel, Anthony says tiredly, the next generation takes its place and discovers that the circle of life is a treadmill with no purpose beyond its own circularity. It's not for mankind to question the purpose of life, Ruby admonishes. Well, too bad, Ruby. I do question it. So what are you and your precious God going to do about that? Jesus has been a great support to me in my troubles, she counters. Him the shepherd, you the sheep, says Anthony. Tim Bidwell jumps from his chair. Fuck this, he mutters, and runs for the door. The group falls silent. Dr. Pybus, who has followed each speaker with quiet interest, glances towards Saffron. She gets up and follows Tim. There you go, Anthony, says Hattie. We haven't been here 20 minutes, and already you're upsetting people. I think it's unfair of you to lay Tim's difficulty at my door, Anthony complains. He's okay, says Saffron, resuming her seat a few moments later. Reg has gone to talk to him. Does anyone have an idea what might have upset Tim? Asks the doctor. People bitching, says Hattie. I don't really believe in good and evil, Mike Kisby tells the flowers. I mean, what's good one day might be evil the next. You've lost us as usual, Kisby, says Anthony, pinching his nose. Well, take the burning of witches. Mike turns a bloom in his fingers. People who did that were seen as good in their time. Not by the witches, says Hattie. But for most people they provided a vital service, rooting out the agents of Satan, says Mike. People talking to beings invisible to the rest of us, or those who fell to the ground writhing and jerking. Distressingly abnormal behaviour. They were clearly possessed. Now we know they were suffering from schizophrenia or epilepsy, and treating them like that today would be abusing the mentally ill or the sick, so who's evil now? It's got nothing to do with good and evil, says Anthony. It's rank ignorance. I think that Mike is suggesting we may still have a degree of ignorance, says Saffron, because there are things we still don't understand. People have always made up stories to explain the things that puzzle them, and then use them to place the blame. A man ate an apple because his woman gave it to him. She picked it because a serpent told her to. The Adam and Eve story is nothing more than religion preaching the evils of sex, says Anthony. Obviously written by men who think about sex all the time, Hattie says. Mike pats his stomach. Sometimes I think about food, he says. Anyway, men are bound to think about sex more often than women, observes Anthony. That's simple physics. You don't bring a door to a key. There's no call for dirty talk. Ruby looks at the doctor. How's that dirty? Queries Hattie. You know as well as I do what Mr. Paul is talking about, Ruby says. We're adults, Hattie exclaims. We can talk about anything we like. I know what you mean, Ruby, says Saffron. There's a time and a place for everything. She looks around for support. We say hand, foot, and leg, Hattie challenges. No one bats an eyelid. Right, says Mike with a grin at Hattie. We don't give 'em the elbow. Or 2 fingers, Hattie exclaims. No, we give 'em the thumbs up. Mike and Hattie exchange wild grins at their repartee. I'm not staying if people are just going to be rude, Ruby says. Miles Pybus stirs in his seat. Maybe we have simply uncovered a difference in upbringing, he suggests. Mike and Hattie are playing word games. Perhaps they were raised by parents who shared a love of the vagaries of language. Tim was first to crack. Ruby will be next, predicts Anthony. Mike picks a newspaper from the floor. Caw, look at this! Property pages for sale, former mental hospital. May contain nut traces. For God's sake, Mike, exclaims Hattie. Don't you take anything seriously? You shouldn't take the Lord's name in vain, Ruby says. And you can leave it right out with that, Hattie snaps. I had a gutful of God crap at home. Perhaps it's important to Ruby, says Saffron. Most of us have things that support us in adversity. They don't have to make sense to anyone else. Oh, please, Nursey, says Anthony. Spare us your little platitudes. Chapter 27. Saffron, come in. Miles Pybus holds wide the door to his flat. Did you find the book interesting? Challenging, she says, laying it on the table. You can select something else tonight, he says. Tell me, how are you finding the group sessions? Emotionally overwhelming at times, Saffron admits. I wasn't the only one to feel that, was I? Tim told us it was worse than listening to his mum nagging when his dad got home from the pub. Something reminds me that I became a nurse to alleviate suffering. Seeing people distressed and in tears, doesn't it seem, a betrayal? I don't subscribe to the cruel to be kind rationale, but often there is no way but back to those very things that we are trying to avoid, Miles says. Only by coming close to the edge can we discover what is beyond it, and that is the precise area of subconscious thought with which we are dealing. But sometimes it all seems so negative, she says. It is quite usual for people to be self-centred during the first sessions, he says. Often it can seem no more than a catalogue of ills and petty argument. But in time people will become more constructive, both in what they divulge and the responses that they make. In physical nursing we don't have to probe the wound, Saffron observes. Is not surgery a probing of the wound? Says Miles with a smile. It's not always easy to see our own weak spots, is it? Saffron says. We stand so close to them. Sometimes it only takes a word from someone to break through our good humour. Hattie has a sharp little tongue, observes the doctor. Oh, I don't pay any attention to that, says Saffron. But I wonder that people with such a different outlook can find any common ground at all. And yet the basis of our humanity and our psyche is shared, says Miles. We all suffer repression, fears and conflicts. Many of us find acceptable outlets for them. Will you have wine, Saffron? I don't want to be accused of leading you astray, she twinkles. Aren't you on call? I think I can metabolize a glass or two without unduly affecting my performance, Miles says. He pauses at the kitchen door. Thank you for your concern. Saffron watches as he pours from a napkin-wrapped bottle. I see real distress, she says, and that's what we have to address, not vague ideas about cause and alienation. Even the likes of Mike Kisby. Imagine the isolation of his state, for all his wild joviality. You are wise beyond your years, Nurse Cox. He passes her a glass, pausing a moment before he releases it to her. Saffron suppresses a giggle. That little trick with the napkin, she says. I thought that they did that in restaurants so you couldn't see the label. But here, he says with a smile, I do it so that I cannot be accused of wine snobbery. Good health. Mental and physical, counters Saffron. Away with repression and the convolutions of the psyche. Talking of Mad Mike, he gave us a wonderful demonstration of projection a few weeks ago, shouting down the smoke alarm for interfering with his toast-making. We direct our anger at inanimate objects with such readiness, says Miles. And without apparent embarrassment, she counters. A man kicking his car because it won't start is unlikely to be sectioned under the Mental Health Act. I believe that projection is in many ways an adjunct to or an extension of our superstitious beliefs, says Miles. As psychologists will tell you, small children pass through a phase of believing that everything happens for a reason and by some sentient agency. In later life, a cup falls from a table because we put it too close to the edge or catch it with our elbow, and we blame our bad luck or curse the object, when in reality it is a matter of simple physics. We invent gods and devils and lucky stars and angels working for or against us, and in our mind they all have a vaguely human form. Manufacturers pander to it, don't they? Saffron says. The fronts of motor cars with eyes and mouths, and the symmetry and scale of a face. Sometimes they're more obvious than that, laughs Miles. Take those vacuum cleaners with jolly smiles. Or the children's picture books, where the houses have eyebrow windows and front door mouths, says Saffron. As a child I used to love the little faces on the end of coconut shells, the eyes and choir boy mouths. They always looked so surprised. We respond to aspects of the self better than anything else, Miles agrees. Man created God in his own image, says Saffron with a smile. Now be careful to whom you express such blasphemous notions, Miles warns her. But of course you're right, we love those things which reinforce our ideas about ourselves. We strive to create a world which is more amenable to us, more like us, and that which we create within ourselves we must reinforce without. I'm reminded of an incident when I was training. We treated a patient with hypomania who had a fixation about time. Clock time, he said, was irrelevant and distressing to the patients. The kitchens brought their heated trolleys round at breakfast, lunch and tea, staff arriving for shift changeovers, doctors on their rounds, all were running to their own time. One night, every ward in the unit lost its wall clock. It wasn't until the following August that a farmer harvesting wheat in nearby fields discovered a wicker basket marked Hospital Laundry, full to the brim with clocks. Chapter 28. Is there really a God? Mike Kisby grips the arms of his chair and bounces up and down, looking around the group. To prove it, one way or another, I thought I'd put myself in mortal danger. I've never done anything really bad in my life, so if God existed, he ought to save me. And if I died, at least I'd know I was right to be sceptical. And you thought I was mad? Hattie exclaims. I tested my theory one night a couple of weeks ago, Mike says. Raining fit to float Noah. About 5 degrees above freezing, I stood on the flower bed, wearing nothing but a pair of pyjama trousers. I don't remember this little escapade, Saffron puzzles. Did the staff know about it? Mike shakes his head. I'd been there an hour or more, just walking up and down a bit. Past shivering. Hypothermia, probably. I didn't expect God to come himself, of course, not like he would for someone churchy, a pope or a bishop. For an ordinary madman, I thought he'd probably just send a messenger, a gopher. It was about midnight, pitch black, except for the light from behind the ward curtains, when I saw this figure floating across the lawn towards me. A silhouette with a shimmering halo. I fell to my knees in the mud and held out my hands. Thank you, thank you. I was scared, but I was happy too. The angel helped me to my feet and walked me back through the rain. No one saw us. It put me under the shower and turned the water on, cool, and then warm and hot. And he brought me a towel and some dry clothes. You really are crazy, Kisby. Hattie is wide-eyed at the edge of her seat. With a halo, says Ruby in awe. Mike glances across the circle. I had no hat, Arthur says quietly, looking apologetically at Ruby. All I could find to keep the rain off was a bit of bubble wrap. They sit absorbing his story until Anthony breaks the silence. God, he says, is as real as any Bigfoot or Loch Ness monster. I myself subscribe to the common magic of not stepping on the cracks between paving stones. That's just superstition, says Ruby. And how are your religious mumblings, repeated weekly, any different from throwing a pinch of salt over the shoulder, touching wood when you tell someone you've never broken a bone, or not walking under ladders? Simple prudence in your last example, says Mike. The window cleaner might drop his bucket on your head. The nurse is right, though. We all clutch at our personal straws. Sometimes a silver necklace with a love heart might be the only thing keeping us afloat. Hattie's hand flies to her neck. You mind your own business, Kisby. I'm not shoving my stuff down anyone else's throat. I used to do that, Mike says. Shoving things down people's throats. He looks left and right at blank faces. You know, maintaining their airways. Perhaps people don't know, says the doctor, that you are a paramedic. Oh, yes, Mike confirms. I'm only a maniac in my spare time. He rests the back of his hand on the crown of his head, opening and closing his fingers in the mime of a flashing light. Nino, Nino. Why are you making a noise like a donkey? Hattie asks, and Mike rewards her with a huge plastic grin. What a morbid calling, says Anthony. Sitting about waiting for people to maim themselves. There's some of that, Mike agrees. But people ask your advice too. A neighbour's wife walked into their ironing board and broke her toe. You can go and sit for hours in casualty, I told them, but we don't normally set a simple toe fracture. Recommended treatment is to strap it to the next toe for support. Later that day I asked how she was getting on. She keeps falling over, he told me. So I asked which toe was broken. He said it was her big toe. Ah, I told him, then it's probably best if you strap it to the next toe on the same foot. "Kisby, you nutter," yells Hattie. "You're such a boy. You'll probably never get old, just burn out." I wonder if we might pause here and consider one or two points, says the doctor, laying aside his pen. I want to touch on the subject of the anecdotal because some people, psychiatrists and laymen, maintain that there is no value in reminiscence. If we dig into our past, we do no more than re-energize it. Of course, dwelling on our happy past can be cathartic, bringing relief in the short term, but we must then move on. To break the causal chains of our distress, we need to look at their effect in the present day. It is through our current thought and behaviour that we can exert the greatest leverage. "Mike's anecdotes are funny," Hattie says. "They do amuse us, but are they helpful to Mike?" says Saffron. "I've noticed how often you drop into a funny story when things get emotional, Mike. Wasn't that last one just your way of apologising to Hattie when you realised you'd upset her? I think you often draw back from such moments." "Your necklace is obviously precious to you, Hattie," says the doctor. "Is that something you'd like to share with the group?" Hattie covers it with her hand and looks belligerently around. "It's just a bloody necklace." "And yet, small things can sometimes have the greatest significance," says the doctor. "A secret door to the real us." "Well, if you must know, a friend gave it to me," says Hattie. "What was your friend's name?" asks the doctor gently. "Janet," Hattie says shortly. "She's dead." Chapter 29. "It is interesting," says Miles from his habitual seat, one arm along the back of the sofa, "how tricky subjects are often punctuated by more comfortable social exchanges." "Like coming up for air," Saffron suggests. "That is well put," he says. "It's almost as if people can no longer withstand the pressure of the subject. They take a breather for a few minutes, surprised to find that they have survived, perhaps even gained something from the experience. Some people say that psychotherapy encourages self-obsession, but I think that's to be dishonest about ourselves," says Saffron. "We are self-obsessed, aren't we? That's the nature of our individuality." "There is some truth in that," says Miles. "It's often a matter of how far outside ourselves we are able to exist. In that respect we are a little like astronauts, finding ourselves in a place devoid of those things which are essential to our survival. An element of self-sufficiency is necessary to maintain connection with the self. This is our dilemma. You might say that good mental health requires a state of being somewhere between hiding within the self and severing ourselves from it." Saffron leans back on the table and nods gently. "The group has had some interesting exchanges on the vexed question of gods," she says. "It seems to me that non-believers are in the majority." Are you suggesting, Saffron, that the existence of God might be decided on a vote? Miles asks. She laughs. What does psychiatry have to say on the subject, Doctor? Perhaps religion is more in the realm of psychologists, says Miles with a smile. Where do you stand? Am I allowed to reserve judgment? Saffron asks. Of course. Miles rises from the sofa, places his glass on the table, and changes a compact disc in the player. Are you fond of Bach? This is his Mass in B minor. Inspired by religious belief, says Saffron. I know it a bit. I can't feel complete antipathy towards the notion of a God when I hear something like this. Are your parents believers? I assume they are still alive. Oh yes, very much alive. Do they believe? She shrugs, smoothing a slim hand over her hip. Like they believe in keeping an extinguisher in the hall, I suppose. They don't expect the house to catch fire, but it's comforting to check occasionally that the pressure gauge is in the green. Perhaps adults have gods for comfort like babies have dummies. Something to suck on when things are going wrong. You have a questing mind, Saffron. You explore. I like that. Miles sinks back onto the sofa, apparently at ease with her choice to stand. Tell me about your childhood, Saffron. I imagine that your parents have a degree of imagination to have named you so. Miles drops his head to a shoulder and watches her quietly. Saffron, leaning back on the table, grips her wine-glass and raises it to her cheek. It's just your name, isn't it? She says. When you're a kid, I mean. My dad's idea, I think. My parents seem very ordinary people. Dad manages a company which distributes hydraulic components. And do you see them often? He asks. Oh, I visit every month or two, and we have superficial conversations. I guess I know as much about their lives as they know of mine, Saffron says. Dad is very involved with his job. My mum's rather rigid in her thinking, on a low dose of something or other. For her nerves, she would tell you. I was amazed to discover that she makes no connection between her anxiety and the job that I do. What did she say? Oh, that's quite a separate issue. Sometimes, Miles says gently, we have to accept that we are not the right person to help. I suppose so. I snorted or something equally expressive, Saffron says. I look at myself and wonder if my wild thrashing to stay afloat is as obvious to other mental health professionals. She raises the glass, now half empty. Golly, this is a lovely wine, but they ought to print a warning on the bottle. Side effects include abreaction. Miles nods gently. You're right, he says. We can be so close to the problem that we are an element of it. I had such an experience with my own father before he died. It was his habit to drop into conversation a reference to some small misdemeanour of childhood. At first I ignored him, but these allusions only grew more persistent, more mordant. How silly, says Saffron. That he should hold you to blame so long afterwards, I mean. One day I asked why he felt the need to make such comments, Miles tells her. Oh, you're not dwelling on your youthful errors after all these years, are you? He said. And I told him what puzzled me was that he should raise these points at all. And I wondered if he had a need to belittle me. and asked if he felt my profession a threat. He laughed, as if the idea of my being any kind of threat was ridiculous. "Don't dwell on these things, my boy," he said. "They aren't important." I was angry, because he was denying me the use of tools which I had studied for years to gain. I told him that I would continue to visit him on condition that we could discuss these past events as equals, and he replied that he was not prepared to have me unilaterally set conditions on our meeting. I believe that a child is woven into its parents' conflicts as inextricably as any thread running through a piece of fabric. Chapter 30. The doctor was boring holes in my skull. Powdered bone fell in my eyes, and I clamped them shut. People round the bed asked me questions, but I dare not answer, fearful that the dust would go into my mouth. I tried to get up, but I was lashed to the mattress. "An interesting dream, Anthony," says the doctor. "Does anyone have any ideas about its significance?" "I have," Hattie squeals. "Chained to the bed with a dock on top? Wowee!" "You really are a vulgar young woman," says Ruby. "And you really are a silly old cow," Hattie responds. "There, that's got that off our chests." Arthur clears his throat. I think it's just about Anthony being fearful of us finding out what he's thinking," he says. "Dr. Pybus boring holes to let us all see what's inside." "Bang on, Arthur," says Anthony drearily. "Exactly what I had in mind when I made it up." The group shuffles uncomfortably, with glances towards the doctor. "You being clever like that might give us clues to what's in your head anyway," says Saffron, "though you seem generally fearful of sharing it. All you've given us so far is a massive smoke screen." "That reminds me of a friend in the fire service," chimes Mike. "Their base was next door to the ambulance station where I worked, and Clive got off shift at the same time as me one Sunday morning. We called at a local car boot sale on our way home. Clive was looking at an old saucepan when the bloke behind the stall picked up a big one with a wire basket and waved it under his nose. 'Deep fat fryer, only a fiver,' the man said. 'No thanks,' Clive told him. 'I've just put one out.'" "Nice one, Mike," Hattie claps her hands. "Old smoker's joke." "Sometimes we hide from things because they're too distressing to talk about," says Arthur. "Well, that rather goes against the object of the exercise here, though," offers Mike. "You're a great support to everyone, Arthur," says Saffron, helping Mike when he went gardening in the night. "Sometimes it seems you care for everyone but yourself." "Yeah," Hattie agrees. "You take a lot on yourself, Arthur. Charity work, running your workmates here and there. You have to let some stuff go." "It's painful to see people getting in a muddle and do nothing to help," Arthur says. "My friend Margaret is the same, taking responsibility for her husband's behaviour when he gets drunk and upsets people at parties." "Is that the one who comes to visit you, Arthur?" asks Mike. "The apple lady?" "You're a kind man, Arthur," says Saffron. "It is difficult, when you're thoughtful for others, to turn a blind eye. But you can't look after the whole world, can you?" "I've always taken my responsibilities to heart," Arthur says quietly. "Right from the time I left school." Debbie works on the assembly bench opposite. Long dark hair piled like a thundercloud on the crown of her head. She is 16, Arthur's age, and he is in awe of her confidence. At lunchtime he gave Debbie his apple. She rolled it between her palms, looking at him with a quizzical satisfaction, until Arthur went back early to his bench to appease Mr. Turner. He gave Debbie the apple because she saved his skin. "Third time late this month, Headley," says the foreman. "You've been warned before. Cards on Friday. And don't waste your breath," he said angrily, when Arthur protested. Debbie stood up, her eyes darkened in shadow. "I think Artie's learned his lesson," she said. "Do you really want to lose 2 of your best workers, Mr. Turner?" The foreman, hands on hips, narrowed his eyes and made a pensive pig snout. "Are you threatening me, Miss D?" "That's for you to say, sir," she said evenly. "This'll be your last chance, mind." He gave Arthur a clip round the ear. "Get yourself an alarm clock." With a wink at Debbie, he swaggered back to the office. "I had to get my little sister ready for school," Arthur said. "Mum's not too well at the moment." "Take no notice of the dirty old sod," Debbie said. She came to his bench that evening after work. "Do you want to walk back by the boating pond, Artie? It's pretty up there with the leaves changing colour and all." She put her foot on his stool to tie a lace. "I should go straight home." Arthur pulled on his coat. "I have to get my brother and sister their tea." "It's almost on your way," Debbie encouraged. "Another evening," he promised. "See you tomorrow." Arthur rests a hand on the gate latch at home and looks up at wooden roof shingles curled like stale crusts. The garden lawn is October dry, poplars along the nearby field flecked with gold. Indoors his brother sits at the kitchen table, beside a fan of papers. "What's this stuff, Charlie?" "Some bloke left it. This doesn't work, Artie," he complains, holding a clear plastic bottle with a tiny figure floating inside. "Top it up brimful and put the lid back tight," Arthur tells him. "Water won't compress, so when you squeeze the bottle it compresses the air inside the diver instead." Charlie goes to the tap. "Where is everybody?" Arthur asks. "Lindsay's over Claire's. Mum's in bed," says his brother. Arthur pulls off his boots and calls up the stairs. "Home, Mum? Kettle's on?" A faint groan returns. "Wow! Brilliant!" Charlie's knuckles turn white around the bottle, and the diver plummets to priceless sunken treasure. As Arthur makes tea, their mother shuffles in, wearing her sleep around the bruises of eye sockets. Arthur pulls a chair from the table, and she slumps into it. "What's Armour Coat 55? He turns leaflets on the table. "For the house," she whispers into her tea, lips puffing vapour on its surface. "I hope these people haven't been bothering you." "Bloke with an enormous arse," says his brother. "Charlie," their mother admonishes automatically. "You shouldn't let these people in, Mum," says Arthur. "Just say no thanks and close the door." "Coming next week," says Charlie. "Who is?" Arthur asks. "Bloke with the enormous arse, probably," Charlie says, glancing at his mother. "Oh, Mum, I hope you haven't let them think you're interested in this stuff," says Arthur. "To put it on," Charlie blurts. It has a 10-year guarantee, she tells her cup. The man said it will look like new. But there's nothing wrong with the walls. It's the roof that leaks. Arthur shuffles papers hopelessly. We could get back double the cost with the value it adds to the house, she says. We aren't selling the house, he says in exasperation. If we did, says his mother. How much is it? Arthur asks. Instalments. We can afford instalments, she says. We can hardly meet the house payment on my wages, Mum. He gathers the papers and throws them in a pile. The woman covers her face. I'm sorry, Mum, but I almost got the sack this morning, he says. Don't get upset. I'll try and get some work at weekends. We'll think of something. Please don't. He puts an arm around her shoulders. You're a good boy, Artie, she sobs. But I do miss your dad. I do miss him so much. Your dad died, Arthur? Saffron asks. Just after I left school, he says. Did you get a job? Hattie wonders. You know, to pay for the wall stuff. After a couple of winters it started peeling off again, he tells them. I phoned the number on the guarantee. The firm was bankrupt. Don't tell me, Anthony says tiredly. And they were trading under a new name. Does it all go back to childhood, Doctor? Asks Ruby. An influential period, he says. Much of our thinking is set up there. Are you aware of the effect on you of those early responsibilities, Arthur? There was nobody else, Arthur says. Ruby folds seamed hands and looks to the doctor. How can it help to talk about sad things that happen to us, she says. It comes to my notice that two of us will not be thinking it a waste of time, Anthony says. Those who are getting paid to sit here. He looks pointedly at Saffron, who glances at the doctor, sitting implacably opposite. She attends whether or not her shifts coincide with the group sessions. Hattie flicks her lighter, adjusting the flame high and low. I'd have sorted out my problems, she says, if people hadn't interfered. Is that a feeling held generally by the group? Asks Miles, looking around. That we're here not so much because of our problems, but because of people's response to them. Absolutely, says Mike with a grin. Murderers only end up in prison because people won't leave them alone. I'm here because of what I did to myself, says Hattie. I never interfered with anyone else's life. Well, you should think of the effect of your behaviour on other people too, sniffs Ruby. Hattie looks belligerently at her. You're as bad as the step. What are you going to do when you can't sponge off us? She mimics. And what was the choice? A typist, a nurse, or a bloody baby factory for some slobbering bloke? No thanks. I think you'll find that childbearing is the natural function of a woman, Anthony tells her. In whose little world, mate? Hattie exclaims. I notice that you direct a certain amount of anger towards Anthony, Hattie. It might be helpful to explore the source of that, says Miles gently. He's a misogynistic arse, she says. How many more reasons do you want? He describes a world inhabited by imbeciles and women, implying that there's little to choose between. Yes, plenty of women work hard at home for no pay, Anthony, Saffron says. My mum did. Being a housewife isn't one long holiday, you know." "I weep for your mum, nurse," he says, "having to stack dishes in the washer." "I think you just put on an act," says Hattie, "a cynical shield to keep the world at arm's length." "Surely you have hopes, Anthony," says Saffron, "dreams." "Oh, sure," he replies. "I dream of a world free of the imbeciles which currently inhabit it." "And can you tell us where you see yourself in that general scheme?" asks the doctor mildly. Anthony looks him in the eye. "An incredulous observer," he says. Chapter 31. "Mum and Dad and I don't fall out," Saffron tells Miles when they meet that evening. "We fence. They have a funny marriage. I mean, I don't think they particularly love each other. It just seems convenient." "And do they have others?" Miles asks. "Sometimes a marriage continues only because the partners find emotional foils outside it." "Golly, are you asking if my dad has affairs?" "No." "Well, I don't think so." "I don't know. I've never thought about it. I assume that his business weekends were just that." Saffron clasps a hand over her mouth, while Miles looks on, letting her digest her thoughts. "I think I'd rather not know," she finishes. "Do you have siblings?" he asks. "Should I refuse to answer any more questions on the grounds that I may incriminate myself?" she says. The doctor only smiles. Saffron wonders if his quiet control ever breaks. "Siblings. No, I'm what a school friend once referred to as an only." She looks down the hollow of her glass. I remember being quite dismayed when she pointed out that almost all our classmates had brothers or sisters. Saffron leans over the table, touching and aligning books, a curtain of fine hair across her cheek. "I made surreptitious enquiries," she continues, "and found that there was just one other only child among my contemporaries, and she was the most hateful, bitchy girl in class. I tried to chat to her one day." Saffron darts Miles a look of puzzlement, seeking some kind of solidarity, I suppose. She looked suspicious, made a sharp personal observation, and walked away. I was shattered. Sometimes I wonder at how small encounters can stay with us for so long. Do you really think that acknowledging those decaying areas of memory and thought can bring long-term change, Miles? Somewhere an alarm shrills, muffled but insistent. "Perhaps in some instances short-term help is the best we can expect to offer," he says, reaching into his pocket. "Excuse me a moment." He disables the pager, uncoils himself from the settee and palms a phone from the wall. "Pybus? Yes? Denley? Give me 10 minutes." He returns the phone. Someone's had a bump, possibly needing a suture. He draws a deep breath as if recharging himself. "I didn't realize that was in your line," Saffron says. "Not primarily, of course, but I like to keep my hand in with a little minor surgery when the opportunity arises," he explains. "Sorry to break up the party. I've enjoyed our chat very much, Saffron. Do feel free to stay on. There's more wine in the fridge. Alternatively, you're welcome to assist me. Brush up on your theatre skills." "Oh, don't," she says. No, I think after 2 glasses on an empty stomach I'd better not. Then stay as long as you like. Miles collects a bag from the corner. If you're still here when I come back, I shall be delighted to continue our chat, he says. If not, drop the latch and close the door behind you, and we'll resume our conversation at a mutually convenient time. When Miles has left, Saffron finishes her wine and chooses a book at random. Into her mind sneaks the possibility of a knock at the door, and she wonders how she might explain her presence to Mrs. Pybus. In the kitchen she washes, wipes, and puts away their glasses. The bathroom door is ajar, and with a glance at the outer door she steps in. Ronnie the pig said you can tell a lot about people from a peep in their bathrooms. Those who take a functional view of life hang their toilet brush into the open front of the holder, with a hedgehog in full view. Those for whom appearances are more important will turn the opening to the rear so that the brush is hidden. As Saffron lowers the polished beach seat and pulls down her Wednesday knickers, the gift that Ronnie never witnessed in use, she smiles to herself. The brush in Miles' holder is fully enclosed within a tall tube. Chapter 32. Friday night. Saffron walks beneath the bright lights with a boy beside her. The first time she's had a proper date since Ronnie moved on 6 months ago. Say since he dumped you, and be done, she tells herself, and imagines her wounds healed. Saffron has taken to heart Gemma's hints about vacating the flat. The lad sat alone in the mid-morning staff restaurant as she collected coffee, glancing over her shoulder for an empty chair. "Hi, it's Dan, isn't it? Anyone sitting here?" She has seen him about the hospital, sweet-faced and shamefully shy. A Labrador puppy. "Danny Smith. No, go ahead." He nods at the chair and buries his face in the cup. "Saffron Cox," she says with a smile. "Topping ward." "I'm a porter," he tells her, without looking up. "Don't knock it, Danny," she says. "It's what keeps the wheels turning." "So, Friday and a weekend off at last. Have you got anything planned?" A girl in a stained pinafore collects rattling empties. "On this weekend," he says. "Telly tonight, I suppose." "On your own?" she laughs. "Give me an MYOB if you like." He glances up at her. "What?" "MYOB, it's what my dad says. Mind your own business," she explains. "Oh, right. I don't know if John's in. We share." He dredges his drink with a plastic spoon. "So take me to the cinema," Saffron says, and he looks up for her joke. "I'm not after a free night out." She smiles over the rim of her cup at a poor boy lost for words. "I'll pay my way. Say no if you like. I won't take offence." "It's just," he mumbles. "Stefan Asleep is getting good reviews," she says. "Have you seen it?" He looks again at his watch and pushes back his chair. "OK, I'll go if you like." "A date? That's great," says Saffron. "Bus stop on Coleridge Avenue. Meet you there 8ish for the 10 past bus." He is already halfway to the door. "OK," he calls back into the canteen percussion. As they leave the cinema, swept down broad steps by the throng, Saffron turns beneath a lamp and gives her companion a smile. He lowers his head, embarrassed to be discovered gazing at her. How different from Ronnie, who would have grabbed her and responded with a kiss, crowds or not. She did enjoy going out with Ronnie the pig. If only he had not been so desperately, so ravenously hungry for her. They walked towards the bus station in the centre of town. Saffron springs along in animation, eyes sparkling. "You can keep your petrochemical bonfires and mangled metal," she says. "I want to come out of the cinema believing that the possibilities are greater than I ever imagined. I want a film that gives me permission to feel sad, because it's a tough world, but to feel good about feeling sad, because the problems can be overcome. I want to walk down the street afterwards, knowing that this is the beginning of a wonderful new life. That's my kind of movie." She laughs. "Sorry, I'm talking too much. Fancy a drink? It's over 2 hours before the last bus." "OK," he nods. "Lily's will be open," says Saffron. The nightclub is packed, throbbing with light and sound. "Grab those seats. I'll get the drinks." Saffron insinuates herself between adjacent backs at the busy bar. Fancy that, she thinks. I'm going out with a lager drinker. "'Lo, darling, gives a kiss." A red, raw visage appears, watered-down eyes leering. Saffron looks coldly at him, turns her back, and waves a banknote above puddles on lacquered wood. The barman, his hand on a pump, acknowledges her with a micro nod. The watery-eyed drinker shoves at a shiny, jacketed back, and a disapproving face turns, sees what he is, and gives way. He touches the note in Saffron's hand. "Put that away. I'll get these ones." "I'm with someone." Saffron raises her voice above the music, and the man looks around. "Go on, let me buy you a drink." He sinks the remaining contents of his glass and waggles it above the bar. Saffron glances across, but Danny is looking the other way. "You don't want to go home alone, nice girl like you." His words run together, dissolved in alcohol. "Over here when you're ready, mate." He thuds his empty glass on the bar. Saffron presses herself against moulded wood and watches the barman open bottles of a multiple order, the note flying from her fingers like a flag. "Go on, be nice, hey?" His arm slithers around her shoulders, and she shrugs it off. "Hello, stranger. Everything okay?" says a voice at her back. He looks so different in casual jacket and knife-sharp blue trousers that it takes her a moment to recognise him. "Miles!" "I thought I sensed a damsel in distress," he says. The watery-eyed man appraises the newcomer and slides away, leaving behind a dirty look. "Just running the usual gauntlet while I wait to get served." "What a surprise!" She touches his arm. "Is this a regular haunt of yours?" A new dance track begins. "Sorry," he shouts, and the music breaks up their sentences. "Do you come here often?" she yells back, and fine creases laugh at the corner of his eyes. The black-haired barman takes her order. "You with anyone?" she asks. He shakes his head. "You?" "My date's over there," Saffron says. "Come and join us." At the table she gestures like a magician. "Miles Pybus, Danny Smith," and looks about for another chair. Don't worry, I'm fine. Miles leans against the wall, looking down on them. Have you been anywhere good? Gran met. Stefan asleep. Have you seen it? Saffron asks. Last week. Miles bends to her. Required viewing for people in our profession. She nods enthusiastically, sips her drink, smiles at the lad across the table, and touches her glass to his. What's your line? The doctor's question is trapped by a pumping beat. He's at the hospital too, says Saffron. Disco flash lights her face. Porter, Danny says. Dance? Saffron asks her date. On the floor she will tell him not to apologise with every word. Danny shrugs. I'm not doing all the work, Saffron thinks, and turns to Miles. A dance? Honoured. Okay with you, Danny? He says. The lad shrugs again. Watch the drinks for us. Saffron hangs her jacket on the chair. Miles touches her fingers and draws her like a magnet among thrashing limbs and whirling bodies, puppet jerking in the strobe lights through cables of smoke. Hey, you're pretty good, he shouts. More fun than Keep Fit, she responds. When they get back to the table, flushed and laughing, after 3 thumping tracks, Miles bows his head first to Saffron and then to Danny. That was fun, Saffron. And thanks for letting me dance with your date, Danny. The lad looks at his watch. Last bus, Saffron hears. They mime their goodbyes, and Miles helps her into her jacket. Hey, he yells, halting them. Either of you play badminton? I do a bit, says Saffron. Danny? Yeah, he nods. I've a court reserved for next Wednesday evening, says Miles. If you haven't got rackets, don't worry, I'll bring some you can borrow. 7:30 in the hall? Sure. Danny? Saffron queries. "'Kay," says the lad. Chapter 33. Gemma Rowe pokes among bottles on Saffron's dressing table. Where's that gorgeous, sexy scent gone? Erason, the one that Ronnie bought me. You used it, says Saffron. Did I finish it? Damn cheek of me, says Gemma. Tell you what, though, it works. What a night we had on Friday. Hope we didn't keep you awake Saturday morning. Incorrigible doesn't cover you, Gem, says Saffron. Takes a bit to cover me. Gemma stands tall, hands on hips. But he could do it. Anyway, enough of my conquest. What of yours, Saff? What's Danny like? She perches her broad bottom on the table edge and looks expectantly at her friend. In a word, late. We missed the bus and the first 10 minutes of the film. He's nice enough, I suppose, a bit lacking in self-confidence. Will I go out with him again if he asks me? Why not? Maybe he just takes some getting used to. Doesn't sound like a runaway success, says Gemma. And can he dance? I never found out. I thought you went to Lily's, Gemma puzzles. Oh, I danced, but not with him. You went in with Danny and danced with someone else? With Miles, yes. Dr. Miles? Gemma opens her eyes wide. Well, Dan didn't want to, says Saffron. Oh, I smell trouble, Saff. Gemma puffs scent onto her wrist, sniffs, and wipes it beneath her determined chin. Not as nice as that other one. Erason. I'll write it down for you. You can buy me a bottle, says Saffron with a smile. Gemma wags a finger. Naughty? Meanness doesn't become you. We're playing badminton tomorrow night, Saffron tells her. That's what this new outfit is for. I haven't had anything for games since I trained. I picked these up at number 1 Sports. What do you think? She ballet spins in a tight, short-sleeved top and brief pleated skirt. God, Saff, I thought you were in your underclothes. I hope you're not thinking of wearing that outfit in public. What's wrong with it? Saffron strikes a pose. It's a damned trawl net, says Gemma. Wander about in that, and all the men's imaginations will atrophy. Well, you don't want anything too moithering for action sports. Grief! What kind of action sport will that be? Sex Olympics? Anyway, I'll be wearing a support bra under the top. Saffron brushes fingers across the front. These won't be so obvious. You know your trouble, Saffron. The rhetoric in Gemma's voice is full strength. You scare men off. I do not. Because you look too damn good to be true. Chapter 34. The hall echoes with explosive breaths, the whistle of gut, the squeak and shriek of sports shoes on wood block. Saffron floats in by the main doors, a loose cardigan around her shoulders. Miles is on one of the courts, dressed in a perfect white sleeveless shirt and brief shorts. His arms and legs are bronzed and muscular, with the palest sheen of hair. He raises his racket to her and leans towards his opponent. The man in a green work suit glances towards Saffron, says something which makes Miles laugh, and walks to the far door. Hi, they greet each other. Just having a warm-up. Rick is working, really. Hey, what's this? Miles makes a sweeping gesture at her outfit. You said you played a bit. In that rig you're intimidating me already. He looks about. Where's your young man? He may be late, Saffron says. She feels out of her element. At the adjoining net, a couple are slugging it out noisily, grunting with each strike and howling at their bad shots. I can't play like that, she says. Husband and wife, Miles glances across. They have issues to settle. I would say a harmless sublimation. Does your wife play? Saffron closes fingers tight on her cardigan. Miles looks her in the eye. She's more the bookish kind, he says. Do you know Julie from the office? She's dropping by later, so we can play a foursome. Let's have a knockabout till they get here. Can I take that for you? Saffron reaches for the offered racket and relinquishes her cardigan. Carbon fibre, he says. See how you get on with it. A month or two ago, Saffron suggested a game with her flatmate, but Gemma rejected the offer as too healthy by half. Miles sends her a gentle lob, which she misses. I haven't played for ages. Bit rusty on the hand-eye coordination, she says. Give yourself time. Miles dives below the net to retrieve the shuttlecock. 20 minutes later they are sending shots fluidly back and forth, until Miles lets one go and gestures over Saffron's head. She looks round to see the boy leaning in the doorway in jeans and t-shirt. Hey, Danny! She bounds over, face flushed, eyes bright. Have a knock with Miles, let me take a breather. She hands him her racket and sits on a bench. Miles holds out his hand and Danny shakes it. Come on, entertain me, Saffron calls and claps her hands. They knock a few shots back and forth, and Miles walks over to Saffron, spinning his black racket. "Okay if we have a game?" he says. "Go ahead," she says. "I'm still out of puff." His forearm muscles stand out like cords. "May the best man win," calls Saffron. Miles throws up deceivingly gently and brings his arm sharply forward. The shuttle skims the net, hits Dan's racket like a bullet, and blooms away. He trots after it and taps it back. More certain contact with Miles' next serve returns it, but high. A leap brings the doctor into the net as his arm whistles forward, firing the shuttlecock directly at Dan's face. The boy pulls his head away and goes to collect the missile from the corner of the court, rubbing his ear. "Keep your eye on it," Miles advises, and moves easily into a series of searing drives and gentle lobs, which have Dan using his racket in defence, or lunging and chasing from corner to corner. When by good fortune he returns a shot, it comes slicing back into his body, or whistles out of reach. Only once does he beat Miles' service. "Good. Now press home your advantage," the doctor encourages. Dan's serve is full of power, but Miles returns it with ease. It catches Dan's racket frame with a dull crack and falls hopelessly short. "Come on, Danny," Saffron calls. The doctor smiles and smacks another unreachable service over the net. Dan stumbles into the shots, while Miles plays with vicious precision, his face set. He wins the second game with a gentle lob, tapped obliquely above the net, and settling like a bird close to the line. "Saffron, come and play," he calls, barely out of breath. Danny stalks off court and hands her the racket. "Gotta go," he says. "I'll see you." "Someone else is coming," she encourages him. "You know, Julie from the office. We can play doubles." The grunt and howl of the couple, still slugging it out on the other court, drown his reply. "Thanks for the game, Danny," Miles shouts. The lad raises a hand without turning and passes through the doors. "A rather unsportsmanlike loser, your young friend," says Miles. "You could have just won," Saffron admonishes. "You didn't have to defeat him." She sweetens her voice with a laugh. "If we don't stretch ourselves, we never build up skills," Miles says. "Come on, let's step up the pace a bit." "I'm not keen to face a barrage like that," Saffron says. "Oh, don't worry," he tells her. "I'll be gentle with you." Chapter 35. "Before we open our discussion today," says the doctor, as the group take their seats, "I would like to invite you, Arthur, assuming you're still happy to do so, to say a little more about what brought you to us." Arthur looks about at expectant faces. "As most of you know," he says, "my wife, my Elizabeth, left me. I came home one evening to find a note written on the back of an old receipt. 'Boy knows what I've endured. Keep in touch.' Elizabeth was always what you might call a forthright speaker. She used to upset people, though she never meant any harm. She wasn't always as diplomatic as she might have been. So the tone of her note didn't surprise me, though I couldn't think what I'd done to upset her. When Boy came home at the weekend, I showed him. It upset him terribly. "Why can't she tell you herself?" he said. "He's a gentle lad." It was unkind of Elizabeth to involve him. I think he knew she'd been seeing another man, but I didn't ask. "I think we can all understand," says the doctor, "how one might stumble under the weight of a life change like that." Nods and murmurs of agreement disturb the circle. "My colleague, my friend, Alex, saw that I was in trouble," says Arthur. "He put his hand on my shoulder one day and asked if everything was okay. 'Is everything okay?' he said, and I broke down in tears. I told him I'd lost my wife. He went to the manager and they sent me home. When I came back a week later, it was all round the factory that she was dead." "And you let them believe it?" says Mike Kisby. "I couldn't bear their pity, Mike. It was bad enough that she had gone, but to leave me for someone else, for another man." Arthur threw himself into his work at Diptech, filling his weekends doing small maintenance tasks for the charity, helping handymen. One weekend, while fitting a new tap, the woman client told him about her son, Baron, who had not worked since school. He was mixing with a bad crowd, she said, and she feared that he would soon be in trouble. Arthur spoke to his boss and secured the lad a place at Diptech. Seeing something of his own lack of confidence at that age, he kept the youngster under his wing until the boy was sent to work with the factory's maintenance man and electrician. On the lad's first day, Megson ran fingers suggestively up and down the nozzle of an oil can, and with an "ooh" of pleasure pressed the plunger, ejaculating oil over the captive boy's overalls. "Does it float or sink in the bath, Baron?" he leered. It was the first of a series of humiliations directed at one too reticent to respond, too fearful to report the incidents. Sent to work in the fettling shop, Baron looked in bewilderment when his power tool cut out, fiddling with its switch until he noticed the plug lying below a power socket. On a third occasion that the tool was disconnected and plugging back in did not restart the sander, he looked up to meet Megson's sneering face. "Needs one of these," said the electrician, holding up the fuse he had removed. "See Ganny." While the lad went to beard welders in their hellish den, the electrician smeared the arms of his safety glasses with grease. "I knew what was going on," Arthur told the group, "and I had a word with the man, and he said, 'So the little twerp came blubbing to you, did he?' 'He's just a lad,' I told him, 'and we have an opportunity to set him the good example he's never had.' 'Every factory has its stream of brats,' Megson told me. 'They're expendable. If they don't like it, they can leave. I don't know what you're doing here, Headley, but I'm not a damn nursemaid to oiks.' I told him if he continued to torment the boy, I would speak to Mr. Oldacre about the matter. 'Oh, now, I wouldn't advise that,' he said. 'We may find some serious torment coming your way. Something I know about your dear departed that you might prefer to keep to yourself, if you catch my drift.' 'That's awful, Arthur,' Saffron says. 'You can't believe how nasty people can be, can you?' 'I hope they sacked him,' says Hattie. 'I'm ashamed to say I didn't report him.' Arthur leans forward, hands on knees, looking up at them. 'When it came to it, I hadn't the courage of my convictions. You didn't tell the managers what was going on? Asked Mike. Arthur shakes his head. Megson was friendly with the man my wife went off with, and he threatened to tell everyone. I put the fear of their finding out above what I knew was right for the boy. I'm so ashamed of that. You shouldn't be, Saffron says. It's an impossible choice, Arthur. It was when Boy finished school that everything changed for us, Arthur tells them, for Elizabeth and me. Seemed like we'd lost the only thing we ever had in common, and we started to argue over silly things. Elizabeth wanted to spend our savings on a new car, and I said if we did that we'd have nothing put by for a rainy day. After she left, Elizabeth had her share, and I put mine towards a mortgage on a smaller house. He gazes sadly around the circle of faces. So your rainy day came, Anthony observes glumly. Chapter 36. Saffron enters at Miles' call, relaxed now with their regular evening meetings at the flat. Welcome, Saffron. He looks up from a textbook, smiling over the top of half-moon spectacles. Help yourself to wine, and tell me how you found the group session today. There were some useful exchanges, she says, going to the kitchen, but I have to admit that Anthony's cynical interjections are beginning to get me down. He is certainly something of an emotional sponge, Miles agrees. Come too close and you may suffer dehydration of the spirit. Generosity appears to be an entirely foreign notion to Anthony. I suppose if we're honest, most of us want more than our share of other people's generosity, don't we? Says Saffron, filling a glass. As if by accepting less or giving more we're somehow losing the game. Perhaps it's helpful to see that aspect of ourselves in terms of where we began, says Miles. A baby is entirely without empathy or sympathy for the dilemma of others. It doesn't care about its mother's sleep or well-being. It feels discomfort and screams until it gets the breast milk that it desires. Is that reasonable? How could it be anything else? It's only later that we begin to appreciate our separateness in this fragmented world. It takes time to discover that some things can only be had for the price of a smile, a please, a thank you. And thus we learn to take part in the complex transaction which we call society. Saffron nods gently, caught up in her own thoughts. Arthur is making good progress, Miles continues, while still keeping some aspects of his life secret. His woman visitor, more than anyone beyond the hospital staff, has provided real support in past months. Margaret, says Saffron. She seems to have a genuine feeling for him. Arthur is such a sweet man, so thoughtful for everyone. I'd hate to see him hurt again. His reference to losing his wife, says Miles, highlights the way in which we may use language to conceal as much as we do to reveal. We are good at that, aren't we? Saffron says. For some people it's almost an art form. But tell me, Saffron, says Miles, setting aside the book with a smile, have you been importuned in any bars recently? I guess it doesn't happen to men, except in certain places, Saffron jokes. I don't think I ever thanked you for saving me, Miles. I'm sure you could have dealt with him just fine, he says. That's my flatmate's forte, really, laughs Saffron. She's not beyond putting a knee in a groin if circumstances demand it. Interesting, isn't it, that we accept the temporary madness of inebriation, where anyone acting like that, say with the women at work, would soon be sacked or sectioned. Society has some puzzling aspects, he agrees. Drunkenness is an excuse which madness could never be. Yet most people afflicted by mental illness are far less troublesome to the general public than a drunken man, be he approaching women in a bar or driving into children on a pavement. Miles closes his book. It can be hard to explain the logic of that. A friend of mine once said that science is logic, art is illogical, and where they meet is psychology, says Saffron. Interesting, says Miles. Someone in our arena? He's a journalist, she says. Ah, wordplay, observes Miles. Is he a drinker? I believe it often goes with the profession. No, not especially, she says, sipping wine at the table. In some ways, addiction is also an aspect of the obsessional, he says. I don't feel that Arthur would make an addict, says Saffron. Oh, I was thinking of that aspect of addiction that cannot wait for gratification, whether the dependence is on opiates or alcohol, says Miles. Like our baby, the individual feels discomfort and must seek relief. He cannot think of anything else. This is deep in upbringing. Let us consider the child who demands something seen in a shop. A parent gives in, and the child possesses it there and then. The loop is reinforced, the thought, the pain of desire, and the relief from it. I thank my mother, God rest her soul, that I was made to wait. Bless her for seeing the importance of that, says Miles. As a result, I derive great pleasure from anticipation. In some respects, it is an emotion as powerful as the relief brought by acquisition, the attainment of my goal. But what of you, Saffron? He says. Do you seek immediate gratification of your want? Or are you someone who savours the moments of anticipation? Did your parents buy you sweets at the supermarket checkout? Chapter 37. I was crossing a swamp on planks looking for my son, Boy, and at the end of each one there was a choice of 2 ways, Arthur tells the group. I felt the plank shaking and looked up to see my Elizabeth, my ex-wife, coming towards me. There wasn't room to pass, and I walked backwards to a junction and stood aside. But she followed me, and I couldn't make her understand that she must go back to the junction so that we could pass. It was getting dark, and below me in the swamp I could see clothes with people inside them. A charming allegory, says Anthony. Life is a maze without a solution, and at the end we all fall into the swamp with our clothes on. You worry a lot, don't you, Arthur? Says Saffron. At work, even before I was ill, he says, I worried about the jobs I must do, and when they were done I worried I might have got them wrong. You have to ditch all that useless stuff, says Hattie. And your workmates don't visit, do they? Says Saffron. Oh, people are fearful of our kind of illness, Arthur says. Alexander, one of our welders, was a good friend. We often sat together at break time. The thunder of manufacturing is stilled as the scent of cheese and pickle mingles with sharp metallic smells and oily odours. Alex and Arthur rest companionably on pallet seats, eating their sandwiches. I'm not antisocial, Alex, not at all, but you can't even hear yourself think above that din in the canteen. Are you a fan of the television? I have little time for the small screen, Alex says. My allotment keeps me busy in the daylight hours. I like to read, too. And of course there's the work I do with your charity. That reminds me, you mentioned a kitchen you wanted me to see. Yes, we could go this evening if you're free, Arthur says. Did I understand the lady is a supporter of the charity? Asks Alex, but is disabled herself. A car accident when she was a lass, Arthur says. Her parents and twin sister were killed. Miss Buck herself was terribly injured. But you know, Alex, that woman inspires me. She has been with her uncle in the family home for the past 20 years, but he passed away recently, and the house needs some adaptation to enable Miss Buck to continue living there alone. I know you'll have some ideas. The family have been great supporters of the charity for a number of years. Climbing from Arthur's car, Alex looks up at the grand brick facade of Tennet Lodge and experiences a mild annoyance. His friend seems rather in awe of Miss Buck, and her recent donation to the charity sounds suspiciously like a bribe. Alex prefers to save his support for the truly needy. At Arthur's knock, a young woman hauls open the oak front door, a pinafore balled in her fist. Through there, you'll have to see yourselves out, she says sharply, and hurries away. In the grand panelled hallway, Alex breathes its bitter past, as Arthur leads him to a drawing room, oil paintings in gilt frames and the smell of wood smoke. Hello again, Miss Buck, Arthur says cheerily. As promised, I've brought Alexander to see you. A woman of about Alex's own age sits upright in a straight-backed chair, a wheelchair close by. Welcome, Alexander, she greets him. Good evening, Miss Buck. His offered hand is taken as one might a child's, in a grip at once light and warmly reassuring. Alex stands transfixed by a handsome face framed by unruly waves of chestnut hair. Full of a calm humour, her beauty is strangely enhanced by a shocking cut, a curving scar from upper lip to temple, pale across her cheek. There is no cause for us to be so formal, she says, the warmth of her greeting reinforced by the slight squeeze which she gives his hand before releasing it. As you know very well, Arthur, to my friends I'm Leslie. Then I'm pleased to meet you, Leslie, Alex says. I'm Alexander, and everyone except my factory workmates calls me Alex. Welcome to Tennet Lodge, Alex, she says. Now, Doris has left a tray on the table. Can I ask you to do the honours, Arthur? The house shudders at the distant thud of a door. I am not yet quite self-sufficient here, and a redesign of the kitchen will make an enormous difference, she says. Please do sit down. We'll have our tea here in the warm, and then take a look. Arthur tells me you are his star craftsman, Alex. I welcome your ideas. Later in the chill kitchen, she outlines the desired changes. In spite of his misgivings, Alex finds himself impressed by Miss Buck's charm and energy, captivated by her damaged beauty, and excited by the possibility of the space. "What a lovely room," he says. "Such potential." In most cases we don't do more than install the basics, but you could really go to town on this if... He glances at Arthur, but Miss Buck seems to anticipate him, strong hands turning her chair. "What would you do, Alex? Supposing money was no object?" "Well," he is startled by her forthright query. "I was only thinking that it would be a shame not to include that fine view down your garden. It would require some structural changes, of course." Alex runs a tape measure over the walls and makes quick, light sketches on the back of an envelope. "Central heating is planned, you say? So we can leave room for a radiator here. Lots of nice hardwood cabinets round here and here." He pauses for a moment, looking about. "I see you have more ideas, Alex," says Leslie Buck. "Do share them with us." "Well, this old dresser," he says, laying a hand on dark wood. "What a fine piece. Such a shame if it had to go. Perhaps we could retain it and pick out elements of its design for the units, being careful not to slip into caricature, of course." "Goodness," says Leslie Buck. "That sounds marvellous." She lays a hand on Alex's wrist, stilling his pencil. "I'll need plenty of accessible cupboards. With just the 2 doors, very little wall is lost," he says. "You'll have ample room for those. I'll need to take accurate dimensions, but here's the elevation in principle." His hand darts over the paper. "Your sink, with work surfaces, hob and oven here, and your view down the garden." He pauses, smiling down at her. "There's even room for a second sink," he says. "A high one, along here, in case your guests offer to do the washing up." The delight in Miss Buck's eyes makes Alex glad that he came. A month or 2 later, Arthur has a call from Leslie Buck. "Where did you find this extraordinary man?" "Alex, he works with me," says Arthur. "He's a clever chap, isn't he?" "He's been quoting Eliot," says Miss Buck. "Eliot," Arthur says. "T.S. Eliot, the poet," she says. "I told him I was sad to see the old kitchen being stripped, because it was part of my childhood, and how pleased I was that he thought of keeping the dresser. He said time present and time past are both perhaps present in time future, and time future contained in time past. It's from T.S. Eliot's 4 quartets. Excitingly apt." "That's nice," says Arthur. "And is the work going well, Leslie?" "The builders are putting in new window frames and running plumbing pipes at the moment," she says. "And I think you know that Alexander has agreed to make the cabinets himself. We've set aside the small garage for his woodwork shop. The drawings are done. You should see how he's borrowed from the dresser's design. I can't tell you how excited I am, Arthur, but I just wonder what this clever man is doing working in a factory." "Oh, that's a question for Alex," says Arthur. "I believe he's from an academic family background, but I don't think he was really at home in that world. He's a welder for us, but he's done a lot of other things. I understand that he once worked as a builder of church organs. That may explain his facility with woodwork." "How extraordinary! Tell me, is there anything in your charity's code of conduct which would prevent me from taking Alexander as a lodger? No, listen to me, Arthur, I'm serious." "That must have given you great satisfaction, Arthur," says Saffron, "being able to help someone so disabled, and she sounded excited about her kitchen. "A lemming running pell-mell for the cliff's edge," observes Anthony. "Oh, Anthony, don't you share anyone's pleasure ever?" asks Saffron. "And the pain which inevitably follows," he says. "Alexander has taken rooms there with Miss Buck," Arthur tells them. "They seem to be quite well suited." "I love to see people getting along happily," says Mike. "I hate to see people upset. I once had a huge row with a teacher who tore up Frankie's homework and put it in the bin to demonstrate to the class how poor he thought it was. My son was doing his best in spite of his dyslexia. I like to laugh. I like to see other people laugh. To be honest, I feel a bit like a rat in a maze when we start to unravel all this stuff. Ah, that reminds me. Did you hear about the vivisection kitten? Blinded by science?" "Mike, that's a horrid joke," Saffron says. "Life's short," he says. "We shouldn't take it too seriously." "Would you like to tell us, Mike, what brought you to us this time?" asked the doctor. "Oh, I got overexcited," Mike says. "About books." Chapter 38. "You're being childish," Gladys tells herself, as she checks returns, reading the titles upside down, a skill which once resulted in the brief adulation of her schoolmates. The borrower of a 10-week subtraction diet leans on the desk, breathing heavily, fingers like nicotine-yellow sausages. Gladys smiles pleasantly and keeps her head down. A man is removing armfuls of books between cookery and cosmology, and she's determined not to be seen looking that way. Let Mrs. Tinsley deal with it. Earlier in the day, Gladys clashed with her boss over the refiling of returned books, which she thought more in a librarian's line than the suggested dusting. Mrs. Tinsley changed the subject. "I note you're not wearing your name badge, Miss Knight. Kindly put it on." Gladys hates the badge, an unnecessary humiliation, which results in ageing clowns asking constantly how the pips are. So she reads barcodes and extracts the occasional fine. Stockily built, the man is in good shape. His long days burn a larder of energy and exercise muscles which the best fitness regimes neglect. A borrower in a bold check jacket pauses to watch, a book on tree pruning in his hand. "Give us a hand, fella," says the stocky man. "Ha ha, fella, get it?" The borrower frowns and turns away. The stocky man hefts another stack from the shelf and whistles a few bars of "I'm a lumberjack and I'm okay." Two ladies with matching tartan shopping trolleys stop to watch, bent together like sides of a hair grip. One points excitedly with her walking stick. Gladys is pleased to note Mrs. Tinsley emerging from the office. "Excuse us, mum." The man bustles from behind with another stack of books. "What are you doing, sir?" she asks. He points a questioning finger to his chest. Mrs. Tinsley holds her pen and clipboard like a dagger and shield. "Borrowing is limited to the number of tickets in your name," she says. "I must ask you to replace these items on the shelves from which you took them." She advances a bold step. "As soon as I have captured this succulent summation of schooling and pictured it for posterity, my good lady." He nods over his armful at the rows of shelves around them. "Your kingdom is mine too, madam. The tree of knowledge imprinted on wood pulp. The harvest of all, like ripe fruit for the gathering, the crisp peel and fresh flesh, seed-rich and pith-poor." He bustles away as a few desultory shelf browsers ease along aisles to see what is going on. Someone shushes. The orator's voice only becomes more strident. Mrs. Tinsley looks around for help. "Here are mankind's tall tales, pertinent and impertinent," he says. "Thick books for the intelligent, picture books for the thick, slow books for the quick, and thin books for the dead." Mrs. Tinsley runs back to biographies. "Miss Knight?" she calls, stirring the air with her clipboard. Her assistant seems oblivious to the commotion. A small group has gathered by architecture, agape at the show. The orator continues, unchecked. "Here are gunpowder plotters and suicide bombers, politicians and honest men, pompous painters and puerile pastry makers, pitch-black porters and pale postmistresses. Here are the homely and the humble, severed and whole, sober and half-cut. Here are contributions from clever men and clumsy men, common sense from seamstresses and cobblers from shoe-menders. The whole world, its core, crust and ionosphere, all its craziness, crap, horse feathers and bullshit." At the checking desk, Mrs. Tinsley grasps Gladys Knight by her name badge and pulls her hand away, stung by its pin. "I need help," she says, sucking a finger. When Gladys stands up, Mrs. Tinsley propels her towards the source of disturbance, like an implement of battle. The onlookers shuffle aside to reveal a vast stack of books, arranged like a broad armchair. Square at its centre, on a cushion of paperbacks, the wild man reclines as a camera flash gun balanced on an empty shelf strobes the scene. "Here is the ultimate university," he cries. "At my back, the great works of metaphysics, ethics and religion. Beneath my right arm, volumes of literature and imagination. And beneath my left, home maintenance, haute cuisine and homeopathic medicine. To rest my head are the dreaming poets, Shelley, Shakespeare, Wordsworth reading. Below my buttocks are tomes on logic and mathematics, semantics, philosophy and medicine, with Mills and Boone up the crack of my arse. Behold, friends, this seat of learning." A breathless pause is followed by a flutter of applause from the gathered group. "Gladys," says Mrs. Tinsley, "go to the telephone and call the police." "You took pictures," says Hattie, eyes wide. "In my case notes, I expect." Mike looks at the doctor. "Evidence for the persecution." "I wish I was mad like you," Hattie says. "My friend, Alex, my colleague at work, was a lover of books," says Arthur. "A book," says Anthony, "is nothing but a shuffling of mostly common words." "Oh, I like the ones with pictures," says Mike. "It was a picture book that changed everything for me," Hattie tells them. Chapter 39. Supper time contingencies. A mother spreading the last sweet jar scrapings on 10-year-old Jessica's toast. "How come she gets the honey?" asks 15-year-old Hattie reasonably, in an unreasonably challenging tone. "Because there is only enough for one. Please try and act your age," sighs the woman who Hattie's father likes to hear called Mum. At school, as at home, Hattie displays a toughness and independence of thought, and is not above challenging teachers on their own turf. A bright girl, says her report, but she must learn to curb a sometimes sarcastic tongue, and remember that her standing in class is that of a pupil. Unwisely, perhaps, her father translated this to his daughter as, "You may know more than them, but they're teachers, so they're right." When her mother leaves the room, Jessica makes the honey toast dance in front of a taunting, gap-toothed smile. A backhand swipe fixes it to her stupid cheek, and Hattie is already out of her chair when the step responds to her brat's wail. "Your mother must have been clairvoyant," she says, wiping grizzling Jessica's face. Hattie, poised at the door, waits for the backlash of her stepmother's corrosive tongue. "She knew how you'd turn out," she says, and in case there is any misunderstanding adds, "That's why she did away with herself." This slashing reference is followed by the expected order, dressed as suggestion. "You'd better go up to your room." "What time is Dad home?" the teenager asks, and closes the door behind herself without waiting for an answer. Hattie never knew the woman who bore her, but her mother lives on in her father's memory, and in the hands of a stepmother who summons her now to haunt her only daughter. At the start of the Christmas holidays, Hattie's stepmother took Jessica shopping, with barely disguised relief at Hattie's refusal. Making the house her own, Hattie walked into undefended spaces and touched untouchables. In the master bedroom, a colour-glossy book caught her eye. She knelt by the bed on her father's hollowed side and stared at a cover picture, a tame clue to the book's contents. Hattie is not ignorant of the facts of life, but no school biology lessons have prepared her for the explicit descriptions and illustrations inside. Heart-pounding, breath suspended, she turns the pages, picturing her father in each role, her disgust blended with fascination. So rapt is she that only a clatter of keys into the beaten brass bowl on the hall table disturbs her studies. Hattie steps guilty boards to her own room, where she is acknowledged moments later, lounging on the bed with a magazine. The proof of this aspect of her father's relationship is a deep cut. She dwells upon it daily, buying fashion magazines and soaking up the complex knowledge of makeup and dress, as if her life depended on it. She grows her hair and nurses a deep guilt. In time, the groundwork begins to show results. "My, you're looking smart tonight," says her father one evening as the step cooks his supper. "Going anywhere special?" He leans back in his armchair and she shakes her head and giggles. Hattie is beginning to fill out, and the mean-cut clothes that she wears enhance the impression. Tonight she is trying new makeup based on an up-to-the-minute scheme in her fashion news. "Come and see your old dad," he encourages, patting his lap. Hattie sits and leans back to rest her head on his shoulder. He breathes softly into her neck, one hand light on her thigh, a strong arm wrapped across her belly. The step opens the door and frowns in. "Up you go now, Harriet. Give your dad some peace. Why do you think we brought you your own TV? And wipe that mess off your face," she shouts at Hattie's retreating back. As the door closes, the girl hears muffled admonishments, and her father's plaintive reply. "She's my daughter." "My dad told me I reminded him of Mum," Hattie tells the group. "I liked that. It was something that we had, that the step wasn't part of. One night, when she was out, Dad let me have a sip of his whiskey. We sat on the sofa. He put his arm around me and started talking about a holiday he remembered us taking." Chapter 40. "Must be a 12 months since I dropped anyone here," the bus driver said. They stood on the verge with their bags, the key to the cottage, and a scrappy map from the lady in the village. The bus grumbled away, a child's quizzical face at the rear window, leaving an empty quiet of pasture and hedgerows climbing to distant bracken slopes. "He's dropped us at the wrong place," the man said, gazing over the hedge for their landmark, a footpath from a roadside stile. Blue-grey hills rose all around. "Oh, Laurie," she laughed, pointing at a sun smeared by cloud. "How can that be north?" He had the map upside down. They wore backpacks. The girl carried a small suitcase and wouldn't let him touch it. She led the way down to a stream with rough stepping stones and made him stand by her case on the bank while she carried the backpacks over. "Who will take it in the middle of nowhere?" he said. "Survival," she replied. "We won't last long without food." She came back to him over the floe, strong legs in her country trousers, arms outstretched for balance, her wrists loose, and a frown of concentration on her face. Their climb seemed to go on forever, pasture fields scrambling steeper to a high tractor track. As they reached the bracken, cloud came over the mountain as if it had been lying in wait, plunging down with a beating wet, each drop a bullet of energy. It was growing dusk when they arrived at the shepherd's cottage, their clothes pulped with rain. The building crouched by a stream in the lee of the peak, rough-cut stone and a roof of moss-quilted peg tiles fending off the slinging deluge. The advertisement offered magnificent views. You couldn't see 50 yards from the door. "Come on," the girl said. In a lean-to at the back she found dry wood to light the stove and sent him out with a pan for water. "Did you check upstream for dead sheep?" she asked, when he stumbled back, dripping. "Never mind, we'll look in the morning." "How do you know this stuff?" he wondered, scraping rain from his hair with the edge of a palm, watching her lay a precise wigwam of sticks. When the fire was drawing strongly, the kettle on top, she ordered him out of his clothes and hung them beside hers from a line across the stone chimney. The flames threw sensuous shadows to the rafters. They rubbed each other with towels, laughing, and wrapped themselves in blankets to sit close, sipping hot drinks. In her suitcase the girl had brought champagne. She filled plastic cups, and they ate bread and cheese, held hands in the firelight, and told secrets, revealed dreams. The fire burned low, their wood supply gone. "We'll collect some tomorrow," she said, "and we'll catch a rabbit." She climbed to the open platform below the roof and laid their sleeping bags on its threadbare carpet. "Pass the bags up," she said. It's the sound he remembers. Rain on roof tiles, the stream gushing outside, and her soft breathing beside him. Next morning the scraps from their meal were gone. Probably rats, the girl said with a smile. The rain had swept away, leaving a perfect still dawn. They watched the sun rise, poised above valleys hidden in mist. "I never had you for a girl guide type, Hattie." Mike rubs hands briskly. "It wasn't me, was it?" she says. "That was my mum." They look from one to another, digesting. "I never saw my dad cry before," Hattie says. "I didn't know what to say. He sent me off to bed." "That's such a sad story, Hattie," says Saffron. "Oh, you're young yet, nurse," says Anthony, "still full of silly romantic notions about that handsome man who'll sweep you off your feet. One day you'll be pregnant for the second time, washing nappies alone, with a back so bad you can hardly stand at the sink. That's real life, not that nonsense in your little head." "Anthony," Saffron exclaims, "sometimes your level of pessimism amazes me. I thank my stars that my outlook has more hope in it than yours." "Oh, you forget. I've been watching you, dear," he says. "All the classic body postures, the echoed poses, girly simpering to the doctor." "Well," Dr. Pybus breaks in, "our hour is almost up, and I need to get away for a meeting. So let's wrap it up for this session and continue our exploration next time." Chapter 41. "Tell me, Saffron, how did you cope with Anthony's sharp little observation?" asks Miles when they meet later at his flat. "He does get on my nerves sometimes," Saffron says brightly, "but it's best not to take that kind of thing personally. I try and find the connection to the speaker. People react most strongly to those things which relate to themselves. I would say that Anthony Paul has enormous difficulties in his personal relationships. Tonight, for the first time, inspired by their shared recreation in the badminton hall, Saffron is on the couch with Miles. He is relaxed as usual, sunk into the cushions with one arm along the back. She wedges herself into the opposite corner, legs crossed, hands in her lap. "You told me that nursing was your own idea," he says. "Can you enlarge on the why of that? I'm interested to know what drives you, in a more general sense. I find you quite a private person in that respect." "Motives?" Saffron brushes a hand lightly across her mouth. "That's difficult. I suppose I want all those things we all want. Love, long life, happiness. We develop an odd shorthand, don't we? Ask someone what they dream of, what their goal is, and they'll say something like, to win the lottery, which isn't a goal at all, is it? If you gave them a cheque for £10 million and said, now you can die knowing you've achieved your goal, they'd laugh at you. They didn't want to be rich. They wanted to have a fast motor car and still be able to order a luxury yacht. They wanted to stay in bed instead of going to work. If you gave them all those things, would they be any closer to accepting that fulfilled goals are worthless? You propose that it is not the things that we wish for, but the wishing itself that is important," Miles says. "Of course," says Saffron. "We're not honest with ourselves, are we? We have a notion of contentment, but it's just that, a vague notion. Contentment is only the most temporary condition." "So seeking contentment would be rather like putting water into a sink with no plug. It must be constantly renewed," says Miles. There's some merit in that idea. You have an attractive mind, Saffron. I hope that your young man appreciates it. Danny? She looks up. He's not my young man. We just went out once. If I'm honest, I admit I feel sorry for him. He has such low self-esteem. I wish sometimes that it was possible to make people understand the extent to which their outlook is self-fulfilling. But I can't be responsible for everyone's problems. Believe it or not, I do have one or two of my own. And that is by no means obvious to the world, Saffron. I have to say that I admire you very much as a person. Miles looks steadily along the couch. Saffron meets his eye. I like to think, he continues, that our evenings here are an indication that you reciprocate these feelings. She drops hands to her lap again, head down. May I know what you're thinking? He asks. I'm thinking that you have a wife, she says into the quiet. And that is precisely what I'm talking about, Miles says. Those things which I admire in you, your honesty, a strong moral sense. I want to be as honest with you. My marriage is not a marriage of emotion. It is, to borrow your own phrase, one of domestic convenience. That is to say, I take very seriously my obligations, but obligations don't compensate for the deficiencies in a relationship. My intellectual and practical role in no way compensates for the lack of emotional content in my marriage. He reaches out his hand, but she folds hers tighter in her lap. Saffron, I feel that we have something special in our sharing of ideas, and I hope that you find it too. There is much to explore together. I feel that in time we will find a way to a fuller sharing. Saffron springs to her feet and, pressing her hands together in front of her chest, moves in agitation to the window. She tugs at heavy curtains, fumbling in the folds, until she divides them to gaze on the empty courtyard below. Miles rises from the couch and moves close behind her, resting his hands lightly on her hips. When she does not move, he leans forward and presses his lips into the curve of her neck. Miles, people may see. She releases the curtains and steps quickly aside. I feel no shame at my reaction to your presence, Saffron. I will be honest and tell you that I find you irresistible in mind and body. If you are not yet ready, then so be it. I have no wish to rush you into anything which you have not had time to consider. I know you'll think this over, and I hope you'll feel able to come and discuss it again. Saffron is already collecting her jacket from the back of the door. I do need time to think, Miles, she says. He puts his hand on the door handle, but holds it closed for a moment. They face one another, her eyes downcast. We must have goals, Saffron, dreams. Without dreams, we are without a destination. A person without hope for their future is an aimless wanderer. Hope is the rope with which we haul ourselves up, hand over hand. Chapter 42. Last session you described your difficulty in relating to your stepmother, Hattie, the doctor says when they take their seats. Would you like to tell the group a little more about that today? My dad never knew half the stuff that went on, Hattie tells them. How mean she was to me. Do you think your stepmum was jealous of your relationship with your dad? Asked Mike. I mean, look at it from her point of view. You're coming between her and her man. She's going to feel threatened, isn't she? Hattie shrugs. They just seem to be rows all the time, she says. Dad started staying away nights to keep out of it. The step blamed me for that too. In the end, I just grabbed some stuff and walked out. Damp night air softens her coat, inviting cold. Hattie hugs her knees, staring from the bus shelter, where a mean breeze finds her wherever she sits. When she changes position, the seat sucks more of her warmth. An advertising board opposite taunts. Chipper chips, French fries the English way. She huddles in a waking dream, yawning at the cold and sustained by her determination not to spend another night in the open. As dawn dilutes the street lights, a khaki cat watches from the opposite pavement. Hattie uncurls dead legs with a yelp of pain, and it dives beneath a hedge. She stands slowly, shoulders her bag, and walks between sleeping townhouses, to pause by an alley where iron fire escape stairs cling to the wall. A blue door at the top kicks open, and a fat man in waist apron and roll-sleeved shirt steps onto the landing, hand on hip, lungs slugging smoke. "What you want?" he growls, looking down at her. Hattie meets his gaze, and he flicks a smoking cigarette butt and waddles back inside. A sparrow pecks experimentally in the dust. The blue door opens again. "You!" A young Chinese woman scowls down. "You want work?" "Work?" Hattie raises herself. "Other girl not come." Hattie climbs the steel stair and enters a cramped scullery of painted brick, gloriously warm and full with the smell of food. Below a barred window, sink and drainer groan with dirty crockery. "Wash dishes? No break. Clean here." She slaps an empty table and bustles away. Hattie moves a stack of plates to the table, groping for a sink plug. "Put clean here," the woman shouts, returning. Hattie grabs the stack, looking for another surface. "On floor." She rubs briskly at her sullied table. Hattie squirts a flood of green liquid and plunges hands into hot water, wincing at the pain which precedes relief. There is salvation in the kitchen bustle, the shouts and clatter of cooking pans, the giddying smell of food. More plates arrive, and more. The water turns grease cold, the drying cloth limp. Hattie's wristwatch swims behind its glass like sea at a porthole. "You want to eat?" says the woman, bringing the last plates. "Yes, please." She comes back and puts a plate of food on the table. Hattie wipes hands on her jeans, fingers puckered like wet pastry. Standing, she picks up and devours eggs, rashers of bacon, half a tomato, a slice of fried bread. She's almost finished when the woman comes back with a knife, a fork and a cup. "You're a good worker," she says. "I'm one. You want more work in my restaurant? You come back tonight, 8 o'clock. More food, and we pay, okay? Now you drink coffee and go." Hattie descends to the street with a plan. She will break in at home when the house is empty, collect keys, and secure her lodging. A clock somewhere chimes 8. The town wrapped in the cloak of night. Hattie bangs on the blue door as traffic growls in unseen streets, and conversations swell and fade on the footpath below. 10 minutes pass before the door releases a flood of light, and Wan looks out. "If you late, we no pay," she says sharply. "I knocked," Hattie protests. The woman pierces her with a look. "You come in front," she snaps. It's almost midnight when Hattie wipes the last weary surface. Wan brings polystyrene cartons, banknotes tucked between them. "We close now." Hattie stuffs the cash in her pocket. "What about a drink?" The woman returns with a lidded cup and opens the fire escape door. 6 o'clock? You come in front, work." The door slams behind her and bolts rattle. Thin light from a window on the next floor washes the fire escape. Hattie squats with her back against the door and prizes open lids, breathing in anticipation as she sets out her meal on the landing grid. Battered prawns, potato chips, a cup of cola. As the first blossom of flavour touches her tongue, shadow springs from shadow at the base of the stair, a tall figure bounding up. Hattie scrambles to her feet as a boot flicks left and right, clearing containers and contents with a sickening splatter over the lip onto weeded grit below. "Now the cash," says a voice from the hood. A girl's voice, rough, with the glint of real steel, moving out and up across a black jacket. Hattie looks down at the wreckage, saliva drying on her tongue. "Stupid cow," she spits. "Don't make me." The blade marks each syllable. Hattie withdraws her insult and thrusts it again. "Fucking stupid cow." "Once more'll be one too many," hisses the knife, but Hattie hears it falter, an edge blunted. "I haven't eaten all fucking day and you just took my meal. Think your knife will make me apologise to you?" she says. "You took my fucking job," growls the dulled blade. A brickwork silence builds around their stalemate. Along the marching battlement of semi-detached houses, an alley squeezes between back garden plots, hemmed by wire and panel defences, battened and secured to impenetrable gates. In the sleeping midnight, two shadows move like liquid in a gutter, to stop at a high wooden gate. "Knife," Hattie's insistent whisper. "Think I'm a retard?" queries the hood. "Well, do it then. Into the gap and lift." The taller shadow moves in, cursing. A dog barks close and sharp. "Christ, keep the noise down." They freeze, dark on dark, waiting for silence. "Go on then, if you're so fucking clever," spits the hood. A flash of blade, a faint snick, and the gate swings open. They slide to the back door. "With a key?" the tall girl asks. "You got a better way to open a locked door?" queries Hattie. "You're a sarky cunt, you know that," says the hood. They enter a kitchen, the dull glitter of sink and drainer below a starlit window. The first shadow leads to an inner room. "Right, house rules. The place is supposed to be empty, so no electric light, no TV. We can use the cooker and the gas fire," Hattie says. "Thick curtains in here, so a candle on the hearth won't be seen. No flushing the bog at night, no using the front door ever, only the back and after dark." A sharp strike and a wick blossoms, pale yellow light, washing two figures. Hattie and a tall stranger who sweeps back her hood, revealing the dark wells of eyes. She lets out a dry laugh. Whoa, ease up, mummy. Who d'you think you are? Fuck off now then, says Hattie. Be so fucking touchy. I don't take orders, okay? This is about survival, Hattie says. I've had 3 nights out there in bus shelters, nothing to eat but a couple of bars of chocolate I nicked. So we keep quiet, right? Oh, cool it, will you? I'll do it just like you say, Mum Friday. She holds out a long hand. Crusoe. Hattie slaps it with her own. Enough of the mum, she says. Yeah, girl Friday. Crusoe rubs her inner thigh. Still got your damn boot print on my crotch. You want to let me have my hunting knife back? You want to let me have my meal back? Says Hattie. The girl lunges forward. Hattie's arms brace for a blow, but Crusoe grabs her by the shoulders and kisses her on the mouth. Hey, what makes you think? Crusoe touches a finger to her lips and kisses her again. Mike bounces in his chair. Was that Janet who gave you the necklace? He says. Hattie nods. Crusoe, yes. Oh, the pain and joy of youth, says Mike. I wouldn't have missed it for anything. Chapter 43. Saffron and Gemma are preparing a meal together at the flat. Did we embarrass you Saturday morning? Gemma asks. I know we were a bit noisy, but as my dad says, if a thing's worth doing, it's worth doing well. Actually, I think he was talking about building garden sheds. I'm not that delicate, Saffron protests. Is that enough spud for 2? Oh, Saff, that time you met James in the bathroom, I thought we'd have to run out for smelling salts. I'd do a couple more. We don't want to waste away. Well, I wasn't expecting to meet a naked man, says Saffron. It was the middle of the day. Middle of the day? Middle of the night? What's the difference? Did you never see your old man in the altogether? Oh, please, don't tell me your dad wanders about the house with no clothes on, Saffron exclaims. He lives there, says Gemma. It's not a hotel. Anyway, you're a nurse, for goodness sake, Saff. That's different, she protests. How different? Gemma asks. My dad's just a bloke, all the dangly blokes bits, you know. He's seen me plenty of times, it's no big deal. Oh, Gemma, I hope to goodness you never meet my mum. You definitely come from the kind of family she forbade me to associate with. Saffron chooses not to mention what Mrs. Cox thinks of people who abbreviate her daughter's name. I guess you do 1 or 2 things these days your mum wouldn't approve. I know I do. It's called growing up, says Gemma. Goodness, what is it about onions? I love 'em to bits, but, like men, they have me in tears every time. How's it going on the Miles front, by the way? It's not what you think, says Saffron. We talk. Give it time. He has bigger plans, Saff. I'll put money on that. What kind of dog is he? What? Saffron fills a saucepan with water. What kind of dog is Miles? Asks Gemma. Oh, I didn't tell you about that, did I? Says Saffron. The dog thing. You did? Gemma's face flowers in a smile. I must have been drunk, says Saffron. Another thing for your mother to disapprove of, says her flatmate. She'll be kept busy into her old age. So what breed is he? Well, I thought at first a greyhound, says Saffron. Cool, elegant, a little aloof. I'm not sure. Yeah, Gemma nods. I'll go for a greyhound. And you're the rabbit on wheels, Saff. So run like hell. Chapter 44. "Do you still see your dad, Hattie?" Saffron asks. "Not since, you know." She links her hands, wrist gripping wrist. "After that, I think she made him choose between us." "What happened to your friend Crusoe?" Saffron asks. Hattie squeezes the cigarette pack in her hand until the card splits. "My dad was keeping an eye on the house, while some friends of his were away in Spain. He knew I'd nicked the keys, and he told the neighbours he'd be spending the odd night there to put the heating on and keep the place dry, so not to worry if they heard things. Crusoe and me stayed all winter. We used to have tea together when Dad called. I think Crusoe quite liked him. We never did any harm, and we had such a good time. Crusoe was, oh, she was like no one I've ever known. We had such a good time. You want stuff to go on forever, but it never does. You know that, don't you, Arthur?" Hattie comes through the back door at midnight. "Get this, Crew, chicken drumsticks, and I got one to put in a couple of pots of that gorgeous sauce." She throws cash onto the table. "Share of the tips." "She made a move on you yet?" Crusoe slouches in an armchair. "One?" Hattie says. "No, it's you she likes." "You want to bet?" Crusoe challenges. "It is," Hattie insists. "She was really upset when I said you wouldn't be going any more." "You asking me to believe you don't get goosed when your hands are full of dishes?" says her friend. "Crew." Hattie kneels before the tall girl, raising gentle fingers to her shoulders, meeting implacable eyes. "Friday's been faithful to you. Doesn't she get a welcome home kiss?" And so in time the pleasures once sharp become commonplace. Delight melts into boredom, indifference into anger. As winter releases its grip, Hattie comes back to an empty house and sits alone until her friend stumbles through the back door at 3 a.m. "Kept you some grub, Crew? I can heat it up." "Nah," says the girl. "I'm going to crash." "You can kill yourself with that stuff," Hattie tells her sadly. Crusoe shrugs. "You got a better way to die?" Consciousness rises to meet midnight's blindness, surging into the realms of dream. Hattie reaches out for clumsy branches as a lion relaxes its jaw a long leap away. She dares not turn her back and run, but when she stands to face the beast, her danger only increases. It comes often now, tawny and threadbare, prowling Hattie's dreams, until she wakes in the raw hours and only the fear remains. Seeking comfort, she slides a hand into the no-woman's-land centre of the double bed, reaching beyond for the growing warmth of Crusoe's body and long bare limbs. The distant bed is ice. She sits up, blinking at light which guillotines below the closed door, swings her legs over the side and stumbles onto a landing that sears night eyes, flicking switches to bulbs once removed. Downstairs, Crusoe is sprawled in an armchair, the TV remote control aimless in her bony hand. "Are you trying to get us chucked out?" Hattie kills another light. "Just piss we're living in a fucking mortuary." Crusoe's voice shakes, her eyes unfocused, as Hattie kneels at her feet. rests a hand on her knee and looks into her ecstasy. "Don't do this, baby. It goes nowhere." "You have no fucking idea where it goes," Crusoe growls. "This is a ride on a wild horse. You want some?" But the answer has been given times before, and they are lost to one another. Hattie dresses and walks her distress, prowling back alleys where cats crouch, ears flattened. When a thin dawn makes silhouettes of gable and chimney, she returns, and Crusoe admonishes her with cold, unseeing eyes, a pout on vomit-flecked lips. The lion holding Hattie's lover limp in its jaws. She rests her head on Crusoe's cooling knee and talks until light pushes in and there's nothing more to say. Dry-eyed, she carries her friend upstairs, draws a bath, cleans and dresses her in jeans and a fresh shirt, and lays her gently on the double bed. Then she runs the kitchen tap, warms her wrists as Crusoe showed her, and slides a keen blade from the kitchen block. Chapter 45. To love and to lose someone like that, I'm so sorry. Ruby crosses the circle and takes Hattie's hand in hers, unresisting. Love doesn't obey rules like other things, says Saffron, out of a private contemplation. Love doesn't obey rules, full stop, says Mike. I was thinking about the way that most things get easier as we gain experience, Saffron says. But love seems to get more difficult. You have a determination that a lot of people would envy, Hattie, says the doctor. Not getting involved because what your friend was doing, the way she lived, wasn't right for you. I think we all understand now why you reacted so strongly to the behaviour of Tim's visitors. I know, Hattie, Arthur says. After Elizabeth left, I moved into Boy's room because I couldn't bear to be alone in our cold, empty double bed. Love, Anthony interjects, is no more than sex dressed up in an evening gown. There's no call for that kind of talk, Ruby sniffs, returning to her chair. I know you have a problem with it, Ruby, but I'm not ashamed to tell you sex with Crusoe was the best I've had. Hattie presses the heel of her hand to her eye. Including men, says Mike with a smile. Especially men, she says. Some things are best kept private, says Saffron, folding her arms. Why is it that every time we touch the subject of sex, you and Ruby go all sniffy? Hattie asks. People don't understand what it's for, says Ruby. Even a whore knows what it's for, says Anthony. I believe that Ruby is talking about simple biological functions, conception, procreation, suggests Miles. That's what I mean, Ruby addresses the doctor. We are led astray by dirty thoughts taking us from God's purpose. Religious indoctrination, says Anthony. Can't you see that it's all so much nonsense? You not believing Mr. Paul won't affect God one little bit, Ruby tells him. There's no arguing with that, is there? Hattie flicks her lighter. I had to be punished. I see that now, says Ruby. All that Sodom and Gomorrah nonsense, Hattie says. Go out for a midnight stroll, leaving your best friend to die, and then come back and tell me about guilt. I'm sorry about your friend, Hattie. But you don't know the sores and pain I've suffered that the doctors can't cure. This is the result of my wickedness. My husband dying, all of this. My punishment. Though I've prayed so hard. Ruby jabs fingers at the cuffs of her cardigan as tears run down her cheeks. The group shifts uncomfortably. Hattie, recognizing Ruby's gesture, takes her a tissue. I don't even believe in evil, except for something in our imagination, she says. It's supposed to be worse than breaking the law. You've probably done loads more good stuff than me, Ruby. In a locked bedroom, the mother buries her face in a pillow as a clatter of pans comes up from the kitchen. She tamps cotton wool into her ears until she hears only the rushing of her own blood, grips the crucifix at her throat, and stares into darkness split by a dagger of street light between curtains. Downstairs the girl polishes plates and puts them softly away. When the man comes in, she lets him hold her and kiss her on the brow. And she takes his supper from the oven, pours tea and sits opposite, hands in her lap as he chews slowly, holding her with dark eyes. I see you've put your hair up, he says. She unpins it, letting it fall to her shoulders. The Lord will forgive your vanity if you confess your sins, all your sins in thought and deed. He dabs his chin with a napkin. Sin is the wickedness of this world. We must all strive to gain admittance to that better place. Our Lord will find you a godly man, not one who is enticed by vain make-up. From a shelf he takes the book, opens and places it before her, his finger on the page. She reads to him in a clear voice, her eyes moist. Paul the Apostle to Timothy. I will therefore that men pray everywhere, lifting up holy hands without wrath and doubting. In like manner also that women adorn themselves in modest apparel, with shamefacedness and sobriety, not with broided hair, or gold, or pearls, or costly array, but, which becometh women professing godliness, with good works. Let the woman learn in silence, and with all subjection. But I suffer not a woman to teach, nor to usurp authority over the man, but to be in silence. He sits watching, nodding quietly when she closes the book. Upstairs she runs a bath. He dips his hand in the water and shakes his head. She opens the cold tap until he nods approval, watching as she folds her clothes onto a chair, the creamy blouse, the pleated skirt and pale underwear. She steps into tepid water, soaping a flannel as he stands stone-faced against the closed door, arms folded. When she glances up, the man touches himself between the legs and draws a hand across his jacket. The girl soaps the rough flannel and washes again her breasts and the dark triangle of hair below her stomach. Presently he holds out a towel. She climbs from the bath and wraps herself in it. Her tears are a sign of true repentance. The Lord will forgive her. Chapter 46. What are we going to do? Saffron paces around the table in Miles' flat, frowning and clenching her fists. About what? Miles queries solemnly from his habitual place on the couch. About Ruby. Saffron grips the table's edge. Ruby's father, I asked her after the group. He's still alive. Miles sips coffee. This is evidently upsetting you a great deal. Of course it's upsetting me. Saffron looks sharply at him. It's abuse, sexual abuse. It's criminal. She was a little girl, barely 12 years old when it began. It went on till she left home at 21, 9 years. You can't just let it go as if it was some set of case notes. That man alone is responsible for her condition. So what do you suggest? He queries. I can't believe this, she says. You just lounging back there playing the psychiatrist? You should think about what you're saying, Saffron. Miles stands and faces her across the table. Mrs. Thomas is over 50 years old, so we may reasonably assume that her father is in his 70s or 80s. Suppose that we persuaded the police. I assume you're thinking of the police to bring a case. Who do you think it would benefit? I venture to suggest that it will not be the patient, the person who should surely be foremost in our good intentions. Far from helping her, I believe that such action, which would necessarily have to involve Ruby, would add to her distress and re-energize her guilt. If we're to help Ruby, it must be in coming to terms with these events, not by seeking revenge. I don't know about you, she says, but I make a distinction between revenge and justice. My belief is that we are going about this the best way that we can, through the group, says Miles. Moreover, I strongly advise that you look to yourself for the cause of your distress. My distress? I suppose it's not possible that my distress is out of sympathy for Ruby, Saffron says sharply. If you so desire punishment, Miles suggests, perhaps you might consider the punishment of natural consequences. There's only one natural consequence, Saffron exclaims. That man's sexual gratification at the expense of his daughter's sanity. I don't care what clothes you dress it in, Doctor. It's abuse. Nothing will change that. Miles steps around the table and reaches for her hands, separating them from their angry clasp, and taking one in each of his own. She is unresisting. Miles squeezes her fingers lightly and looks her in the eye. Be calm, Saffron. It will help no one if you take this hurt as your own. Not Ruby, and certainly not yourself. Who knows what distress her mother may also have suffered, or what part she played through omission. We cannot help by shifting the burden from one to another. We can only hope to nullify that burden by supporting the afflicted. As I say, I believe we're doing that in the best way that we can through the group. Our next move must be in support of Ruby, not in a vain pursuit of one whom we now identify as culprit. Saffron bows her head. Miles releases her left hand and, reaching out, lifts her chin. Her eyes are shining with tears. He leans towards her, but she pulls quickly away. No, Miles. She has not taken off her jacket. Pulling the front together, she opens the door and leaves without looking back. Miles watches as her steps tap down the hard stair. When all is quiet, he closes the door. Chapter 47. I'd like to say a few words before we begin our discussion today. Miles greets the group calmly with handshakes and encouraging pats on the shoulder. In the corridor outside, before they assembled, Saffron saw him approach Ruby, taking her hand warmly as he spoke. We were all in our different ways moved by what we heard at the last session, he continues, giving Ruby his open and steady appraisal. Without being too dictating, I'd like to raise the subject again, for two reasons. I have already outlined the need to move on, not to be constantly harking back to historical fact. That is not to play down the impact of the scenes described by Ruby, or the long-term effect on her. But the fact is we must move into the present to gain any leverage over our memories and their effect on our patterns of thought. We must look at how they inform our behaviour today. General nods and murmurs of affirmation greet his statement. We have now had an opportunity to assimilate this information into our private thoughts, he continues. At the time we responded strongly, with undisguised shock in some cases. This is not an unexpected reaction, and I would like to begin today by exploring the subject more deeply. It may be helpful to look at the implications not just for Ruby, but for us all. Perhaps I can begin by asking Ruby how the group's reaction affected you. I believe this is something that you have never shared before. Ruby, a tissue handkerchief crushed in her hand, shakes her head. I never even told my late husband. And has telling us affected what you now feel? The doctor asks. I always thought that the shame of what I had done would be more if ever I told, she says. If I could keep it to myself and private, no one would know my shame. How can you face people who feel sorry for you? Everyone has sad things in their lives. Arthur's wife leaving him. Hattie never knowing her mum, who was such a special person to her dad. Her friend dying. But still, she said, she turns to Hattie, you said you're okay. And that was really what I wanted, for people to care even when they knew about me. She pauses, and Miles is about to speak, when she presses the tissue in shaking hands. Now I feel frightened, she continues. Frightened that if I get better, I'll lose the people who know and understand. Hattie drops to her knees, her hands holding Ruby's, before she had finished speaking. We all think the stuff that happened to us is worse or more difficult to manage than other people's troubles. But it isn't, is it? She says. I thought I'd been through some shit, but it's nothing compared to what you have, Ruby. Thank you, Hattie. Ruby dabs her eyes and looks about, smiling through tears. Risk of labouring the point. This only reinforces my belief that people will stoop to anything to satisfy their own perverted wishes, says Anthony. Well, that's not true of everyone, says Mike. People have all kinds of motives, which are only selfish in the most minor way. Most people have scruples. They empathise. What's Hattie getting from being kind to Ruby? Nothing. Not in the sense you mean. She came here angry at us, angry at the world for all her difficulties. She's made terrific input to the group, and she gets only the mutual support that we all derive. Miles sits quietly, allowing the discussion that he sparked to evolve. When it is exhausted, he looks up. And you, Saffron, he says, have you any thoughts that you would like to share with us? I pretty much go along with what's been said. She clears her throat and looks about. When no response is forthcoming, she adds, I think that being honest about our difficulties brings us together. I wonder if anyone else feels, as I do, says the doctor, that Saffron is rather going through the motions, that she's bottling up her true feelings. Yeah, says Hattie, returning to her seat. You're standing back, Saffron, like someone taking pictures and making notes. Saffron shrugs and turns her hands, showing the palms. Your gesture, says Miles, implies that you have nothing to hide. But is that really the case? Perhaps you would like to share with the group your strong reaction to Ruby's story after the last session was over. Saffron darts him an angry look. I don't think that would be... No, I wouldn't, she says sharply. It is important that we as individuals, Miles continues, and I have made this point before, that we don't hold anything back. Openness is of benefit not only to ourselves but to the group as a whole. I wonder, Saffron, to what extent Ruby's distressing experiences echo your own with people of the opposite sex. That's nonsense. Saffron's indignation explodes into the circle. I've had nothing like that in my life, nothing like it at all. Anyway, I'm not the only one holding back. Anthony has made next to no progress since we began, just repeating the same morbid, pessimistic ideas. Why am I being attacked? Oh, now, Saffron, it's not an attack, says Mike. The doc's making a reasonable point. If you were upset by Ruby's story, you should share it with us. Didn't you admit yourself you have hang-ups too? I've felt before that when the subject matter is relationships between men and women, you divert us towards a discussion of platonic love, as if you're quite uncomfortable with our explorations of more intimate physical relationships, sexual love. Yeah, I'm not taking sides, but you've got to connect with us, says Hattie. All these meetings, and we still know next to nothing about you. How can we work together if you're only half here? The doc said you're meant to be a group member, not just an observer. I'm not concealing anything from my past, if that's what you mean, Saffron says. Boyfriends come and go for me, just as they do for most people. Do you have a boyfriend, then? Asks Hattie. I told you, they come and go, says Saffron. Would you rather not answer? Hattie persists. I'm not sure it's any of your business, but yes, I do, Saffron says. A real come-to-bed boy? Queries Hattie. Well, honestly, Saffron glances at Miles. No, not in that sense, no, not at the moment. But you did have, says Hattie. So tell us what happened to your last relationship. I'm not airing my private life for the group's entertainment, says Saffron. I understand, nurse, Saffron. It is hard to talk about, says Ruby kindly. You feel as if it's your fault, that you can't manage these things, because no one else has a problem. But they do. Everyone does. Chapter 48. Saffron, come in. I must admit that I'm surprised to see you. I was conscious of your anger towards me in the last group meeting. Miles holds out his hand for her jacket, but she shakes her head and grasps the front. I haven't come to stay, she says. I just wanted to return these books and tell you that I have decided to withdraw from the group. Perhaps you could pass that on when you next meet. I don't feel that my participation is helpful, either to myself or to other members. I'm not usually a person for regrets, but I very much wish now that I had not become involved. However, that is done. We must apply ourselves to the present, not to the past, as you have told us so often. Miles Pybus holds her in his gaze for long seconds, nodding with a quiet understanding that today makes Saffron want to scream at him. She is about to turn for the door when he speaks. "I am deeply sorry that you have not found a way forward, Saffron, or even the smallest personal solution, as a number of other members appear to have done. I fear that it is in some respects my own fault, because I allowed you to take part, to become a client, if you will, during the sessions, while treating you as a friend and colleague out of working hours. Perhaps that was unwise of me. I believe that we did at one point share a real friendship, a rapport beyond that of co-workers. I understand your difficulty over my status as a married man, even if that marriage is no more than a paper contract. I believe in time, as you mature, that you will take a less naive view of relationships. Perhaps you might dwell on Antony's observations, even if at the moment you despise his pragmatic outlook. I believe that it would benefit you to take a little of it as your own. And let me say that I would not normally be so directing, but I suspect that this will be my last opportunity to speak openly. On the subject of my marriage, I can tell you quite candidly that my wife and I are not destined to stay together. We share too little in outlook. Ultimately, we both accept, that our staying together is not inevitable. In fact, it is certain that neither one of us desires it. So whatever your decision, whether you feel that there may or may not be a future for the two of us, you should not confuse things by adding my wife to the equation. Saffron paces between window and table, touching the curtains and the polished woodwork. "You speak with such clarity," she says. Miles watches her without expression. "You speak with such certainty that I'm almost taken in. You think that I will fall at your feet, but you're wrong. I am not so innocent as you may imagine. I see the flaw in your argument, Miles." She looks him in the eye. "Your explanation lacks something. Shall I tell you what it lacks? You know, but you are denying it. It is not what you desire, and you are denying it." Miles Pybus shakes his head slowly. "If you're suggesting that this is some interpretation, you are wrong," he says. "I am speaking of an actuality. Discussions with Mrs. Pybus are most clear on the subject. I will uphold my obligations to her, but there is no love." "There is love. There is," says Saffron. "It may be one-sided, but I can't believe that you won't acknowledge it. Rachel loves you, and you're breaking her heart." He frowns. "Have we spoken of Rachel?" "I don't speak from the perspective of anything that you have said, or anything I have extrapolated," Saffron says. "I'm talking about what Rachel wants. I've been to see them, Miles, Rachel and Leo." For an instant the doctor stands stunned. Puzzlement and disbelief pass across his face like clouds over a moon, growing darker as his anger turns to the fury which looses his tongue. "You fool! You silly little fool!" Chapter 49. Saffron held on to her doubts even as the bus pulled in, and its driver looked down through open doors. "Bus," he called. She shook her head. The doors sucked, and diesel smoke churned. "I'm not giving in to cowardice," she told herself. "I want to be in control." Probing deeper, she uncovered an irrational fear that the bus might stop outside the house, as Mrs. Pybus, bespectacled and bookish, watched from the garden. The village is almost 4 miles away, a trek which tugs hamstring and calf. Saffron adjusts her step as buildings thin, and the town falls behind. This is more than a vindictive reaction to Miles revealing to the group your distress at Ruby's tale, she tells herself. Your annoyance is justified because those thoughts were given in confidence, outside the group. Miles' behaviour is an undermining of our kind. She slaps down the expression, even as it comes to mind. Our kind is her mother's phrase, while their kind refers to her father, the species of gender. As Saffron gets into her stride, the footpath peters out. She crosses to walk against traffic, sidestepping onto the verge when cars sweep their gritting spume through the grass. In time the path resumes, a tarmac canal with a scattered froth of weed, August dry. In a lone tree pigeons bore one another with their rumination until a flapping fight erupts. Distant village houses gather in contemplation of the roadway, where a sign reads, "To Rod." As Saffron draws closer, she sees the careful defacing with white paint. Town Road. A daisy-sequined lawn beyond a front gate adjoins a beaten patch with old cars, grass growing tall around their wheels. The houses have uncomfortable, over-familiar names, until on a low gate Saffron sees the number 68. With a glance up at the house, she steps through and walks up a concrete path. A pushchair with a broken wheel leans in the porch, like the remnant of a road traffic accident, while a teddy bear gazes mournfully from the ledge above. Saffron presses a dirty bell push, watching for a change of light through obscured front door glass. "Can I help you?" She turns quickly to face a woman with short cropped hair, graceful in a long skirt, with printed geometric pattern. "Sorry to startle you," she says. "We were in the back garden." "Oh, Mrs. Pybus?" Saffron asks. "Yes." It's said without expression. "I wonder if you could spare me a few moments." "I'm sorry. We don't buy at the door," says Mrs. Pybus flatly. "Oh, no, I'm not selling or anything," says Saffron quickly. "I work at the hospital with your husband. I wonder if you could spare me a few moments to talk." Mrs. Pybus' face hardens. "I'm sorry, dear, but I can't involve myself with everyone's problems." She stands aside, glancing towards the front gate. "I don't want to seem unsympathetic, but if you've got yourself in a muddle and he won't help, I suggest that you consult your GP. "My... Oh, no, it's nothing like that," says Saffron quickly. "Well, whatever it is, I must get back to my son." She scans the road. Where did you park? I walked, Saffron says quietly, touching farewell fingers to the bear. From town? Gosh, I'm impressed. Saffron is at the front gate when Mrs. Pybus calls after her, Would you like a cup of tea before you go back? We're round in the garden. She disappears through the side gate. Saffron hesitates for a moment and follows. How does yours come? Asks Mrs. Pybus, poised at the back door. Milk and 1 sugar, please, says Saffron. Perhaps you'd keep an eye on Leo while I make it. She steps into the house. An area of grass is hemmed by shrubs and a few small trees. In their shade on a tartan rug a child squats, knocking a wooden brick in his hand against another beside him. Saffron sits on the rug between him and a small fish pond, green with weed. Hello, Leo, I'm Saffron. Head down and intent, the child does not respond. She holds aside her hair and bends until her face is close to the rug, looking up into a broad brow above huge, wide-set eyes, grey like his father's. Below them his face tapers to a tiny chin, wet with concentration. The brick in his fist rises and falls without ceasing. Mrs. Pybus sets a tray beside the rug and touches the child's head. Leo, this is a friend of your daddy. I'm sorry I didn't ask your name. Saffron Cox. Rachel. Her hand is smooth and light. She sits and tucks legs beneath her, gathers the dress in folds and pours tea from a brown pot. Make the most of that sugar, Saffron, she says. You'll find as you grow older that you can't indulge with such impunity. Saffron smiles pleasantly and looks about. What a lovely garden! It's so peaceful here. She turns back to find Rachel surveying her. Tell me, Saffron, poetic name, what size is your cup? Saffron takes a sip and frowns at her tea. Your brassiere, says Rachel Pybus. Oh, it's a C. You surprise me. He generally prefers something more obvious. May I say that you don't make the most of what you have? She presses the back of her hand below her breasts. I'm fully underwired. You misunderstand. Saffron grips her teacup. There is nothing between me and your husband. Rachel Pybus smiles and shakes her head. How could it make a jot of difference to me if it is you or some other pretty nurse? No doubt he thinks he's in love with you, as he once thought himself in love with me. Miles is in love with his own desire, and that waxes and wanes. Each time it attaches to a new victim. Now me, now Nurse Wong, now you. Am I right? She tilts her head back, and her face opens. Do you know what I see when I look at you, Saffron? I see myself in a mirror 10 years ago, and I want to share something I have learnt. But there is nothing I can say. You and I stare at one another through the bars between us, and both imagines that the other is in the cage, and that we are free on the outside. I notice that you have placed yourself between Leo and the pond. Perhaps you think me a bad mother. I'm sure you know that small children can drown in just an inch or two of water. But Leo is in a cage too. Leo's cage is this rug. He can crawl just fine, but the boundary of the rug is as restricting to him as any pen to a sheep or prison to a convict. If you drove stakes around its edge and put wire mesh on it, he could not be safer. And I cannot explain his freedom to him any more than I can convince you of your captivity. Our boundaries are self-set, Saffron. We build cages and put ourselves inside for our own safety, and we spend an angry lifetime wishing for a freedom that is already ours. Saffron smooths the rug's tasselled edge. It's silly, she says at last. I hear ideas like this every day of my working life. Usually I can find an answer. You imply that I'm a suitable case for treatment, says Rachel Pybus. Maybe that is so, but who is not? None of us is ever far away from a collapse of our reason, Saffron. We all have the most fragile grip on the reality we construct. Perhaps you're thinking that Miles is the exception. Oh no, my husband is just as much a captive as we are. Miles is caught fast by an inability to be wrong. He cannot accept any kind of fault in his own system of thought. His idea of mental health, you'll find as you get to know him better, is any state of mind which aligns precisely to his own. Do you know that he didn't speak to his own father during the last 10 years of the old man's life, because he once dared to refer to something that Miles did as a boy? A simple incident. He flushed a comic book down the bathroom toilet and blocked it. A plumber was called. That was all. The recollection of it caused Miles so much distress that he wrote his father a cheque for the present-day value of a plumber's call-out and never spoke to him again. He built a cage to prevent himself ever reaching his own father. Chapter 50. Gemma looks in at her flatmate's room, where Saffron is brushing her hair. Can I borrow some shampoo, Saff? I seem to have run out. Help yourself. Anybody else would be happy just to have hair, Gemma sighs, watching her friend's smooth brush strokes. Saffron Cox has the tresses of a fairy tale princess. Your hair's nice, Saffron assesses, her head on one side. Gemma ruffles mouse-brown curls with an unsympathetic hand. Only because I spend an absolute fortune on it. It's a wonder I don't waste away the amount I spend on my hair. She gives a wry grin. OK, wasting away probably won't happen, but it's not always easy to set priorities. I suffer a lot of mental stress, choosing between makeup and meals. She takes an alarm clock from the bedside table. Make sure you put that right when you've finished fiddling with it, Saffron says sharply, looking back from the mirror. I've got an early tomorrow. Do you know a Nurse Wong, Gemma? Chinese girl, Gemma nods. We called her Susie, obviously. No one could pronounce her real name. Well, her parents, I suppose. You must remember her. Charming, tiny and curvaceous. Pretty in a China dolly kind of way. Or is that too bitchy? Are you expecting someone, Saff? Saffron, her hairdressing complete, stands at the window, gazing down on the street and its clots of cars. No. It's her feet I remember, Gemma says. She raises a substantial trainer. She could have got both her tiny tootsies in one of these. I don't think I knew her. She left about a year ago. Here one week, gone the next, says Gemma. There was a rumour she had a bun in the oven. But you know what it's like here. People do love an unwanted pregnancy, as long as it's not their own. Anyway, I thought you didn't listen to gossip. Someone mentioned her name, Saffron says. Are you okay? Gemma asks, looking at her friend with concern. I'm fine, says Saffron, putting her hairbrush in a drawer. Just a touch of dismen. Chapter 51. Fields fade to pale straw and stubble brown as August advances. Mike Kisby, back at work, returns to the group each week for the therapy of old friends. On this hot morning he blazes into the ward in an eyeball-shattering Hawaiian-style shirt, louder than life. "Ah! Someone throw a bucket of dirty water over that," comes a shout. "Hattie, how's it going?" "Going good, Mike," she says. "I'm out of here next week. A place to stay and a proper job at the restaurant." "Wait, don't sit. Something on your trousers." "On or in?" queries Kisby. "Nothing in that interests me." Hattie picks at a fragment. Broken glass. She drops it in the waste basket. "Probably from the bus shelter," he says, all smashed up again. "Why do people destroy things?" Ruby asks. "I think demolition men just want to show they have the balls for it," says Mike. "You never stop, do you?" Hattie tells him. "That's long been my problem," he says. "Give me a break," Mrs. K says. "But I have no breaks. I just keep rolling till I hit the buffers." When Dr. Pybus walks in, they move to join Anthony and Arthur in the circle of chairs. Tim discharged himself without returning to the group, and today there is another spare seat. "She's late," says Hattie. "We can start when we're ready," says the doctor. "Miss Cox won't be joining us." "No Saffron today," confirms Ruby. "She has decided to withdraw from the group sessions as from this week," says Miles evenly. "For good?" Hattie asks. "As I understand it, yes," says the doctor. "I did suggest that it might be beneficial both to herself and the group as a whole if Saffron was to attend one last time, but she has declined to discuss her decision openly. That's all I can tell you. She no longer feels the sessions are helpful." "Not helpful to who?" says Mike. "To herself, of course," says Anthony, tilting back his head. "That'll be because Hattie had a go at her." "I did not," Hattie protests. "Probing questions," says Anthony, "trying to make out she's a lesbian." "I only asked if she had a boyfriend," says Hattie. "It wasn't tactful," he says. "She clearly has a problem." "I don't think I need a lecture on tact, Anthony, not from you," Hattie says with a laugh. "I thought I caught sight of her working in A&E when we took a patient the other day," Mike says. "Maybe she couldn't stand any more of your jokes, Mike. Some days it's like working in a cracker factory, stuffing Christmas bon mots." "She told us your pessimism was grinding her down anyway," Hattie says. "Nonsense," Anthony responds. "She was merely highlighting a difference in outlook." "It's interesting, isn't it?" muses Arthur. "Saffron has left us, and we're looking for someone to blame. But supposing we work out whose fault it is, where does that get us? My wife left me because of the way I was, the things I did, but in the end she's with someone else, and I have to find a way to carry on with my life. You are suggesting, Arthur, that this is not a useful area to explore? Miles asks. It's like setting off with determination down a dead end, says Arthur. Eventually you're going to have to turn around. Golly, Arthur, says Hattie, you're beginning to sound like the Doc with your apt metaphors. Time you took a cue from Saffron before it's too late. I'm sorry Saffron's not coming back, Ruby says, folding hands in her lap. I think we might have helped her. She was a kind girl. I think she really cared about us. Oh, save your effusive accolades for the wake, Ruby, says Anthony. We haven't had the funeral yet. We could get her some flowers, Ruby suggests. Good idea, says Mike. If I buy some on the way in next week, can you see she gets them, Doctor? Chapter 52. Saffron, back at the flat after her shift, looks in at her flatmate's room, with its carpet of discarded clothes and bathroom towels. Now you're a proper nurse again, Saff, Gemma greets her with a grin. Can you give me some advice for my dad about that condition where people's blood pressure goes sky high just because they're worried about having it taken? It's known as white coat syndrome. It's surprisingly common, Gem. Don't let them put him on antihypertensives till he does multiple Svig readings at home. Actually, that's not quite what he has, Gemma says with a grin. Similar symptoms, different cause. My dad says he suffers from black knicker syndrome. Gemma, you lined me up for that, you dreadful woman. So you did the right thing and junked the group, Saff, says Gemma. You need some leisure time, too, break from the dead heads and screwed up psyches. I know, says Saffron. It was silly of me to think I could carry on after I moved off Topping. You've gone rather quiet on the subject of your study evenings, says Gemma. Did something happen between you and Miles? Oh, you know, Saffron shrugs. It was just too much of a good thing in the end. How was your family visit? A barrel of laughs as usual, says Gemma. I gather I missed some fun while I was away. Perhaps fun isn't the word. I mean, Miles' wife getting arrested. Miles Pybus? Queries Saffron. Yes, over the baby. Didn't you hear? Asks Gemma. Her baby, says Saffron. Don't you know anything about what's going on? Gemma exclaims. I assume you know the baby drowned. Miles' little boy Leo? Well, his handicapped baby anyway, says Gemma. I think there was only the one. Drowned in their fish pond last week. It was all over the hospital. I didn't know, says Saffron quietly. Anyway, they arrested his wife at the weekend. Suspicion of murder. Hey, whatever's the matter? Saffron crumples to the floor, a look of horror on her face. Don't upset yourself about it, Saff. It's just people. Gemma kneels by the bed, wrapping big arms around her friend, as Saffron's tears begin to flow. Come on, come to Mummy. Don't try and talk. Have a good cry. Let it all come out, sweetheart. Then we'll make some tea, and you can tell your Auntie Gemma everything. When her friend grows calmer, Gemma settles Saffron on a kitchen stool and busies herself with pot and cups, stopping occasionally to put an arm around her flatmate. I'm so stupid, Saffron sobs, relating her visit to Rachel Pybus. I was only trying to do the right thing. I'm such a fool. What can I possibly have thought he wanted? Go on. Say I told you so. I deserve it." She rests her head on Gemma's solid shoulder, dabbing her eyes. "Oh, Saf, don't be so hard on yourself. If anyone did kill the baby, it wasn't you. We all suffer the odd lapse of judgment. And Doc Miles is an attractive man. Not my type, but attractive for all that. And he was ready to fight for you." "To fight?" Saffron puzzles. "Took on his deadly rival at a game of badminton and dispatched the weaker male, beat the crap out of his shuttlecock. You described it to me in graphic detail, Saf. He won you, and you spurned his suit. But not content with that, you went and told his wife. You pissed him off, excuse my Latin. So what? And you did nothing wrong going to see her. I wouldn't have dared. But it's not only that. It's not just him being married and... Oh, Jem, they told me in the group, they said I had a problem with men, with relating sexually. And I do. I'm 25. I'm 25 and I'm still a virgin." "So?" says Gemma. "I'm still a virgin," Saffron repeats. "As in Mary, mother of Jesus, yes," Gemma confirms. "No, I mean I've never slept with a bloke," Saffron sobs. "Saff, sweetie," Gemma says, "I think we both know what a virgin is. Correct me if I'm wrong, but I didn't think there was a recommended age for loss of virginity. I admit it's been a year or two." "But the group was right. I was... I am frightened," Saffron says. "My mum said such awful, awful things. I just didn't want to admit how afraid I was. I do have a problem." "Nothing's a problem if it's easily solved, Saff, darling," Gemma reassures her. "Put on that little sports outfit, no bra, stand on a street corner. You might even make a few quid. You could buy yourself some nice scent." "Oh, don't be horrible, Gemma," Saffron exclaims. "Come on, Saff. Keep a grip on that sense of humour. Miles was only after what all men are programmed to seek. Just thank your stars it's between your legs, where you have some control over who has a go with it. I mean, supposing it was in the side of your head. You might be sitting there in the canteen with a cup of coffee, and next thing you know... Sorry, can you say that again?" "Mind you," Gemma adds, "it would give the milliner's trade a boost. Imagine that! Chastity hats!" And Saffron is in her arms again, laughing through tears. "Oh, Gemma, you're such a good friend." A Complete Fabrication, Part 3, Chapter 53. Sarah Billing arrives bright-eyed at dispatch after running the gauntlet of the factory floor. "6 D5s for Ray Brothers, Dad. Collecting today?" Flett points to shrink-wrapped pallets in the corner. "Their driver's running late," Sarah tells him. "Ron says, can you leave them by the door, and someone will be here late to load up." "Is that because of this problem in welding?" Flett queries. "Factory gossip in the canteen, I suppose," she says with a smile. "I hope you don't go up there," says her father in shocked tones. "The place isn't fit for humans. But then you probably won't find any... Oops, strike that from the record. How's your mum?" Same old same," Sarah says. "Drinking too much." "No replacement man yet, then?" he says. Sarah laughs. No, you? Oh, just an impossible student lodger, Flett tells her. I thought he was rather fun, says his daughter brightly. Her father pulls a face. Not my idea of fun, certainly not my idea of a live-in lover. Odder things have happened, she says. So what are you doing for women these days, Dad? Or is it just DIY now? Sarah, he says with mock shock. That is definitely not an appropriate comment for a child to make to its father. I wish you'd get together again, she says. Neither of you's happy. Mum comes in shattered from a job she hates and sits in front of the telly with a bottle all evening. We went our ways, darling, says Flett. There's only self-respect to lose by turning back. That's not a reason, she exclaims. Hanging on to your pride? Oh, pride is a different animal from self-respect, he insists. Yeah, self-respect is a mouse, she counters. Pride is a lion. Ha! Unconscious humour. Oh, you, says her father. That youthful mixture of romance and cold cynicism. I hope life works out for you, Sarah, darling. It's not a jigsaw puzzle, Dad, she says. That's the problem. People discover that life's answers lead to more questions, so they give up. I certainly haven't given up, Howard Flett protests. And where I am isn't so bad. He looks around him at shrink wrap and cardboard packaging with a rueful smile. Things look different when you're 19, compared with 46. Anyway, she says, I think a degree of cynicism is a useful attribute. But I don't want to get disillusioned, not ever. I don't think there's any avoiding it, he tells her. Disillusion is a fact of life, like racial prejudice and broken biscuits. Oh, Dad! I know. I hope it's not infectious, he says. Supposing you caught disillusionment off your old dad. Anyway, enough. I've got work to do, and so I suspect have you. Chapter 54. Colin Teal is hanging solvent-saturated cleaning rags to dry when Ron Oldacre comes into his workspace. Can you give me some overtime this evening, Colin? I need cover at the robot until 9, while I try and contact someone. Surely we'll get him out before that, exclaims Teal. I'll have a bash at it if you like. Oh, thank you, but I think we'll go about it as we are for the time being, says the manager. I want to keep a couple of men here in case the lad comes out. I'll leave my pocket phone, so whoever is on can call me at home if anything changes. You'll have Jimmy Dry with you. Christ, no! Teal swings around. Anyone but that little devil, Mr. O? Seriously. He puts a violent twist in his rag square. Is there a problem with young Dry, Colin? I had a bit of a set to earlier, says Teal, turning my air off. Childish drawings on the colour orders board. Is there no one else who could do it? I suppose I could ring the home and see if Kevin can stay on for a couple of hours, says Oldacre. Oh, Kevin's no bother, says Teal. Be a chance for me to catch up with the paperwork. Thanks for that, says Oldacre, and strides on towards dispatch. Chapter 55. Howard, if this problem with the robot isn't resolved, I'll need to organise cover through the night. I'm sending Alex Moncrief and the new lad home early, and they'll come back at midnight. I shall be here from 6 tomorrow, but I need someone to cover between 3 a.m. to 6 tomorrow with Martin. Could you give it some thought? Oh, chance to get my own back on the student lodger. Number of times he's woken me in the early hours, says Howard Flett. Artie Headley's lad in there, they tell me. as if he didn't have enough problems. I was sorry to see him in such a state. Losing his wife hit him hard. Flet staples a carton. Arthur ran no end of errands for us when Joyce broke her leg. My driving ban was still on. Couldn't take her to outpatients on my bicycle crossbar, with her leg in plaster. He chuckles. And you know, Artie was the only person who never told me what an absolute fool I was. Mind you, his wife made up for it. I never met Arthur's wife, says Oldacre. Elizabeth, Flet chuckles. She called a spade, and then took a swing at you with it. Artie ran me to the shops one Saturday, and we dropped in at his place. She gave me a right beating up on the evils of drinking and driving. When I pointed out I'd been stopped for a busted rear light, not hit and run, she told me that was good fortune that I didn't deserve. Dear old Artie stood there, smiling pleasantly till she was done, and then he said, "Well, let's get you and your groceries back to that dear lady of yours, shall we?" "What did she die of, his wife?" asked Oldacre. "I never heard that. It was quite sudden. They had a memorial service, I think, family only. He never wanted to talk about it, and I respected that. Maybe it would have been better if he had. By the way, I've got something weighing on my mind, Ron. Is this a good moment?" "Do you want to come up to the office?" asked the manager. "No." Howard Flett lowers his voice. "These visits to the doctor. They've been doing some tests. Turns out I'm diabetic." "I'm sorry to hear that." Ron Oldacre pulls up a crate and sits back on it. "And what's the treatment?" "Injection, and I have to watch my diet, of course." "You really should have let me know, Howard." "I'm sorry," he says. "I kept putting it off, hoping it would turn out to be nothing." "Are injections given here?" Oldacre asks. "I'm concerned about what you do with the used syringes." "Oh, of course I'm careful," Flett reassures him, opening a drawer in his desk. His frown deepens. "John found a syringe in the rubbish this morning," says Oldacre. "We were connecting it with the business in the robot enclosure." "Oh, Ron, I'm sorry. In the rubbish? I'm certain that I tucked it in this drawer. I'm so sorry. It won't happen again." "OK, Howard." Oldacre puts a hand on the dispatch manager's shoulder. "But do keep me informed." "Sure. And Ron, I'd be grateful if you'd keep it to yourself. I'd rather Sarah wasn't told. She'll only worry." Chapter 56. Alex Moncrief swaps bulging supermarket bags from one hand to the other and flexes his fingers, glancing with relief at a moss-filled inscription in stone, Tenet Lodge, which marks the entrance to home. He ducks beneath branches of a Portugal laurel and walks in shade up the drive, a green gravel horseshoe which curves past the front of the house to a second set of gates, unused and overgrown. At mid-afternoon the old house has not yet put on its sleepy evening face. Alex slips down the side and enters a cool interior. "Only me," he calls cheerfully, unloading bags into the ancient silver monolith of a refrigerator, grumbling gently in the corner. There's a graceful economy to his movement in the kitchen which he built in English oak, working long evenings and weekends for a year. "Home early, Leslie," he calls, crossing to the drawing room, but she is not in her usual chair. Across the hall he sees her bedroom door ajar. There's no reply to his gentle knock, and Alex looks in to find the room empty, curtains stirring in the open window. Back in the hall he sees the wheelchair stair lift at the top landing, and his breath catches. Alex has never known it to be used. The upper floor his exclusive domain. A boyhood memory returns. His mother in the kitchen, setting the table for breakfast. "Take a cup up to Grandpa," she says. "Still asleep," he tells her, returning moments later. "I left it on the side." Did he shy from a truth too awful to allow? The old man's head on pillows, unseeing eyes half open. A morning of doctors and officials summoned is still raw in his memory. Miss Buck is not a sick woman, but how long can one so damaged endure? And what of injuries to her spirit, from losses more terrible than her mobility? He breathes in the vaulted coolness, Tennet Lodge unmoved by the day's heat, and climbs the stairs. Alex Moncrief is a man of habit. Each morning before he leaves for work, he releases a top window to air his room, and closes the door. Now, from the broad stairs top, he sees that his room is open, a wheelchair parked against the pale green drape of his counterpane. Leslie Buck lies fully clothed on his bed, her head on the pillow in a tangle of chestnut hair. With relief he notes the gentle rise and fall of her hand, clasping something to her breast. In sleep the intelligent, searching eyes no longer question. Her scarred, beautiful face is utterly at peace. As Alex stands, transfixed, she opens her eyes and places back on the bedside table the framed photograph of his parents. "Alexander, is it really so late?" Her voice is a sleepy croak. "Help me up." "I'm back early," he says. On the ground floor she rolls her wheelchair from the lift. Alex finds his voice. "I'm having a cold drink before I go up to wash," he says. "Will it be tea for you, Leslie?" "There's a bottle of wine. Maybe we need a glass of that, while I explain myself," she says lightly. "Not for me just now," he says. "I'm home early because I have to go in again. Will I pour you some, Leslie?" "Thank you. No, I won't drink alone." "I'm having elderflower cordial. I put some water to chill before I went to work," he says. "That would be lovely," says Leslie Buck. "Shall we take it into the garden?" "It's a beautiful afternoon. Did your visitor call?" Alex asks. "A Nurse Jowett, yes. I have your car in the garage," I told her, but she was much too young to know the make. "Mr. Clipsham and his lads were here all morning. They've done wonderful things at the back," she says. "I saw the piles of trimmings," says Alex. "I fear they may have broken the well cover with their truck." "He did tell me," says Leslie, rolling her chair into the kitchen, where green sunlight glows through leaves of a fig tree pressed to the window. "They'll bring a new slab tomorrow." "As long as no one falls down in the dark," Alex says, mixing the cordial with precision. "I see he's put some buckets and cans around it. Back in a moment." He carries glasses to a table in the shade of a broad oak. Beyond it, paths reach intriguingly into the depths of a boundless, overgrown shrubbery. Heaps of cut growth lie here and there. Alex places a polished wooden coaster on top of each glass and returns to the kitchen's cool. "You may not need a blanket for your knees yet, Leslie. It's warm, but we'll take it in case." He settles her feet gently onto the rest of the chair, rearranges her full skirt, and pushes her down a ramp into the garden. Both of them easy now with these small intimacies, after a year with Alex as her lodger. "The scent of burnt summer," she exclaims. She puts the brake on her chair, and he passes her a glass. "Describe it for me, Alex, lover of books." "Oh, I can't, Leslie. I've not the words for that," he says. "Your mistake is trying to paint the picture all at once," she says. "Pick something small, a blade of grass." He bends to the lawn, and she laughs her rich, soft laugh. "Not literally, you imp." Alex lays a hand on dark-grained wood. The oak top is seamed with age, the pegged joints slack in the summer dry. But it holds drinking glasses, as it did long ago when Leslie and her sister were girls, and first rested their chins on its top and begged for biscuits, as children have since the first baker counted 13 and called it a dozen. "I'll ignore your implication that I am as old as the baker's art," she laughs, raising the glass to her lips. "The oak tree gave shelter then, just as it does today," Alex continues, "its boughs reaching out where the sun has poured heat along secret pathways beyond the lawn. One day I will walk there in search of the waterfall which ran once, when the laughter of children mixed with its music." Alex runs a finger through condensation on his glass and looks across at Leslie. "You have the tongue of a poet," she says. Somewhere above them, in branches impenetrable to the eye, a song thrush pours out fluting phrases. "Now it's your turn," says Alex with a smile. She sips her drink, looking thoughtfully at him. "There is a darkness which I cannot always contain," she says, folding hands about her glass. "Cold fills my thoughts in a tunnel which cannot be lit. I know that I must move forward, not back to remembered light, or I shall be overcome by the darkness. That way back is blocked by a quagmire of things said and done and regretted, things not said, not done, and regretted. When I keep my eyes on the light ahead, it grows steadily. My light is called Alexander." When he does not respond, she reaches out and takes his hand, and they sit together, listening to the thrush's song. "Now," Leslie says at last, "bring me news of the world of industry and its strange troglodytes, and tell me why you have returned so early in the day." "Ah, the troglodytes," says Alex, "a new word for the vocabulary each day. Living with you is an education, Leslie." "I so like to hear you say my name," she smiles. "And I like to hear you say mine," he responds. "Not many people use my full name." "So tell me, Alexander Steele Smith," she says, "why have you returned so early?" "I'm a bringer of distressing news," he tells her. "A man is trapped in machinery." "Alex, are you serious? You mustn't joke about it if it's true," she exclaims. Well, there is really someone trapped, he says. It's why I have to go back later. And us sitting here as if time didn't matter. Leslie takes the arms of her wheelchair in a firm grip and pulls herself upright. You must have something to eat before you go. There's plenty of time, he says. The monstrous Ganny and his troglodyte acolyte Robin are going in at 9. I'll be there from midnight with the apprentice Trog. Really, Alex, troglodyte acolyte indeed, says Leslie. Whatever do your workmates make of you? You'd find me a different man at the factory, he says. I wonder if you would even recognise the Alexander that you know. Perhaps not, she says. But do tell me, I'm dying to know. Who is trapped and how? It's rather odd, he tells her. You remember Arthur Headley? Alex, you know I do. He introduced us. But I understood he was on sick leave. He is, Alex says. We think it's his son who is trapped in the equipment that Arthur used to operate. How extraordinary, says Leslie. Is he badly hurt? We don't know, says Alex. He's inside a kind of cage where the welding robot works. You keep it in a cage, she exclaimed. Alex, how exciting. Is it dangerous? I never thought so, he says. We tried to drill the hinges, but the robot welded the door from inside. We think that Arthur's son has altered the program. Why ever would he do that? She asks. Apparently he was studying electronics and programming at college, says Alex. That's more of a how than a why. Oh, Leslie, I feel terrible about this. Arthur's illness, everything. I don't think it was just his wife dying. Something happened at work between him and one of the men. Alex reaches for his companion's empty glass and puts it beside his on the ancient tabletop. I'm ashamed to say that I haven't even been to visit him. I must do so as soon as this business is over. He's in the psychiatric ward, Leslie says. Yes, a breakdown, I suppose you'd call it. He started behaving oddly. I wonder if his son may have the same problem. Do people inherit madness, Leslie? Define sanity for me, Alex, she says. Some people would think it madness to sit out under a garden tree when one has a perfectly well-constructed house with chairs and a table. We get uncomfortable with those who challenge our standards, don't we? He says. I do wonder at how readily we remove those that don't fit in. Some people think it wrong to classify mental distress as an illness at all, she says. Perhaps if we were honest, we would accept that hospitalization of the mentally ill is a kind of quarantine, a removal from the mainstream for the good of the rest, not of the afflicted. Now suppose you go and have that shower, and we bring our supper out here. It's such a beautiful evening. You can toss us one of your lovely salads, and we'll load up a tray. No, don't push me back. I need the exercise. Chapter 57. Slumped against a back wall of the factory is a bicycle shed, angle iron and corrugated rust. Jimmy Dry squats beside a mountain bike in sparkling metallic blue. What are you up to, Sonny Jim? The voice behind flings his hand away, as if from a high-tension shock, and Jimmy stands to see the office girl, Sarah, watching him, a bag slung over the shoulder of her denim jacket. Ain't up to nothink. Nice bike. Yours? She shakes her head. Colin Teal's. She's let her ponytail down and the roof-high sun polishes it pale gold on her shoulder. "Waiting for someone?" he asks, shuffling dust. "You," says the girl. "Looks like you're up to something." "Nah." Jimmy pastes on a disarming grin. "You been here long? Factory, I mean." "Long enough. Where's your bike, then?" She folds her arms. Jimmy gestures to a child's cycle, its saddle post fully extended, a pair of cow horn bars perched incongruously on the headstock. "The one with the flat tire," she observes. "Oh." Jimmy kicks at it, and the girl pins him with bright eyes, shaking her head. "Don't ever think of taking up acting," she says with a short laugh. "Altogether a better prospect than yours, Mr. Teal's bike." "I weren't going to nick it, if that's what you think." "The pump, perhaps," she suggests. "Just lend it to get me home," says Jimmy. "You borrow, he lends," she corrects him. "Oh, yeah, Teal'd let me use his pump, I don't think." "Because of you turning off his airline?" "How do you know that?" "He's put in a complaint to Mr. O." "Why do we do it, Jimmy?" she queries. "Tweaking the noses of people whose help we may one day need. Take a tip from me. Blow up your tyre and put the pump back. You never know when you might need Mr. Teal on your side. You're in tonight, aren't you? This robot thing?" He nods. "Oots Moncrief and me, midnight." "So get the flat mended and come in. Show people you're reliable. That's the way to get on in life." She swivels on a booted toe and walks away, the shoulder bag patting her hip. A breeze stirs her hair, and the moment is a dream. 1 mile along the dusty track to home, Jimmy's tyre is flat again. He slings the burdensome bike in the shade of a hedgerow and collapses beside it. From his pocket he fishes nuts and bolts he's picked up in assembly, drops them on sun-dried earth, and arranges them into the shape of a heart. A robin whistles in the hedge. Jimmy breaks off a stick and scratches in the dust, stands for a moment admiring his artwork, swings a boot, and scatters the image into long grass. 20 minutes later he pushes over the tractor-ridged track at the back of Cow Lane's cottages, as a sooty grey mongrel hurtles round the corner in a delirium of barks and flying ears. "Low, Dev! Low, boy!" He greets it with a whack, slings his disabled bike against the side of an open shed, shrugs off his pack, and runs up the path to the back of number 3. The dog barges ahead through the open door. "Fuck's sake, Jimmy, what are you doing back?" A shaven-headed man shoves pans on a food-crusted stove. "Suppose you'll be wanting some of this now. Devil, out!" He swings a brown boot. The dog skitters for grip on bare tile and crashes through the legend brace back door. Pete Dry ladles watery potato onto plates beside a brown slurry pile of mince with fragments of skin-dry gravy, scowling at the boy. "Wash your hands," he growls, as Jimmy draws a chair to the table. "What's that on your jeans?" "Cuckoo snot." Jimmy brushes at it and goes to the kitchen tap. "What you done to your hand?" asks Dry. "I cut it at work." They sit to eat. "So, what you got me?" Pete Dry's face is hatchet cut, the eyes penknife bored above broken yellow teeth. Jimmy shrugs. Now think. He spoons food in hungry desperation. More'n a month you been working there? Pete Dry puts thin lips to the neck of a bottle, his throat pumping. It's just steel and stuff, I told you, crap, says Jimmy. Well, what about this paint store? The man pulls a backhand across his mouth. Red, yellow, blue and that. Tain't nothing, says Jimmy. Anyway, there's an alarm. They spoon the food in silence. The dog pokes its nose around the door. Pete Dry glares down, and it slinks away. Working tonight, says Jimmy. Me and the Scotch bloke till 3. You told me they don't run a night shift, his father says. Just us, Jimmy clarifies. Fuck's sake, wake up, Jim boy. Pete Dry leaps from his chair and goes to a phone on the wall. Don't you know an opportunity when it bloody bites you? Don? Pete, he tells the phone. Okay for the van tonight? Yeah? 8 at the Donkey? Just a blade, perhaps. That paint, if your bloke's still interested. And that other job we was talking about, yeah? The jockey's out, and a horse'll be in the stable. Yeah, later, mate. He puts down the phone, gives his son's shoulder a thump, and takes another suck at his bottle. Eat up, he says. Work to do. Won't be no alarm set if you're working, will there? Fuck's sake. Now, what's the setup? Chapter 58. Honey, I'm home. Robin Jackson, in a well-rehearsed caricature of suburban sitcom, slings his bag in the corner. His partner, Nicola, Timmy to her immediate family, is at the cooker. Robin grabs her from behind, buries his face in brown hair, kisses her neck, and explores her body with his hands. Gaw, what have we here? Hey, and another one! You wouldn't have a spare one for my son, would you? Don't, Rob. They're still tender, you know. And you stink of metal. Well, you smell of dairies, he counters. Watch the stove for a mo while I check Mikey. She hauls the baby from his playpen and sniffs his backside. Crikey, Mikey, I thought your dad smelt bad. Don't listen to her, son, says Robin. The baby gurgles. I'll change him before dinner, she says. Turn down the spuds when they boil. Yup. Make you a cup, Tibby. Please. I thought you'd left me, Robin tells her, collecting tea bags. Why? Your car's usually out the front when I get home. You went to work in it, says Timmy, upending the baby. Please don't tell me you left it there. No, I was in it, says Robin. I realised just in time. Otherwise I was going to park round the corner and leave room for you. You idiot. How's your day? She asks. Old Acre gave me a clip round the ear. He stands watching from the door. What have you done now? Only a joke I told little Sarah in the office. It wasn't the cloth-eared elephant. I should hope not. She peels the baby from his nappy. Mikey kicks and grins. I only asked if she wanted to see my girl spanner, and she got all sniffy about it. I was just going to have a bit of a rummage about inside my boiler suit. Say, sorry to disappoint you, I must have left it in my other trousers. You said that to the boss's daughter? She's only the storeman's daughter. Hey, that sounds like it might be the start of a joke. You'll get the push, you will, says the girl. Nah, says Jackson. I know too much. If ever I get the push, it'll be into the river in concrete boots. Anyway, someone's got to cheer 'em up, miserable lot. Old Acre gave me a bit of a toasting, that's all. Got to go back at 9 till midnight. What's that? She asks. Punishment for telling jokes in the firm's time? Oh, agency bloke stuck in the robot, he says. Old Acre wants someone there all night. They'll phone me if they don't need me. Can't they call the fire brigade or something? She asks. Oh, they won't do that, he tells her. Probably breaking some health and safety rule. I think they forget you have a home and family. She wraps the baby in a clean nappy. I hope you're going to wash those hands, he tells her. I'm fussy about what goes in my gravy. She smiles up at him with a pixie face, pretty and pale. How was your day? Robin asks. Did you see Ray? I phoned her. It would have been too much for Mikey, all that way in the heat. She's okay. Her marriage went tits up, didn't it? He says. Rob, not when the baby can hear. Well, he won't understand. He'll be learning to talk soon, she reminds him. I don't want that to be the first thing he says. Robin and Timmy have been together 3 years. He knows that when she flashes those eyes, it's time to zip up. Timmy's mother thinks her daughter could have done much better for herself. It's a beautiful evening, she says. Shall we take dinner out on the deck? Sun's shining everywhere but Back Road, he agrees. But where? Megson's place, he says. Oh, don't be rotten, poor man. Timmy fastens press studs on a romper suit. Sparky Megson has more hang-ups than a telesales girl. Robin bats absently at a fish mobile hanging from the kitchen ceiling. You won't believe what he was showing round at work. Go on, she says. Pictures of his wife. Not a stitch on. Don't even think about it, she warns. You're for my eyes only, Timmy, he assures her. Mind you, Sparky's wife isn't bad looking. For her age, he qualifies. Ripe and ready. Careful, she warns. Margaret. Did you meet her at the works too? She's nice. He's got a decent job, makes nearly twice as much as me, but he's such a misery guts. Hey, Timmy, what do you give the man who has everything? I'm going to regret asking, she says. Penicillin. Very funny, but it's penicillin. That's it, he says, what you give the man who has everything. Do you get it? I get it, she says, but it's penicillin with an N. She puts the baby back in his playpen and returns to the kitchen. No one likes my jokes, he says, looking mock sadly at her. Robin, she exclaims, these potatoes are practically boiled dry. You're hopeless. Chapter 59. Ganny knows all about motor cars, and as much as he needs to about bicycles and the people who ride them. His 3.2-litre fuel-injected saloon rolls onto the drive, and a woman with orange skin and jet-black hair opens the front door. You're late, she accuses, taking empty lunch boxes. Mrs. Ganny's short skirt and bikini top struggle to cover a figure as riotous as her husband's. Do you have to do that? He asks. Do what? Giving the neighbourhood a bloody eyeful. Oh, can't I even stand on my own doorstep now? I'm bloody starving. Ganny slams the door and thunders upstairs. You been on this sunbed again? It's not for decoration. Her volume matches his own. The fucking sun's shining, he bellows from the stair top. Lie in the back garden. With my top off? Make your bloody mind up. Gorman would probably have a heart attack. Oh, don't flatter yourself, he yells. Did you ask Corey to get my lottery tickets? Yeah, gave him the tenner. Burger and chips okay? And? He queries. Chicken nuggets? She offers. And a couple of the burgers, yells Ganny. No, 3, and make it quick. What's the rush? I've got to go back. When he comes down, she fills his plate from a frying pan the size of a manhole cover. So, what's up at work? The usual. Bloody crap agency staff. You're behind with production, then? We are, Ganny confirms. But if Oldacre thinks I'm welding till midnight, he's got another think coming. This is a babysitting job. Double time. Your boss's kids must be well past babysitting, she says. They're in their teens, aren't they? Well, I wouldn't mind babysitting his eldest daughter. Ganny fills a fork to the hilt with chicken nuggets. Tuck her up in bed any night. Tuck, tuck. Oh, you. She's only 16, says his wife. Nearly 18, he says. Just ready. Fuck, look at that little bastard. Shoving back his chair, Ganny barges through open doors onto patio paving, where a small black and white dog stands on 3 legs, a 4th cocked against a barbecue stand. Grabbing the animal by the scruff of the neck, he carries it shoulder high at arm's length to the boundary fence. Gorman, he bellows. The dangled dog runs hell for leather in air as a man with an impressive handlebar moustache emerges from the neighbouring back door. Do the dog no harm, he commands. I catch it pissing up my Barbie again, Ganny blusters. I'll cook the fucking thing and eat it. We clear on that? Crystal clear, says his neighbour, catching the dog. Ganny thunders back inside. So, who's getting babysat? Mrs. Ganny continues. Remember Arthur Headley? Ganny says, pounding the handle of his knife against the tabletop. Yodelling into a beer glass, she says. Course I do. That's him. Christmas party last year. No, the year before. His lad came from the agency this morning. Welded himself into the fucking robot cage. What's that? Some sort of protest about his dad? He's in the hospital, isn't he? She asks. Yeah, went mental, says Ganny. I reckon his boy's gone the same way. What's the matter with people? They want to pull themselves together, go out for a few bevies and a curry with their mates, and come back and have a good shag. That'd sort 'em out. You going to eat all those? Chapter 60. My husband's not back till 9. Can I say who called? Sally Teal asks. The men at her door have club bouncers' jaws and shoulders like window lintels. Bailiffs, says the one with a billiard ball head. TV set, payment overdue. He waves a document. Just show us where it is. They've made a mistake, she says. My husband put it on the direct debit. I could phone him if you like. No mistake. Cancelled by the bank. The man places a stout boot against the door, and she steps back. That's right. Be nice, eh? He says. Just doing our job. The second man has eyes like black rainbows and doesn't speak. In the front room they unplug equipment, quick and efficient, and hand her a slip of paper. We get the telly, says the spokesman. You get the receipt. Sally Teal locks the door behind them and sits on their cream leather sofa in the strangely empty room. There's a thump at the window. The rainbow-eyed man looks in. "A fancy stand goes too," shouts his mate. When the van drives away, she goes to her husband's desk in the spare room. Never very good with numbers, Sally Teal has always left the accounts to Colin. She finds only bank statements detailing their overdraft and an angry letter from a turf accountant calling in a debt. At the bottom of the wardrobe is an old portable radio. There are no batteries, and the mains lead is missing. Chapter 61. "A good day?" asks Margaret Megson. "Ugh," says her husband, kicking off his boots. She grips the teapot handle, pours a cup, spins it with a spoon and adds a precise measure of milk to the edge of the vortex. "Hasn't it been hot?" Putting the cup on a saucer, a sweet biscuit beside it, she follows to the lounge, where he sits ill at ease on the sofa. When she takes a magazine from the chair opposite, Megson moves to the vacated space, picks up a remote control and turns on the TV. "I'm going to see Mum this evening," she says. "There's a salad in the fridge and a cold beer. Ice cream in the freezer if you want some. I shouldn't be late." He presses buttons on the controller. "I've got your sheets in the washing machine," she says. "Can you switch it off when it spins so it doesn't run through the cycle again?" On the screen, a man with a tuft of beard answers questions about his wife, who is in a separate studio with her new hairdo. A split screen shows her reactions. Megson increases the volume. "Right," he tells the screen. Margaret Megson drives across town, parks in a side street, and walks an official graffiti of double yellow lines to the district hospital. She feeds coins into a call box in the entrance hall. "Hello, Mum. I don't suppose for a moment he will, but if Roy phones, can you tell him I'm in the loo, and I'll call back. I'll be over in about an hour." Leaving the phone, she enters the maze of echoing corridors, following signs to Topping Ward. "Your apple lady's here." Gemma Rowe pokes her head into the day room, and Arthur puts down his book. "Hello, Margaret." He tows a chair round to face his own. "Discovery today," she says, "from the farm shop, and they smell like real apples. You're looking much better, Arthur." "I feel it," he says. "How was your holiday? That's quite a tan you've brought back." "Predictably hot," she says. "It's nice to sit in the sun for a while and have people running round after you. But I was quite glad to get back to work this week. Odd, isn't it, our notion of the good life? Imagine the responsibility of being a woman of leisure for 52 weeks of the year." Chapter 62. Between the padded shoulders of Lonicera hedge stands a gate with ambition, the division between the whirling world of work and the garden of a squat bungalow. Postman and milkman lift it, snagging across the path. A double glazing salesman, without a sense of fair play, once left it lodged in the hedge. Martin Rushbrook, flushed from the ride home, pushes his bicycle up the path, leans it below a bay window and returns to close the gate. He unlocks the front door and, with a glance towards the street, slips the key back under its tile. The house welcomes him with a homely mustiness, as he balances a Day-Glow safety helmet on the hall stand and snaps off cycle clips. The bungalow has 2 bedrooms, living room, kitchen, a small bathroom, and the dining room which Rushbrook uses as a study. He places the letter from Hunter Row on his desk, opens wide a window on the back garden, and lights a cigarette. Taking a paper knife, he inserts it carefully into the envelope, squinting into smoke. As he slits the flap, his door swings hesitantly open, and an old face appears, set in a flying halo of dry white hair. "Marty, wherever have you been, you naughty boy? I've been looking everywhere, you naughty boy." Martin Rushbrook takes the old lady's hands as her papery face crumples in tearful relief. Chapter 63. "Home, Mum," Sarah calls against the inane evening chunter of television from the front room. She hangs her bag on a kitchen chair, takes a can from the fridge and snaps back the top. "Hot as hell out there." She raises her voice, sipping as she opens a kitchen window. "Not much better in here." The front room curtains are closed, the air thick with smoke. She snaps off the TV and turns to the woman slumped in the corner of a vulgar floral settee. "What's broken?" she asks. "Bits of plastic in the hall." "Damn vacuum," growls her mother. "Henry, what have you done?" asks Sarah. "Kick the bugger downstairs," says her mother. "That'll teach it to smirk at me round doorposts." Her voice is tar-lubricated gravel. "Oh, Mum, what is it this time?" "Nothing." Joyce Billing, the former Mrs. Howard Flett, sips from a tumbler. She shares her daughter's petite build, ash-grey hair worn in a short, boyish style about her tired face, once matched Sarah's in colour and length. "What do you want for supper, Sarah?" "It's my class tonight," says her daughter. "I'll just grab a bite before I go. How about you?" "I'm not hungry." "Have you been to work?" asks Sarah. "Toseland sent me home," growls Joyce. "Everyone gets bad days, sweetheart. I fell out with a stapler. Maybe I just hate Tuesdays. Don't you think Tuesday's such a nothing day?" "Well, this won't help." Sarah takes a bottle of vodka from the table and puts it on a sideboard. "Just a little pain relief," says her mum defensively. "Aren't you going to ask about the stapler?" "Will it make sense?" asks Sarah. "Some advice," says her mother. "Get yourself a life that doesn't depend on men." "Oh, that's a silly generalisation, Mum. Sure, there are stupid, chauvinistic blokes out there, all mouth and trousers till they meet a real woman. Then they act like pathetic little schoolboys. Bloke who works in the office, he lives with his mum and, well, I'm not saying it's definitely him, but I've lost a couple of hair bands recently. I mean, what's that about? And if I see another form with 'yes, please' written in the box to indicate sex, I may scream and break things. But most of them are okay. Alex Moncrief is a lovely guy." "For goodness sake, Sarah, he must be my age." "Oh, I'm not planning an affair, Mum," she says. "I'm not even sure he likes that kind of thing. Something about him, a bachelor, maybe a gay one. No, I don't think that really. Celibate, perhaps, could be a bit religious. Nothing he's said, just a kind of gentle way about him. He lives in digs, But he's a real man, kind of self-contained. And the boss is okay too. Ron's a decent bloke. Oh, you be careful round Oldacre. They say he likes young girls, says Joyce Billing. Oh, Mum, he's a few years older than his wife, that's all. They've been married about 2 centuries. So were your dad and me, she says. That's I. I was married. You wouldn't say me was married, Sarah corrects her. English class tonight, says her mother, sitting up on the sofa. Office skills, Sarah tells her. Why don't you invite Dad one Tuesday or Wednesday, when I'm out? Make him supper. Think he'd come? She asks. Come on, Mum. Take a risk, for goodness sake. It won't kill you if he says no. You're 19, Sarah. Joyce Billing lights a cigarette from the stub of the last. How could you have any idea what it's like to be looking back on 40? You're as bad as Dad, says Sarah. All the fight's gone out of you. Most people live to nearly twice your age. Think about that. 40 years broken down. No thanks. Now you're being cruel, growls her mother. She hauls herself from the couch. And don't you dare say a word. She picks up the bottle. Sometimes, she says, filling her glass, I look back and think all I've done is been a bloody housewife. 20 years dusting and washing up. Raised a couple of kids, and one of those without much success. Can we have some air in here? Sarah draws back the curtains and opens a window on the hum of home-going traffic. Joyce Billing shields her eyes. So which one of us is a failure? Sarah asks. Do you still see Tom? I don't ask, says her mother. I think to myself, you'll tell me if you want. I had coffee with him and Roland at their squat last weekend. Sarah decides not to mention her father's presence. I don't mind, really, says her mother. It was a shock. I said the wrong things. He's fine. They both are, says Sarah. I like Roland. He has a slightly off-beam sense of humour. And he's clever. You shouldn't worry about Tommy. He'll come back when he's ready. What are we going to do about you? That's the question. You and Dad. Chapter 64. Hello, Ray, you're early. Ramona Wand climbs stairs to the staff office, shoehorned into the first-floor box room of a residential home. An old schoolmate was coming over with the baby, she says, but she decided it'd be too much for him in the heat. So I came into town for a bit of retail therapy. No point getting a bus home and then coming back for my shift. I don't know what I'd do without a car. Beryl Waters shakes her head. Did you buy anything nice? A couple of summer tops and a granny nightie. Check this. Ramona fishes in a bag. I threw all my old ones away, 'cause Eddie complained about them. Fat lot of good that did. She shakes out a long, high-collar nightdress. How's that for a passion killer? It's a bit hot for August, says Beryl. Just a kind of mission statement, really. Dressing for no one else but me. So, tell me what's going on, and then you might as well get away. Ramona stows her bags in a corner. No great dramas, says her co-worker. Patty's mum is taking her out at the weekend, and she's stressed about that. She'll have a fit in the next couple of days, I put money on it, so keep an eye. I don't think Patty or her mum benefit much from the visits, says Ramona. Graham's cut the grass, I see. Don't worry, Beryl laughs. I've locked the shed. As usual, he'd have worn it bare, given half a chance. He does love his mower. It's a shame we can't find him some gardening to do, but I suppose he wouldn't be safe with machinery, says Ramona. They'd have to supervise him all the time. Now, the rest of them, says Beryl. Not much to report. The doctor increased Pop's medication. I wouldn't expect much change for a few days, but just so you know. And Kevin will be late back. Someone phoned from his factory. He doesn't finish till 9, but they'll feed him. That reminds me, he came down to breakfast this morning wearing a pair of reading glasses. I told him to put them back where he got them. I'm afraid he may be up to his old tricks. Come on, let's take a look in Kevin's room, and if we find anything, we can talk to him about it later. If we don't, there's no harm done. They cross to a bedroom opposite, its walls heavy with glossy posters of cars and motorcycles. Beryl slides open drawers in a chest, pushing aside the contents. Buried under crumpled shirts and trousers, she finds a dark blue sponge bag, rattling and lumpy. She unzips and upends it carefully over the bed, and they watch its eclectic contents emerge. Bright metallic hairbands, a pair of spectacles, a grubby finger stall, a pen printed Diptech Engineering, a slab of board tack putty, and, clicking with annoyance against the glasses, half a set of false teeth. Beryl gives the bag a final shake, and a photograph slides out. Gracious me! Not much left of the imagination there. She looks a bit old for our lad, though. Who do you think that is? Oh, Kevin, sighs Ramona. It's like before. Nothing of any value, just personal stuff. I don't recognise any of it, and that includes the naked lady, if she is a lady. Suppose it must all have come from the factory. We'll have to take it back, and they'll probably say they can't keep him on, says Beryl. I wish we could get Kevin to see the connection between the jobs he loses and his magpie inclination. You wonder what makes him do it, says Ramona. He must have a view of the world quite unlike ours. Beryl puts the cash carefully back in the sponge bag and takes it to the office. Can you make sure he has a shower before he goes to bed, Ray? Goodness knows what they do to him. You weren't in last Friday, were you? You should have seen the state of his sheets. He is a bit inclined to go to bed in his day clothes, if you don't remind him, says Ramona. This looked more like he'd slept in his work boots, Beryl laughs. Chapter 65. Howard Flett, master of dispatch, shuffles sideways up the tiled path to his front door. His lodger's old Triumph motorcycle stands squarely in the middle of the narrow way, though he's asked pleasantly several times that it be more thoughtfully parked. A carrier bag in his hand touches the bike's hot exhaust pipe, and a bag of rice hits the concrete and splits, white grains exploding across the path into an oil puddle. Whose wedding, matey? Howard looks up to see his lodger, Lon Minnie, astride the ledge of his bedroom window, dragging deliberately on a cigarette. A condition of his room rental with shared use of the kitchen is that he is a non-smoker. Howard takes an angry breath, opens the front door, deposits his shopping and goes back to sweep up the rice. If he says anything about the smoking, Minnie will claim that what he does outside the house is no one's business but his. So Howard will not mention it, and his lodger will chalk up another victory. When he broke up with Joyce, the mortgage became crippling, and Howard's solution was to take a paying guest. Up to now his students have been house-trained. Apparently innocent of the concept of ownership, Minnie treats everything as his own. He is habitually late with his rent, and Howard's generosity has been sorely tried over the past 9 months. Lon Minnie's trademark shrug when challenged about the disappearance of food has begun to get under his skin. At the weekend, Howard added a padlock to the fridge, but when he approaches the hasp now, he sees a second lock nestled up to his own. At a sound behind, he turns to find Minnie in the doorway, dangling keys like bait. "Couple of things to get cleared up, matey. Shared kitchen includes the fridge. I can't keep milk without it, and your silly non-smoking rule is an infringement of my human rights." Howard, born in early May, acknowledges the Taurian's ability to contain massive emotional pressure without signs of leakage. So he surprises them both with a sudden and devastating decompression. In a single pass, as quick and precise as a jiu-jitsu move, he transfers his weight to the front foot, sweeps the keys from Minnie's hand, and stops with his face just inches from that of his surprised lodger. "Just one thing to get cleared," he says in an ice-cool voice. "Your room, matey." "You can't throw me out," says Minnie. "You are 2 months late with your rent, again," says Howard, "and by midday tomorrow you and everything that you own will be off my property." Chapter 66. Ron Oldacre slings his coat over a chair and sits exhausted at the kitchen table. His wife, Lucy, well practised in the homecoming routine, fills a kettle. Piers was specific about not involving outside agencies without his knowledge, Oldacre tells her. It's almost as if he predicted something like this. Now I can't raise him. "Have you made another doctor's appointment?" she asks. "I just didn't get time. I had to see a man about a guinea pig. I'll do it tomorrow," he assures her. "I think the girls are a bit old for guinea pigs," she says. "How's your arm, Ron?" "It's fine," he assures her. "Did you have a good day?" "Show me," she orders. He rolls up his sleeve. "I've put some of that leg ointment on. Do you think that's okay?" "You've been scratching it, Ronnie," she admonishes. "We'll have to get you a pair of mittens tied to your wrists. You look all in, darling. Can't Martin look after things?" "To be honest, the poor man is hardly up to the job when things are running smoothly," he says. "He's frightened of the workers. I seriously doubt he'll ever be manager material." The intimidating Mr. Ganny. "At least have a bite to eat before you go back, love." She draws his head to rest on her stomach. Her husband closes his eyes and puts an arm around her, his palm on her bottom, a thumb massaging the base of her spine. "My day was fine, thanks," she says, stroking thinning hair. "Absolute bedlam at work, with Amy away, of course. And when I got home, Nan met me at the front door asking if she can have a pony. And Emma came in 10 minutes later, talking about breast surgery. Daughters! So, by comparison with yours, my day was a bagatelle." She smiles as a burst of laughter filters through the ceiling. "What's going on up there?" asks Ron. "Emma's doing Nan's hair," she says. "Hairdresser's model. Some new style from the salon. You know how she loves her big sister's attention." I hope they don't create something we can't send her to school in." "Oh, I'd hate to spoil their fun," says Lucy Oldacre. "If worse comes to worst, we'll shave her head and tell them she had lice. Will you have time for supper? I have a quiche standing by." "That would be grand," he says. "I left them my portable phone. Ganny will call at 9 when he and Robin Jackson go in. Keep me in the picture. I've left messages for Piers. Ultimately he's the boss, but I hate having my hands tied. I think if we've not made any progress by the morning, and I still can't contact him, I'll call the emergency services and hang the consequences." Chapter 67. Queenie Easy parks her van overnight on a wheel-beaten grass patch, which is the front garden of her house. Cycling between work and home, Rushbrook always glances that way. Once he saw Queenie working under the bonnet of her van. She looked up, and he flapped a greeting from the handlebars, not sure if she had seen, and wishing that he had stopped. The image of her in a tight boiler suit, spanner in hand, is still clear in his mind. He leans his cycle against the fence, shaking slightly from the exertion of the ride, and grinds out a cigarette butt with his toe. As he opens her front gate, helmet in hand, Queenie's voice comes from an upstairs window. "Bring it inside, Mr. Rushbrook. Kids'll let the tyres down else." He glances up to find her framed in shadow, naked from blonde crown to belly button. "Down in a tick," she calls. He grabs the bike, wheeling it inside, his eyes lowered. As he bunches knuckles to knock, the door opens, and Queenie steps back with a little gasp. Rushbrook thrusts the still clenched fist into a jacket pocket. "Come in," she says. "Sandwiches are ready. I had to freshen up. It's been so hot." She is wearing a generously cut blouse in a bold orange and yellow floral print, covering the tight salmon-pink T-shirt which he had mistaken for flesh. Pale gold hair flows over shoulders in a damp cascade. Her sturdy legs and small feet are bare. "You must be warm cycling in that jacket, Mr. Rushbrook. Hang it there. And your super hat. Would you like a drink? I've got cold squash, or a beer if you'd prefer it." "Ah, better not have beer as I'm sort of working. Then I can offer you orange or lemon. Come on through." He follows her down the hall between stacks of shrink-wrapped cans and cardboard boxes. "You hungry, thirsty working men get through that lot in a couple of days when the weather's like this." "I never thought. You must have to keep a lot of stock," observes Rushbrook. "I sold my three-piece to make more space. Nowhere to sit in the front room, so if you want to relax around here, it's off to bed with you." She opens the kitchen door. "Dad!" She turns to Martin in horror. "Do you mind waiting in the hall a moment, Mr. Rushbrook, till I sort my dad out?" She tries to slip through, but Rushbrook has already seen the old man. Bald head and skinny limbs, in a brief and strangely translucent green waistcoat, above loose flannel underpants. On the table is the remains of a pile of sandwiches, which, hands shaking, he peels open one at a time. As Rushbrook watches, the old man plucks out a slice of cucumber and sticks it with great precision to his shoulder. "Cooling off," he says, dabbing a blob of mayonnaise into a tangle of grey hairs on his chest, and looking at his daughter, a guilty but determined child. "You silly old sod!" Queenie claps a hand to her mouth. "Oh, Mr. Rushbrook, whatever must you think? We'll throw them away. I've got plenty of bread. I can make more. Oh, I'm so sorry. Come and sit in the office while I sort it out." She tries again to bar him from the scene. "Let me do something useful," he says, pushing in. "Hello, Mr. Easy. I'm Martin, a friend of your daughter's." His offered hand is taken in a feeble, mayonnaise-lubricated grip. "Bill Easy. Hot, ain't it, old cocker?" "It certainly is, Bill. Let's get you cleaned up, shall we?" says Rushbrook. "Where's the bathroom?" "I really can't ask you to do that," says Queenie. "Don't worry," he reassures her. "I used to feel all my mum's embarrassment until I realised it's not for me to be ashamed if she chooses to wander naked in the garden as people pass on the way to church. Maybe you can't really call it a choice, but if it's not her choice, it certainly isn't mine." "He's just having a bad day," says Queenie, peeling cucumber slices off her father. "This heat." "The bathroom's straight on at the top of the stairs, but—" "Oh, never mind. If you can manage my dad in this condition, you probably won't be put out by the state of the bathroom. Put him in the shower. There's a towel behind the door. Anything else, just shout. I'll bring clean clothes in a tick." Half an hour later, as he helps the old man button his shirt, Martin Rushbrook hears Queenie's tread on the stairs. He glances about at discarded brassiere and attendant lacy articles, and feels elation greater than he has ever experienced. There comes a light knock at the door. "We're decent," he calls. She puts her head in to find Rushbrook and her father holding hands. "That was quick," says Queenie. "Have you been cooperative, Dad?" "Course you have. Haven't you, Bill?" "Could do with a cuppa," Bill Easy says. "And Mr. Rushbrook hasn't had the squash I promised him hours ago," says Queenie. "It's Martin," he says. "And I'm Queenie," she chuckles. "Are these hidden skills on your CV, Martin?" "I look after my mum. You probably guessed," he says. "My little sister, Judy, lives just round the corner. She's married, kids, but she keeps an eye when I'm at work. Mum's fine on her own most of the time. Just occasionally she gets into a muddle." "Sandwich and Sunday dress muddles," says Queenie with a wry smile. "Earlier in the year we had a biscuit muddle," he says. "She'd be down to the shop every day for another packet, and neither of us ate more than the odd one. There was a cupboard full in the kitchen, all going stale. She's forgotten about that now, but she worries a lot about where I am. Judy tells her a dozen times I'll be home after work, but it makes no difference. When I got in this evening, she told me off like a little boy late for his tea. Still, I love the dear old thing to bits. It's funny, but in a way looking after Mum makes me feel worthwhile like work never does." Queenie puts a hand on his arm. "Thanks for being so understanding. The sandwiches are ready, and in a safe place." She taps her dad's hand, fiddling with his shirt buttons, and he looks petulantly back. "Come on, let's make you men that drink. When do you have to be at the factory?" Rushbrook eases his hand out of the old man's and glances at his watch. "I really ought to be there now. Not my shift, just to deliver. I'd love to stay for a drink, but I really should go." "Well, suppose you ran the sandwiches over and came back," says Queenie. "I could make you supper as a kind of thank you." "Are you sure?" Of course. Can you manage the sandwiches on your bike? I've got my basket on the front, he says. Shouldn't take more than half an hour. Chapter 68. I'll wash up. Jimmy dumps dirty plates into the sink, and Pete Dry looks on suspiciously, picking his teeth with a matchstick. You feeling okay? Might have a couple of hours kip, Jimmy tells him, with working later and that. He dunks pans and plates, stacks them a teeter on the drainer and goes to the shed. Devil watches dolefully from a sack as the boy patches his punctured tube, puts back the tyre and pumps it hard. Upstairs he falls back on the bed. A pop princess gazes down from the back of the door. He gets up and hangs a shirt on the hook above, covering her face. The disc on his bedside clock jerks silent seconds. When the door creaks, he pushes the pillow away. His father scowls in. You ain't going soft on me, are you? How d'you mean? Jimmy lifts a model racing motorcycle from the bedside table and spins its wheels. Pete Dry sits on the bed. Everyone gets ripped off, boy. Only difference is, one's on top call it the law. It's like your gramp used to say, the law locks up the man and woman what takes the goose off of the common, and lets the other bugger loose what nicks the common off the goose. Jimmy adjusts the racing bike's rider. He said work together. Yeah, well, forget the old man, says Pete Dry. End of the day, he was just another old wanker. All that political bollocks. Half the time he didn't know his own arse. Grab your share, mate. That's all we're doing, just our share. You don't look after yourself, no other bugger will. He makes a fist and grinds it beneath Jimmy's jaw. No one's going to get hurt, and you ain't got to do a thing. Just get in his way a bit, right? If there's a phone, pull the wire out or something. Right? Leave the rest to me and Donnie. Jimmy listens as his dad's boots bump downstairs and waits for the thump of the house door. He hugs the pillow, closing his eyes, the slow clock turning. After a while he goes down, pulls his bike from the shed and rides to a mate's in the village. Staying with his dad, says Terry's mum. Can I lend your phone book a mo, Mrs. Freeman? He asks. There are 2 Billings within walking distance of the factory. She writes the addresses down for him. Tar, and tell Terry I'll see him next week. He rides into town, glancing occasionally at the tyre. At the first address, a small, grey and terminally bewildered old man opens the door. Does Sarah live here? Who? Asks the little man, peering up and down the road. Sarah Billing, Jimmy says. The name's Billing, not Dillon, young man. Jimmy glances down at bedroom slippers. Yeah, Billing, he confirms. Sarah. Who? The man cups a hand to his ear. Does Sarah Billing live here? Jimmy shouts. Oh, that would be a coincidence, says the old man. He throws back his head and laughs. Tar, says Jimmy, and passes a more honest opinion to the gate. The rookery is just around the corner. At his knock, a woman opens the door. Does Sarah Billing live here? Jimmy asks. The woman sways gently. Her skirt and blouse are heavily creased and scattered with ash from the cigarette in her hand. Come in. She sails off into the gloom, calling back, Put the wood in the hole. Jimmy follows to a dim sitting room, the curtains drawn and a TV roaring into tobacco smoke you could cut with a knife. She grabs a remote control and jabs at buttons, tutting peevishly. The sound mutes. On the screen an angry man wraps chain about a gatepost and fastens a padlock, while in the background a woman gets out of a silver sports car, waving papers. He shouts at her in the deafening silence. "Sit," Joyce Billing commands, and points at an armchair. "Oh, look!" She raises a rum bottle from the sofa cushions and holds it up like a victory cup. "Is Sarah at home, then?" asks Jimmy, looking around. "Introductions first," the woman admonishes. "Never neglect the niceties, young man. I'm Joyce." The hand she offers is unpleasantly moist. "Your turn," she prompts. "Eh?" says Jimmy. "What is your name?" "Jimmy, from where she works," he tells her. "Aha," says Joyce Billing. "One of Diptech's fine fellows. I can't recall meeting you before, Jimmy, from where she works. But it has been a while since I attended one of your famous Christmas do's." "I'm new," he says. "Much I can see." She gives the boy an uncomfortably frank inspection. "And apart from where she works, what are you?" At the sideboard she fills generous tumblers. "How do you mean?" Jimmy asks. "Now I hope you'll be sociable and join me in a drink," says Joyce Billing, thrusting a glass at him. "Cheers, Prost, and bottoms up." Jimmy takes a sip and screws up his face. She reduces hers to dregs at a gulp. "Ah, that's the stuff, eh?" she exclaims. "Now, how do I mean, you asked? Well, how I mean is, are you a welder's urchin, a runner of errands, or are you perhaps a suitor?" "A suitor?" he queries. The TV couple have settled their differences, locked together, his stubbled jaw against her cheek, long-lashed lids closed in public ecstasy. "How charming," says Joyce Billing. "A little suitor, lean and firm. But tell me, Jimmy, or is it James, seeing as we hardly know each other?" "Even me dad don't call me James," he says. "Ah, I see we're going to be good friends," she exclaims. "So tell me, Jimmy, have you come for English lessons?" "How do you mean?" he asks. "Oh dear," she says. "Naughty me, making a joke at your expense. So, Jimmy, from where she works, what are your prospects?" "How do you mean?" says Jimmy again. She sighs. "Let's start with a simple question, then. What do you want with my daughter?" "I don't want nothing with her," Jimmy says. Joyce Billing looks at him in disappointment. "Now that I find hard to believe, since you knocked at our door and asked for her, and you and I have never met before." She drains her glass. "Drink up. There's another bottle not touched." "I just wanted to ask her something," says Jimmy, "to tell her." "To ask or to tell? That's the question." Joyce Billing refills her glass, peering into it as if in thought. "Well," she says at last, "Sarah, as you may have already guessed, is not here. So why not ask, or tell, me? And if I don't understand the question, or don't know the answer, I'll pass it on when she gets home." "This is real important," he says, shaking his head. "It's something we talked about, what she said. I can't tell no one else." "Ah, guilty secret." She braces her arms against the back of the sofa and leans forward in drunken seduction. Blue TV light floods the open front of her blouse. Jimmy turns his gaze to the screen. "'Tain't guilty?" he says. "Not yet?" "Oh, now you are intriguing me," she says excitedly. "You'll have to tell me." "I told you I can't say," says Jimmy. "It's about in the bike shed today, what she said." Joyce Billing raises her eyebrows. "And what were you up to in the bike shed with my daughter?" "Nothing like that," he says. "Nothing like what, Jimmy?" She uphends her glass. "Like what you're thinking," he tells her. "How do you know what I was thinking?" she puzzles. "What people do in bike sheds," says Jimmy. "Oh, I always assumed they parked their bicycles. Do tell me more." "Now I'm having another one, so let me top you up. In case you don't know, on social occasions, if someone offers you a drink, refusal is the very height of rudeness." Chapter 69. Miss Bell says, "Don't do that. Not where I can see, Kevin. It's disgusting." Miss Bell says, "Put things in a safe place or you'll lose them, Kevin." Miss Bell keeps her glass eyes on a string so she doesn't lose them. Look after things or you will lose them, like Mr. John lost his teeth in the washing room and Mr. Flat lost his pricking thing in the spatch. Kevin put it in a safe place. Pricking things go in the special rubbish, Mr. Flat. Mr. Steele left his cigs on the painting table. That's not a safe place, Mr. Steele. If the wrong smoke goes in the factory, big man Canny will shout loud. Mr. Steele's cigarettes go under the tube where air is sucking, like Kevin's tummy sucking for a sandwich. You seen my fags, Kevin? Bloody hell, I just put 'em down. Colin Teale worries at sheaves of paper on his desk. The little man grins and nods in his annoying way. "Where are they?" Teale asks. Kevin wanders off, and when Teale doesn't follow, he stops and points. "On Hoot's bench? Did you put them there? Don't touch my stuff, okay? And don't start snivelling, for Christ's sake. Go down to dispatch and have a sweep up, and don't touch anything. You can have a sandwich later. Here." He hands Kevin a brush and pan. What the hell's happened to Rushbrook? He should have been here hours ago. Teale stands at the factory's side door, a cigarette in his fingers. He watches the concrete roadway, with its flank of corrugated barns, as a desultory peddler passes, head to the bars, pushing for home through the thick, warm evening. When his cigarette is finished, Teale flicks the tip away, slams the door, and returns to the robot. He stands a moment, squeezing a fat lighter in his palm, and leans towards the turntable. "Now listen to me, Sonny. I'm going to say this just the once, and believe me, your life depends on it. You need to get yourself out of there before midnight. You got me? Midnight, because if you... Jesus! Kevin, don't creep up behind like that. Can't you whistle or something, for Christ's sake? What now?" Kevin pats his round belly. "Sandwich." "I bloody told you," says Teale. "Rushbrook's bringing them. I can't do anything about it, okay? Now will you, for Christ's sake, get your stupid ass down to dispatch and... Oh, come on." He leads the little man through the racking alleys. "And don't do that," he says, looking back. "It's just a bloody plastic curtain. Walk through it normally. Jesus Christ." Chapter 70. Their supper plates empty, Alex Moncrief and Leslie Buck sit at the garden table as shadows lengthen. On such a peaceful evening, Alex says, I feel quite at one with the world. What sustains you, Leslie? Apart from your potato salad with fresh chives, she asks with a smile. I was thinking about the source of your spirit, says Alex. That's something we've never talked about. Is it a god? I looked under that stone as a young woman and found nothing of worth, she says. Do you find shelter with a god, Alex? If so, does it have a lower or an uppercase G? My parents gave me God with a capital G, he says. Perhaps I should have been more grateful. Not in your style, says Leslie. I think I learnt religion like you learn a poem, he tells her. The more you repeat the words, the less they mean. I don't know what belief is or how people find it. Abstract belief? Leslie laughs gently. Most of us practice a great deal of it. When you tell me about the hoeing you have done at the weekend and bring me lettuce that you have grown, I use my judgment about you and what I know of growing to accept that you didn't simply walk to the supermarket. I suppose we all do, Alex replies, more than we like to admit. I mean, if the boss says the sales this month don't warrant a bonus, I don't ask to see the books. A certain amount of trust is essential, but with it comes the risk of being made a fool of, she says. Somewhere in me is a belief, maybe a deluded idea, that to have trust and be taken in lifts us above one who knowingly takes us in. Too often we let anger and regret at being fooled undermine us, and the advantage is lost. You know, Leslie, I feel somehow comforted by your ideas, he says. They seem to be a source of serenity, in spite of everything you endure. Oh, Alex, she says, I don't see myself as serene, but I do believe that we have the power to do ourselves more emotional harm than anyone else in the world ever can. What about sources of happiness then, Leslie? Your use of the word sources implies that happiness is an effect, she says. Suppose for a moment that it was a cause. Happiness a cause? He asks. I'm talking about that real deep happiness which comes from within, she says, not drug-induced highs or sexual ecstasy. A breath of breeze insinuates itself between Leslie in her wheelchair and Alex at the table, whisking a paper napkin over the lawn. He scrambles after it and secures it beneath his empty plate. Birdsong fills the garden, but cannot touch their silence. The summer evening is cooling now. I love to hear your ideas, but I admit that sometimes I feel quite overwhelmed, Alex says at last. Even I trip over my inhibitions occasionally, she says. But we've drifted from our subject. You were telling me about poor Arthur. He was such a rock, says Alex. A friend to everyone, always on the lookout for others, always helpful. You might be struggling to shift heavy construction on the bench, to back-weld it, and there was Arthur at your shoulder. Or he'd surprise us with a bag of doughnuts, because he'd heard it was someone's birthday. That's my recollection, says Leslie. A man watchful for the world and everyone in it. Everyone but himself, perhaps, says Alex. After his wife died, he appeared more concerned with his workmates' welfare than ever. Perhaps I should have seen that somehow he was unable to help himself. He put his efforts into other people's troubles and never addressed his own. There must have been a terrible loneliness in him. "These things happen," was all he would say when I asked about his wife. "We have to adjust to them." It was back in the early year that I noticed something was wrong. I think a set-to he had with our maintenance man, Roy Megson, was some kind of turning point. I'd got to know Arthur pretty well by then. He'd pile up pallets to make a seat for us to sit together at lunchtime. "I thought you had a canteen," Leslie says. "Oh, a grubby little room with no door up on the gantry," says Alex. "I go up there sometimes, for the company, but I've always preferred it down on the factory floor, with Arthur, before he was ill." Chapter 71. "You do cook well, Queenie," says Martin Rushbrook, looking up from his plate. "Don't sound so surprised," she says. "I mean to say this is in a different league from your catering van," he says. "I thought we'd be better off with something light and tasty on such a hot night." When Queenie says tasty, it begins as a growl and melts to a purr on her lips. Rushbrook watches the moist fullness of them. At the end of the table, Bill Easy is tucking in too. "Wonderful, fresh herbs," he says. "I grow a few out at the back," she says with a smile, "just for private use. Do you smoke, Martin?" "Afraid so. Bad habit." He pats his pocket. "You?" "Occasionally," Queenie chuckles. Martin runs a finger into his collar and sips red wine. When Queenie comes down from helping her father to bed, they sit in loungers on a raised wooden deck, the bottle between them. "Your dad must have been like my mum, starting a family late in life. To have a daughter so young, I mean," he says. "Mum's nearly 70 now." "Dad'll be 72 next birthday," she says. "His first wife died, and he started again when he was 40. I've got a brother, a half-brother, in his 50s. Queenie fetches an oilskin bag and lays cigarette papers and a long rolling machine on her knee. "Have one of mine, save you making one." Rushbrook pulls a pack out of his pocket. "You might find mine more interesting," she says, teasing out a handful of coarse shredded leaf. Rushbrook puts the glass to his lips, colour rising to his cheeks, unseen in the dusk. "Just one of the different herbs that I grow," she says, and runs a pink tongue along the papers. Rushbrook watches her roll the cigarette, broad and crude in deft fingers. She nips shreds from the end, drops them back in the bag and toasts one end gently with a match, kissing the other until it begins to glow. "My dad taught me gardening," she laughs. "I have a little greenhouse, strictly for personal use." Rushbrook swallows. A waft of sweet, burnt grass strokes his nostrils. Queenie holds out the cigarette. "It's good stuff," she promises. He extends hesitant fingers, puts the fat roll-up to his lips, and sucks gently. His chest seizes the smoke and explodes it from him in a coughing fit. He hands the cigarette back to her, gasping for breath. Next time the fat white parcel comes to him, He draws deeper, holds and releases slowly. Queenie takes it back from him. From the corner of his eye, he watches her chest expand. "Take a good hit," she says, passing it back. "Draw it deep." She sits back, watching until Rushbrook returns it, reclining, looking about, and lurching abruptly to his feet. Queenie snatches up an ornate planter, and he retches and vomits into it. "Sorry," he says when he recovers his breath, looking at her dazed. "Martin, I believe you're a cannabis virgin," she chuckles, bringing him a glass of water. He drinks, and she offers him the diminishing spliff. "Hair of the dog," she says. Sunset reflections set fire to windows on the hill opposite, glowing like gold ingots. The sweet, cooling night flows over them, and Rushbrook finds himself in a place more peaceful than he has ever known. He says, and hears Queenie's agreement in her silent smile. The next hour passes like a day packed into 5 minutes. 5 minutes packed into a day. "There's no need to cycle home if you have to be back for your shift at 3, Martin. I've a spare bed made up," she says. "Use the phone if you want to call your sister." "That's very kind of you, Queenie." He phones, and Judy agrees to look in and put their mum to bed. "She tells me I protect her too much," he says. "She says we might have to put her in a home, but I couldn't bear that. I want people to know her as I knew her." Queenie smiles. "And how do you remember her?" she says. "Oh, you know, baking biscuits in the kitchen when I got home from school. Chocolate chip was her speciality. Wonderful. Still warm and soft from the oven. Sometimes when she stirred the mix, her hair would come undone. 'Fix it for me, Marty,' she'd say. I'd climb on a chair. I felt so proud, so special." Queenie smiles at this new, garrulous Rushbrook. "A psychiatrist would have a field day with memories like those," she says. Chapter 72. Low sunlight stains orange the back windows of Tennet Lodge and sets alight the table below the home oak. "Shall we go and see what Mr. Clipsham has been up to before it gets too dark?" Leslie's excitement is undeniable. Alex takes the wheelchair handles in a firm grip. "Over there, below the big Cotoneaster lacteus." She points the way. "I'm not sure we'll get your chair through," says Alex. "Yes, there's plenty of room now. We should be able to get right down to the old summer house." Slouching heaps of cut scrub and bramble mark the entrance to a path scattered with scraps of undergrowth. "He's going to bring a shredder when they've finished clearing so that we can put the goodness back into the garden," Leslie says. "Forward, Alexander." Ancient shrubs rise at either side of the path, like green cumulus clouds. Alex pushes between them over the rough pathway. "Somewhere on the left along here is the Lime Avenue," says Leslie. "Rather overgrown now, I expect. Do you know, Alex, it's over 25 years since anyone saw this?" She laughs, except perhaps the odd local lad scrumping apples. They bump along beneath benevolent boughs, fissured and twisted with age. "Look!" She points excitedly to a double row of trunks, crouched beneath a burden of ivy. A razor-wire barrier of brambles churns between them. "Some will have died or fallen," she says. "We'll replace the missing ones. The avenue runs right to our boundary by Silver Lane, over 100 yards long. There's a raised stone terrace with a grand balustrade at the end. Jenny and I used to tightrope walk the parapet. I'd like to sit there one day with you, Alex, and have tea and cream cakes. Wouldn't that be fun?" She leans back and looks up at him, bent to the chair's handles. "The garden was primarily my parents' project," she says. "Uncle Wilfred never had much interest in it, and it soon became overgrown." They roll on into the wilderness, the blazed path narrower now. Wheels snag, and Alex struggles to keep the chair on course. Glancing back, he can no longer see the house. Only the top of the home oak marks its position. "I fear for the tyres over these thorns," says Alex. "We'll not get much further." "Yes, look, Alex, that way." Leslie points ahead. "Clipsham's cut through. We'll cross a little bridge and then you'll see it." "What's that?" "Where?" Leslie is uncharacteristically shrill in her excitement. "I mean, what'll I see?" he says. "Oh, the summer house," says Leslie. "When this is properly cleared, we'll be able to bring our supper down. Look." She raises her arm. "There, there." Alex peers into the gathering gloom, unsure what it is he's looking for. She grasps the wheels to encourage him, but pulls a hand smartly away, putting the back of it to her lips. "Are you sure this is wise, Leslie?" "Oh, don't lose faith now, Alex. It can't be far ahead." She reaches back and gives his hand an encouraging squeeze. "Against my better judgment," he says, tugging down shirt cuffs for protection, "it's best if you keep your hands in your lap, Leslie." "There," she says a moment later, "where the path rises. That will be the bridge over the stream. The summer house is a short way on the other side. This is so exciting, Alexander." "Will a garden building stand so long, uncared for?" he asks, pausing to catch his breath. "Oh, yes," she says, "until Judgment Day, I should think. Clipsham and his lads had lunch down here. I was so envious when they told me." The path slopes gently upward, broken and rough beneath the wheels. Alex leans forward with the effort. The scent of Leslie's hair mingles with the sharp smell of cut stems. "These wheels are not built to take such punishment," he says. "How ungentlemanly of you," she teases, "casting aspersions on a lady's weight." At the crest of the bridge, they pause and look over a low stone parapet into tangled undergrowth. "You'd hardly know there was a stream now," Leslie says. "It was fed from the main river, but the culvert collapsed years ago. Perhaps we can have it cleared." As they descend the far side of the bridge, Alex pulls back to slow the chair when a front wheel jams sharply against a stump, twisting the handle from his grasp. Before he can stop it, the chair plunges off the path and rolls into a fearsome barbed shrub. "Are you all right, Alex?" Leslie calls. He forces himself beside the chair, holding back thorny spikes. "Leslie, you're hurt." She dabs fingers to her face. "It's only a scratch," she assures him. "I'm fine, really." "Don't try to move just now," he says, bending to the wheel. "The spokes are buckled. You might easily turn right over." He pulls rough stems aside. "The summer house is just a little way," she says. "Can you carry me?" "I think so. I'm so sorry, Leslie." "Well, you are certainly not to blame, Alex," she tells him, raising her arms. "As I recall, you advised against this foolish venture from the start." In the falling dusk he lifts her gently from the wrecked chair and stumbles back first, shielding their faces from the whip and snag of bramble and thorn. Leslie clasps her arms about his neck as the undergrowth falls aside at an area of open ground, still jagged from the gardener's brush cutter. Turning to face the clearing, Alex catches his breath in wonder. In the soft red brick of the main house, the building stands over 20 feet high at the roof's peak, its 4 towering gables rising against the twilight sky, shoulder to shoulder and back to back. The valleys between them are full of tile fragments, moss and grassy tufts, and the ground below thick with broken tile. From the centre of each gable, a leaded window gazes over the wilderness, north, south, east and west. A circle of mature trees, festooned with ivy, leans back in reverence. Facing them across the clearing, a pair of studded doors cling to the remnant of hinges, one pulled roughly aside. "In the Gothic style," Leslie says quietly. "It was designed by a friend of my father." Despite the diminishing light, she can read the wonder in his face. "You should have seen it in its heyday," she says. "Where we are now was once a fine circular lawn. Do you know, Alex, it's 27 years since last I was here. But your arms must be getting tired. Take me inside." "This is wonderful. A fairy tale castle," he says, looking up in awe as he picks his way among the debris to carry her through the broken door. He sets her gently on a bench in the musty darkness. "For such a compact man, you are surprisingly strong," she says, with an almost girlish giggle. Alex is thankful for the dimness within. "I'll fetch your other chair," he says. "I won't be a moment." "Wait, Alex, come and sit a moment, please. Just be here with me. I'm fine, really I am." She pats the bench, her fingers pale in the light through cobwebbed windows. When he sits, she takes his hand and breathes a long, soft sigh. "Do you sometimes know just what you ought to do, but seem incapable of taking your own advice? I'm like that, Alex. There's something that I should tell you, that I must say. I've known it for some time, but I've been afraid. I laugh when you describe me as a fearless woman. Opportunities come, and I should welcome them, but I grow afraid." "Oh, Leslie, I think we all—" "Please," she interrupts him, "let me say what I have to say, because if you give me an opportunity, I'll back out again. I'm that much of a coward." The sharp territorial call of a blackbird comes to them through a broken side window. "We have not spoken of what you found coming home early. I didn't explain, and you didn't ask, what I was doing in your room. But you must have wondered," she says. "When I woke to find you there, that was an opportunity as golden as any jeweller could craft." Alex moves uneasily beside her. "Will you come closer so I can lean on you?" she asks. "I'm a little chilled." "Oh, Leslie, I'm not thinking," he says. "We left your blanket at the table. I'll run back for it." "No, don't do that, Alex, dear. Just let me lean on you." "Thank you." You see, we both do it, looking for a way out of awkwardness. Children are so much better at dealing with their emotions, aren't they? Once we laughed and cried without shame. But I need to explain why I was on your bed with the picture. "Oh, Leslie, I may not have suffered as you have, but I do understand a little of what your loss must mean," he says. "Do you imagine that I pine for the past?" she asks, spurred by a romantic desire to rekindle the memory of my own parents, perhaps? No, Alex, I've done my grieving so long ago. She sighs and presses his hand. "I fell asleep with the picture, not because it reminds me of the past, but because it brings me new hope. When I'm at home during your working days, that image has brought me more joy than I have known all my adult life." There. Now you know this is not the first time I've invaded your room. And why? Because I've fallen in love for the very first time, Alex. Isn't that ridiculous? 42. There, it's said. When she leans against him, he can feel her shaking. "Leslie," he says, "my father has been dead these 15 years, I'm sure I said." "Oh, not with him, you silly man. Or are you deliberately misunderstanding me? I look at his picture, but I see you, Alex. I'm in love with you." The summer house and all the great garden around is stilled. Evening sweetness descends, and Alex, silenced by the weight of understanding, can only respond, "But, Leslie, why?" Now the answers flow from her, a pent-up force of emotional energy held back for a year, for a long lifetime. "That is easy, dear Alex," she says, "because I love the way that you value me, and Tenet Lodge, and all those things that my life was and is. I love your childlike delight in your craftsmanship, and all the small moments that we share. A game of Scrabble, doing a crossword puzzle together, or reading aloud a favourite poem. And I love your quiet honesty, your generosity. Perhaps you mean, why must I tell you now, even at the risk of driving you away? Because it seemed impossible that I might ever experience this, and I know for certain that it will never happen again." She squeezes his hand and rests her head on his shoulder. "So many times this past year," she says, "I've turned over in my mind what to say, whether to say anything at all. I've wondered if you might have discerned my feelings anyway. But when you found me on your bed this afternoon, I knew I must tell you, whatever the consequences. And now I feel mean, because I've laid the burden on you. But I know that your response is something for you alone, and I can only tell you that I will accept it, with joy or with sadness, but with good grace, whatever it is." As she turns to Alex, his face a pale smudge in the gloom, a crash of metal assails the silence, and dies away to the thin tinkling of a bell. "Your chair?" says Alex, leaping to his feet. "Fallen into the old stream?" They peer into the gloom as a shadow figure approaches unsteadily across the clearing. "'Lo? Anybody there?" Oots? Jimmy? Oh, yeah, Gord, saw your plates on the table. The boy's words are slurred. Thought I'd never find you. I run into something on me bike. What are you doing here? Asks Alex. Is everything okay? No, 'tain't. The boy stumbles through the broken doorway. Alex catches his arm. Sorry, pissed, he says. Leslie, this is Jimmy, who should be working with me at midnight. We'll see about that. At the moment he appears a little the worse for drink. Jimmy, my landlady, Miss Buck. We've broken her wheelchair. I'll run back and fetch another one. He looks at the lad. And I'll set some strong coffee brewing. They watch Alex's shadow figure fade across the clearing until it is swallowed by the dark, tangled undergrowth. Hello, Jimmy. I'm pleased to meet you. Leslie Buck pats the bench beside her. Come and keep me company until Alexander gets back. Ta! He stumbles across the plaster-dusted floor. What's up then? Can't walk? Sadly, no, she says. Jimmy collapses onto the bench. Me neither, he says. Tell me, Leslie Buck asks, are you familiar with the expression, saved by the bell? Chapter 73. Evening air cools the corrugated barns of manufacturing, creaking in the bolts and beams, the day's heat oozing from thick-ridged concrete aprons. Automatic cameras record the movement of cats, the idle circling of styrene cups, and the shiver of discarded wrappers. In shadow, a young couple watch as a security van muffles round the corner in low gear, dragging a scut of exhaust vapour. The boy's thumbs are hooked into elastic defences, easing them free with a satisfaction to echo his experience earlier in the evening, on reaching the 7th level of a tricky computer game. The girl braces her elbows against his chest, ready to thrust him away. The van trundles steadily by. You needn't think I'm going all the way, she warns, as he extends his exploration. Each has something that the other wants, and neither yet understands how uneven the transaction, an unsustainable imbalance of long and short-term goals. You can feel me if you like, he says. No thanks, she sniffs. The gloomy interior of the Diptech factory glowers over a single pool of light at the robot welder's turntable. At their handover, Ganny reported that the young man had stopped muttering a while ago, and soon afterwards they heard a soft snoring. Alex glances at Jimmy, hugging his knees on a makeshift pallet and bubble-wrap sofa. Recovering after a 2-hour infusion of Tenet Lodge's strongest coffee, the lad was passed as fit to accompany Alex on the midnight shift. They rounded off the session with cheese and biscuits at 11 p.m. It sounds an exciting adventure, Leslie said, when Jimmy had gone to empty his bladder for a 3rd time. But wouldn't it be wise to involve the police? If we knew what his dad planned, Alex agreed, I'd say yes, but surely no one would tackle a building with a work shift on, for the sake of a few tins of paint. He lowers his voice. It may be no more than bravado. Jimmy's dad talking tough to impress his lad, and we mustn't lose sight of our primary purpose, to monitor events at the robot. The empty turntable glows like a stage set beneath Ganny's floodlight. "Mr. Headley, boy," says Alex. "Ganny and Jackson have gone home now. This is Alex Moncrief. I have Jimmy Dry with me. I'm putting a can of drink on the turntable in case you're thirsty." There's a faint murmur which Alex takes as acknowledgement. He returns to their makeshift seat, and Jimmy leans back, his eyes in shadow. "Try and stay awake a while longer," Alex says. "I ain't sleepy. It's too weird." Jimmy throws a glance at rack supports which stretch in darkness around and above, a forest of girders. "Spooky." "No one can get in without us knowing," Alex reassures him. "The alarm is set." "D'you reckon he's still, As Jimmy jabs his thumb at the robot cage, a thin keening rises from the enclosure, like a wail through gritted teeth. "Jeez." Jimmy hugs himself as silence returns. "Don't it give you the creeps?" The sound begins again, and Alex steps to the low doors, bending into the pool of light. "Is there anything you need, boy?" The keening rises to a wail and descends to a babbling without words. "Why'd they turn off the air?" Jimmy asks. "Who said that?" "Ganny." "Oh, hell. Wait here." Alex moves out of sight. The darkness fills with tiny sounds, and Jimmy clings to the pallet. Faint scrapes behind the enclosure are followed by a sharp hiss which sets his flesh crawling. A brisk fizzing replaces it as Alex returns. "What's that noise?" asks Jimmy with alarm. "Gas shield cleaner," says Alex. "The fool's turned off the air." "My nan went doolally," Jimmy offers. "I think he needs help," Alex says, "but we can't do anything for him just now." "Have you and the lady got a thing going?" asks the lad. "Whatever makes you think that?" says Alex. "What she said when he was getting the wheelchair," Jimmy says, "about being honest and that." "I try to be," Alex says. "Sometimes it's difficult to know your own mind, let alone someone else's. There's no sense in her falling for me, is there?" Jimmy shifts on the pallet. "She's just an old girl," he says. "You are a lad, Jimmy. Is your dad like you?" "I'm like me Gramp. He's a what's name, one for all and that." "A socialist?" suggests Alex. "Yeah, don't be scrambling over each other to get on top." "And does he live around here?" Alex asks. "He's dead now." Jimmy is never still, looking this and that way into the darkness. "I'm sorry," Alex says. "Does it worry you what your dad might do if he knows you told us about his plans?" He leans back beside the boy. "He'd probably kill me. I wish I'd never said nothink." "I think you did the right thing." Alex closes his hand around Oldacre's phone. "Is he a violent man?" "He knows I dobbed him in I'll get what's coming." Jimmy picks at raw flesh in the corner of a nail. The roof hangs above them like a threat. "There's no need for him to know that you told us. The alarms could have been set anyway," Alex reassures. "You don't know the code, do you?" "Nah." Jimmy looks about. "Should have brought a radio or something, gone up the canteen." "No, we need to be here by the robot," Alex says. "We could play a game if you like." "I Spy," says the boy with a laugh. "Well, that can be quite fun for grown-ups," says Alex. "OK, what about 20 questions. What's that? Well, I think of something and tell you if it's animal, vegetable or mineral. And you have 20 questions. See if you can guess what I'm thinking of before they run out. Go on then. Mineral, says Alex. Cola, Jimmy returns quickly. Like the drink, you mean? Asks Alex. Yeah, mineral. Oh, I see. Well, a mineral could also be... Well, it's best if you ask if it's metal or stone first. So is it metal or stone? One of those, says Alex. But you don't know which. I can only answer yes or no, you see. My dad says a bloke who's not married or divorced by the time he's 25, he's probably, a puff. Did he say that? Alex's brief indignation gives way to amusement. You are a card. A motor, shriekingly loud in the silence, has the lad on his feet. The loading table turns briskly. They glimpse a figure holding a programming console as the can of drink slides from view and the spark shield closes again. On the outer segment now is a rag-wrapped bundle. Crossing into the light, Alex opens it carefully with his fingers, Jimmy standing at his elbow. What's that? I'll get you spare contact tips, boy, Alex calls. He fetches brass components from his private store and places them on the turntable. Parts for the welder, he says. Jimmy moves restlessly on the edge of the floodlit pool. Know what she said? That Sarah's mum? You keep your little prick out of my daughter. How extraordinary. That's what Mrs. Buck said when we was in that old shed. How extraordinary. Do you like her then? You told Leslie what Mrs. Billing said? Asks Alex. Keep your little prick out of my Sarah. Yeah. So do you like her? Asks Jimmy again. You mean, do I like her better than men? The boy looks up sharply. That's not me. My dad said that. Yes, says Alex. I respect her enormously. There's this girl I like, says Jimmy. She's real nice, but I don't know if she likes me. A person must be very brave indeed to risk getting their feelings hurt by being turned down, says Alex. This girl, she's more cleverer than me, Jimmy says. I never know what to say. Well, I think the best advice is just be yourself, says Alex. Anyway, we can't help being short asses, can we? Jimmy turns to Alex. Don't mean we've got to have small pricks, does it? Is that all the sandwiches there was? I'm afraid so. That Ganny. I need a piss. You coming? Place gives me the creeps. Take the torch, says Alex. You'll be fine. Chapter 74. Do you have unfulfilled ambitions, Martin? Hell, yes. He glances sideways at Queenie. Tell me, she says. I want to escape from my god-awful job. If I had to do it all again, I'd never saddle myself with something like that. What's so awful about diptech? She asks. You cannot imagine what it is to work with those ogres. Ogres? She queries. Ganny, hateful man. Oh, you shouldn't take too much heed of people like Ganny, she says. He's only a product of his upbringing. There's just one person I think anything of in that place, Queenie. He glances at her to see how she responds to his use of her name. Apart from Ron Oldacre, just one person with an ounce of common decency, That's Alex Moncrief. Him and me have a deal in common, I believe. Alexander's a real gentleman. What about your managing director, Mr. Rowe? Hunter Rowe is a scoundrel. With a glance at the adjoining garden, Rushbrook lowers his voice. Someone said he got taken to court for insurance fraud, but he had a good lawyer and wriggled out of it. So what would you do instead? She asks. You'll laugh. It's funny considering I don't drive a car, but if I had my time again I'd like to be a rally driver. You know, stages through the forest and mountain roads. I'd love to do something like that. Those men are so skilled, listening to their navigators, so they know how sharp the next corner is and what speed they can go. All the controls and adjustments, backup teams. I'd love to do that. It's a skill, judgment and adjustment. I could feel at home with that. Travelling too. Desert stages, mountains and forest tracks. And pretty girls, she teases. You should do it. Get some lessons. Don't wait for the next lifetime, Martin. There may not be one. But Mum and everything, you know, he says. Oh, you have to find ways to do things, she advises. Not reasons why you can't. I suppose you have, he says. With the food van, I mean. It can't be easy with your dad to look after as well. It's tough sometimes, she agrees. But if you really believe in something, you'll be surprised how much energy you can find for it. And all the maintenance too, he says. I've seen you working on the van. How do you learn something like that? I'm hopeless with mechanical things. Well, Dad was a mechanic, she says. He taught me a lot in the old days. I grew up with bits of engine on the kitchen table, crankcases being degreased in the bath. Once we built a van engine in the spare bedroom, and it was so heavy we could hardly lift it downstairs. Do you have hobbies, Martin? I do the garden, I suppose. Not your sort of gardening, Queenie. He touches her bare arm daringly. A funny thing today. I found a letter from Piers Hunter Rowe when I went in this morning. I didn't get a chance to open it till I got home. It was an odd instruction to take paperwork from the safe before I locked up today and leave it with the letter on Colin Teal's bench in the spray shop. If things had gone as they normally do, I'd have been locking up tonight. But with everything happening, the business with the robot, I forgot. And Colin never said anything. He was there when I took the sandwiches. Him and the handicapped boy, Kevin. Never mind. I'll do it first thing in the morning. They go to bed late, the night still hot. Rushbrook, stripped to his underpants below a single sheet, extends limbs to the corners of the spare bed's taut, cool surface, hands on the headboard corners, toes at the base. In the silence, delicious images fill his head. Queenie, full and fabulous beside him in the garden, the cigarette in her creamy hand. He imagines her lying in her bed, a thin wall away, and wonders what it would be like if she were to come in now, how she would look in the light from Church Lane's sodium lamps. She's such a complete woman, running the mobile cafe, growing plants in her greenhouse. She would show him things. Rushbrook is alerted by a sound, a floorboard creak on the landing. He holds his breath, rigid with expectation, when it comes again. His door latch clicks, and light catches the edge as it swings hesitantly inward. "Hello?" he murmurs. The shadow figure responds, "Spare us a fag, old cocker." Chapter 75. "She's real nice, that Mrs. Buck," Jimmy observes, more relaxed now in their floodlit space. "Miss Buck prefers to be called Leslie," says Alex. "Yeah, well, she's more of a missus than my mum. She buggered off ages ago, 'fore I was at school. Me Gramp mostly looked after me. He could make boats, steering, sails and that." "It must have been sad when he died," Alex says. "I've still got the one boat," Jimmy says. "We'll get her rigged next holidays, young 'un." That's what he called me. There was loads of people at his funeral. "Does Mrs. Buck know loads of people?" "Quite a lot," says Alex, "but I don't think she's going to die just yet." "Does she get all her money off a disability?" Jimmy asks. "No, Leslie is in business," Alex says. "Do you know what a board is?" "Board, yeah. Well, she's one of a group of people who take big decisions about how a company is going to operate. A person on the board might make suggestions about the future. For example, that the factory should turn to other products. Or perhaps stop making things altogether, buy them in and become a holding warehouse. I'd call Miss Buck an original thinker." "My dad says she's filthy rich," says Jimmy. "Oh, that's all relative, isn't it?" Alex exclaims. "She may have more money than you or I, but she's not wealthy like a big pop star or a celebrity." "You going to marry her then?" Jimmy asks. "Good gracious," says Alex. "Whatever gave you an idea like that?" "You should," Jimmy says. "She likes you." "Oh, well, there are all kinds of things to be considered," Alex says. "What's a gold digger?" Jimmy asks. "You have a butterfly mind, young Jimmy. Wherever did that question come from?" "What Megson said to Rushbrook," Jimmy says. "Moncrief's got his head screwed on, shacked up with that Buck woman, gold digger's paradise." "Oh, well, it's usually said of a woman," Alex replies. She chases after rich men for their money. Perhaps it's best forgotten." "So, what's a gigolo then?" asks Jimmy. "You might like to keep these things to yourself," says Alex. "I suspect that Roy Megson didn't intend you to pass them on to me." "Well, suppose she didn't like you," says Jimmy. "What would you do if you wanted to, make her?" "To make her?" queries Alex. "Yeah, to make her like you and that." "Oh, I don't think you can make someone like you," Alex says. "People just like each other, or they don't." "Supposing you did want," Jimmy persists. "Well, that's a difficult one," says Alex. "What makes people like each other? All kinds of things, I suppose. I'd have to say, just be yourself. After all, what would be the point of impressing someone by pretending to be somebody that you weren't? You wouldn't be able to keep it up, any more than you could pretend to be more educated or more skilled. You'd get caught out in the end, wouldn't you? And how would that help?" "It's just, there's this girl," says Jimmy. "Well, supposing she did fall for you," says Alex, "what then? Life gets very complicated when people fall for one another. I still think that being yourself is the best thing anyone can do." They fall silent, lost in thought. "I saw something," says Jimmy, leaping to his feet. Alex lurches from the edge of a doze. "He's asleep now, I think," he says. "I saw something," Jimmy repeats, and points into the void beyond their floodlit pool, featureless except where a stray beam snags a piece of equipment and reveals the depths of darkness. "There!" They both see it this time, like the flash of sunlight on a windscreen miles distant, there and gone. Jimmy tightens his grasp on Alex's overall. When it comes again, the light is more prolonged. "Wait here," whispers Alex, pushing stiffly from the low pallet seat. "If anything happens while I'm—" "Oh!" His face, alert a moment before, screws up in pain. He closes his eyes, and the boy looks this and that way into threatening spaces. "What is it, Oots?" "Cramp," utters the Scotsman, grasping his thigh and pushing and squeezing the muscle, as his face rings out its agony. "It's okay, just cramp." He snatches the words. "Sitting still too long." "Jeez, you had me worried, Oots. I thought—" Jimmy looks about again. "I can't see nothing now, that light." "Outside, coming through the hinge line, I guess." Alex flexes his leg. "Could be just a security guard next door at Polyply. You hang on here." At that instant, the silence is torn up and stuffed into their ears in a shattering assault on all senses, turning the night inside out and beating their eardrums tender. The whoomph of an explosion. "Hail Mary!" Jimmy drops to a crouch beside Alex, head down, ducking below the lip of an imaginary trench. Alex stands still, massaging his leg. "Stay by the robot," he says. The torch tows him, a yellow hawser of light, running into the racking, as a battering din echoes around them, and a muffled voice yells, "Open up! Open up!" Alex glances back to Jimmy, a silhouette on the edge of the floodlit pool, and raises a warning hand. "You stay there, and take the phone, and if it looks like trouble, dial 999. Can you do that?" "Yeah," says the boy. Shouts and the fisting of corrugated steel beat at them from an emergency exit in the back wall. Alex hurries through, his torch beam scything ahead. The fire door is a simple push-bar affair into which, in a risible security measure, someone has shoved an old broom handle. Alex grasps the broken bristled head and slides it out with a rattle, and the banging stops. "Hey, you, Moncrief?" "Who is that?" asks Alex. "Cole, open up." "Who is there?" Alex asks again. "It's Colin. Open up, quick." "Colin Teal?" Alex queries. "Hold on. The alarm's set." He follows the torch beam through a puzzle of gangways and keys the code on a switch panel by the main doors. Retracing his steps, he thumps the fire door bar with the heel of his hand. It swings out to reveal the factory's paint sprayer. "That man still in the robot?" asked Teal breathlessly. "Hi, what's going on?" "We've got to get him out. There's a fire." The unexpected arrival of Teal and his message causes a momentary logjam in Moncrief's reasoning process. There is a faltering light across Teal's face, and he steps forward to see the paint store that abuts the back of the factory rooted in yellow flame, while tawny smoke oozes from the eaves. "Phone!" Colin Teal holds out his hand. "Jimmy has it," says Moncrief. "I'll get him to call the brigade." "Too late for that," says Teal. "We got to get that man out." He pushes past. "It's Colin Teal," Alex shouts to Jimmy. "There's a fire." But the boy has gone to ground. "Never mind him," yells Teal, alight with agitation. The lad emerges from shadow, a cautious moth drawn to the floodlight. "Phone for the fire brigade, Jimmy," Alex shouts. "I'll get the gear to cut him out." He returns to the robot station with armfuls of extension lead and a heavy disc grinder. "Did you get the brigade?" he asks. Jimmy glares at Colin Teal. "He smashed it." "Too bloody slow, you idiot. Should have let me, like I said." Teal collects pieces from the concrete floor. "The phone?" Alex asks, running out cables and plugging in. "He threw it," says Jimmy. "I dropped it," says Teal. "Stop bloody arguing. Let's get him out, for Christ's sake." Alex drags the floodlight round to face the enclosure, pulls on goggles and leather gauntlets, wraps sure hands around the cutter's handles and squeezes the trigger. The abrasive wheel grunts and whines, and golden fire hoses his boots, slicing glowing, smoke-filled furrows, 2 vertical cuts from shoulder to concrete. Yellow paint blisters, and heat and light invade the scene, grey smoke whipping like candy floss around the wheel. Sweat gathers on Moncrief's brow, beads in his lashes, and hangs in drops from his nose, shaken loose and blinked away as the cutter howls painfully slowly into the enclosure's steel wall. His goggles obscure as he makes a third cut across the top, and the flap moves inward, denying fingers. He kneels and applies the diminishing blade one last time, close to the floor, until the section twists and falls inward like a drawbridge. As the wheel slows, they step forward, squinting beyond smoking razor edges to see the captive crouched in a corner, hugging his knees, aiming distrust through the breach in his cage, the programmer's console in his hands. Above him, poised like a promise of bodily harm, hangs the welding robot's massive arm. "Boy," Alex says, his voice shaking, "there's a fire in the factory. You need to come away now." The young man stares back. "Christ's sake," says Teal, pushing Alex aside. "Stop bloody pussyfooting and faffing. Get the little fucker out." He steps in, brushing against still smoking edges. Alex alone sees the boy's hand move over the control board. "Wait!" he shouts. "Come on, you silly little pisser," says Teal. "Out of there. The fucking place is on fire." As he steps forward, the robot flexes mechanical muscles and swings back on its platform. Looking up at the sound, Teal meets a solid punch, an iron-fisted haymaker to the jaw, drops to his knees with a grunt and slumps face down. Alex turns, blinking into the floodlight's blaze, to call for Jimmy's help, and his eyes meet a slim silhouette. "Ambulance is on the way," says Sarah Flett. "I've called the fire service too, from the box up the road, but it's out." "The fire's out?" queries Alex. "Jimmy, big green and blue bottles," she says. "That's argon, isn't it?" He opened the valves, rolled them in, and shut the door on them. He's out there now, looking pretty pleased with himself. Chapter 76. Tap, tap, and the spare room door lets in a segment of yellow light. 2:30, Martin, says Queenie's voice. Rather a brief night, I'm afraid, but I thought you might like a cup of tea before you go in. Can I put the light on? Bill's here, he whispers. I'll come down. Dad, she says, looking in. No need to wake him, Martin says. In the bright, busy kitchen 10 minutes later, Queenie pours from an outsized pink teapot. Honestly, he's not smoked for years, the silly sod. I'm sorry he woke you up, Martin. It was rather fun, Rushbrook assures her, like a boy's midnight feast. I hope you don't mind, me giving him a cigarette, I mean. Maybe the doc wouldn't approve, she says, but what's the point of a long, miserable life? I think Dad's rather taken a shine to you. The lapels of her housecoat fall open, and she tugs the loose belt absently, embarrassing and thrilling him. It's not time to cook, but I can do you toast and marmalade or some cereal, she offers. No, thanks all the same. I'll come over to the van for breakfast. He sips from a basin-sized mug, blinking at her over the rim. This has been an odd week altogether. Sorry to have you up so early. No more than an hour before my usual, Queenie assures him. I'm normally set up and cooking by 6 for truck drivers parked on the estate who want to get out on the road early. It was kind of you to put me up, says Martin Rushbrook. A pleasure, she says. I'm sorry you had a reaction to the weed. I should have warned you. It happens sometimes. I enjoyed it, he laughs. The world looks a bit different today. Come and visit us, Martin. I'll cook you a proper meal. Dad would like to see you again. Oh dear, someone's got trouble. A fire engine roars by in the darkness, changing down for the corner. I'd like to see you too, she adds. Chapter 77. The crow sits on a window ledge, wings folded, head on chest, and its black shoulders hunched in silent menace. It raises a quizzical brow as he scoops beans into a cardboard box. A baby swaddled in a blue sailcloth nappy is plucking them from the top of a stalk, high in the clouds. It lumbers down with another handful. The crow turns its back, but he can see its unblinking eye reflected in glass. A bell shrills, and bedside segments glow 3:20 a.m. as Ron Oldacre sits up and fumbles for the light. Hello? Martin? Yes? Did you say fire? Oh, I see. I'll come in. No? Are they? Well, I can come. Well, are you sure? OK, thanks for that, Martin. If you're sure. Yes, at 6. He puts the phone back, and Lucy Oldacre blinks up from the pillow of her own hair, brown laced with grey. Was that work? She croaks. There's been a fire, he says. Martin's got the brigade there now, though it's out apparently. Goodness. Lucy hauls herself up in the bed. What about the boy? Shush, don't wake the girls. Martin says they cut him free, taken to hospital. Not hurt. I should go in. What would you do, Ron? She asks. I mean, if Martin's there, and the fire brigade, surely there's nothing that won't wait till morning. Don't be afraid to delegate, sweetie. The poor man will never learn to take responsibility if you don't let him stretch himself. Did you feel that he wasn't coping? On the contrary, he says. I don't think he wanted me in. He seemed unusually decisive. And he's got Howard with him. Well then, put that light out and come down here. That's better. Now, none of your tossing and turning. Let Lucy apply her patent therapy. Over on your back, big boy. That's it. Oh, don't these hot nights have their compensations? Goodness, Ron, darling. If other women knew what I know, they'd be queuing at the bedside. Chapter 78. Sometimes it seems such a small world. Sarah drives Alex and Jimmy home in her mum's car. That ambulance man, knowing Arthur, she says. Amazing coincidence. And Mike, what a character, says Alex. But what brought you back, Sarah? It was when Mum told me about your visit, Jimmy. I couldn't sleep for wondering what was going on, she says. Had a drive round, saw the fire and went to the phone box round the corner. Alex pulls a road atlas from the passenger seat's door pocket. I do know the way, Sarah laughs. Weapon, he says, chasing a mosquito across the screen. Jimmy, curled in a back seat corner, watches Sarah in the rear-view mirror. So your dad thought better of his plan, Jimmy, she says. He sits up. I told him there was nothing worth nicking. His mate must have said, don't bother. They probably did the other job instead. What was that? Jimmy is silent. Just curious, says Alex. I'm not asking for details. I dunno, says Jimmy. Stables or something. A bit of horse rustling. Versatile man, your dad, says Alex, positioning the atlas. I'm determined to have this little fellow before he has me. Not horses, antiques and that, Jimmy says. Someone's nightmare just beginning, Alex muses. Do you think your dad has any idea how much distress he causes? He don't care about that, does he? Says the boy. Got you. Alex peels the map away from the screen. They're just wondering where there are stables around here. Dunno, says Jimmy. Heard him tell his mate the jockey'll be out. No one to interfere. The car hums on towards the hamlet of Cow Lane. Does Miss Buck have antiques? Sarah asks. But thankfully no horses, chuckles Alex. I've never been keen on them. He closes the map, the insect a bloodless smear across the outskirts of Annesley. She has some wonderful furniture, though, he says. Her uncle was quite a collector, not all of it to my personal taste. I was wondering, says Sarah, if you might be the jockey. Because I've a jockey's build, Alex laughs, being what our Jimmy terms a short ass. I like to keep a stout fence between me and horses. Such intimidatingly large animals. Suppose Jimmy's dad's jockey was a reference to a Scotsman, says Sarah. The jockey will be out. Oh, I don't think so. How would he know where I lived? You cycled to Alexander's from mine, Jimmy, she says. Yeah, wonder I never fell off. She don't half put it away, your mum. Well, how did you know where to find Tenet Lodge? Alex fills in. Well, I knew you had a room there, Oots. Me dad said, one day when we was passing, he said that's where old Maid Buck lives. Sarah, says Alex, sitting up. You don't think... But she is already slewing the little car around and accelerating back towards town. Oh, Gord, says Jimmy. I never knew, honest I never. Chapter 79. Keep over to the left and mind out for the well, Alex calls back. Oh. His torch beam lights buckets in a pile beside the substantial slab which now covers the well top. He steps quickly to the back door. Key's jammed, he exclaims. Jimmy dives along the back of the house, peering into darkened windows, as a silhouette appears against the door's glass. A click, and it swings in. I'm sorry, Alex, says Leslie, reversing her chair. I left my key in the lock. Oh, hello. Leslie, this is Sarah Billing from Diptech. She's kindly driving us home, and Jimmy's about somewhere. Ah. Gord, says the boy, pushing in. You okay, Mrs. Leslie? We was worried. Hello again, Jimmy, she greets him. I'm fine, thanks, if a little sleep-deprived. Oh, it's just we thought me dad might have been here. Oh, he was. And do you know, I recognised the family likeness straight away. Isn't that funny? It's in the eyes. They stand speechless in the doorway. What am I thinking, says Leslie. It may be 4 a.m, but we mustn't neglect common hospitality. Come in and tell me how went the night. Would you young people like a drink of something? Thanks, but we should get home, Sarah says. These guys may be permitted a lie-in, but I have to be at work in a few hours. Come on, Jimmy. Let's get you back to Cow Lane and let Miss Buck and Alex find their beds too. Do tell me how it went, though. Oh, he's free, the boy is out, and he's not hurt, Alex says. Only in the nut, Jimmy tells them. Oots, Alex, cut him out with a grinder. He mimes the action. Pow! They took him to the hospital, Alex says. Jimmy here is the hero of the day, or the night, rather. He put out the fire, single-handed. There was a fire! Good gracious, says Leslie Buck. It seems your night has been no less exciting than my own. Now, are you sure we can't offer you anything? Breakfast is not out of the question. No, really, thanks all the same. Sarah holds out a hand to Leslie, framed in her chair by kitchen light. Nice to have met you. Come on, Jimmy. OK, but you tell him, Mrs. Leslie. Jimmy glances at Alex. It don't matter a damn what Megson says. None of his business anyway. I should have kept me gob shut. What did Megson say? She asks. He'll tell you, says Jimmy. Well, I'll make sure he does, she promises. It was a pleasure to meet you, Sarah, and you, Jimmy. Come and see us again, both of you. We do love to have visitors, don't we, Alex? In the car, Sarah fastens her seat belt, and Jimmy, glancing across, does the same. Alex leans to the driver's window. She seems fine, says Sarah, fingers on the ignition key. Leslie's not one to balk at something like that, says Alex. I don't know why I was worried. The boss said, come in after lunch, Jimmy. The car draws away, Sarah's hand raised through the window. As it passes under a street light, Alex sees Jimmy turn towards the girl. He smiles and walks back inside. Leslie is at the worktop kettle. "A nightcap for you, Alex. I'm having cocoa, if that's not too unconventional at breakfast time." "Please, aye," he says. "It will take me a little time to unwind. Shall we take a tray through to the library?" They settle below ceiling-high bookshelves. Alex rests his head on the back of a paisley-patterned armchair, his legs stretched out. "You're looking around as if the room is unfamiliar to you, Alex," says Leslie. "Well, to be honest, I thought that if young Jimmy's father called in the early hours, he had something in mind besides the social pleasantries. I wondered what was missing." "Oh, we had an interesting discussion, standing as we do on opposite sides of the fence," she says. A discussion?" says Alex, cradling his mug. "Ownership and property," Leslie says. "The rubbing points between those who have and those who have not. I invited him and his friend to take off their balaclavas, since it was rather a hot night." "He brought an accomplice," says Alex. "Don," Leslie Buck says. "I offered my ideas on their options, different ways out of their dilemma. One, of course, was to kill me, but as I pointed out, there was no guarantee that they could cover their tracks, and the consequences would be rather worse for all three of us." "Oh, Leslie, don't!" Alex exclaims. "Don't speak lightly of death?" she queries. "If we shrink from an assessment of all our possibilities, we simply bind our own hands, Alex. Nothing but the unknown should fall outside those things which we consider." "Oh, Leslie," Alex laughs, "most of us have inhibitions, you know. I'd love to have been here, poor man. And his accomplice?" "Don," she says with a smile. "He was nonplussed is the best I can come up with, unless you'd like to pass me the rosé. I can't tell you what he looked like, because he kept his knitted balaclava on the whole time, even when we took tea." "You had tea?" Alex asks incredulously. "You know I never neglect the social niceties," she says. "It was an absolute hoot to see him sucking his through the knit, but I put on my best poker face. I'm afraid he rather missed out on the biscuits." "I cannot comfortably picture the scene," says Alex, with a shake of his head. "It seemed only fair to let them wash hands and have a drink before they carried out the chest. Well, the copy that you made," she says. "What in heaven's name would they want with that?" he asks. "Alex, be my father confessor," Leslie pleads. "Hear my sin. I told them it was one of a matched pair, and that I had spent a good deal of money having it cleaned. Now I found that I preferred the one in original condition. Do tell me you're not cross, Alex." "So they took it," he confirms. "They most certainly did not," exclaims Leslie. "It was a business deal. I told them that they could have it in exchange for making safe the wellhead. I gave them a receipt, so it is quite legally theirs. Honour satisfied, though I have some small concerns about where they found a large paving slab at 2 in the morning. Just be careful when you walk to work tomorrow. Privately, I'm sure that they got the best of the deal, but I was always more impressed with that piece than you. And as we have discussed, once you acknowledge something a fake, I beg your pardon, a replica, it rather reduces in value. I do hope you're not upset." "Oh, Leslie, of course not. You know that. On the contrary, I'm glad to see the back of it. It was an indulgence, and anyway, as I remember, you paid for the timber." Alex shakes his head. "Oh dear, I begin to feel sorry for those men. talking about putting yourself in the lion's den. But what of your night, Alex? Even more eventful than my own, it seems. Do I understand you set fire to something when you released the boy? Oh, no, the fire was quite separate, he says. Oh dear, one hates to be suspicious, but, well, one of the men turned up just after the fire started, banging on the outer door to alert us. The fire was in an annex to the spray shop where they store the paint. I don't know why he would even be there. His shift finished at 9 last night. Of course, I rather had my hands full, afraid that the whole place might burn down, so I concentrated on setting the lad free. The man who alerted us to the fire, he's our paint sprayer, Colin Teal. He was first into the cage when I cut a doorway, and the robot attacked him. I suppose the lad must have set the program. Anyway, it caught him a terrific crack on the head. Out cold, as they say in films. But a funny thing, the ambulance crew put them on stretchers, him and Artie Headley's son, the lad from the robot cage. Teal regained consciousness and asked about the fire. I told him that Jimmy had put it out, and he sat up, or tried to. They had them both strapped onto stretchers by then, and he was screaming. I mean, really screaming at the top of his lungs, interfering little bee. Little bee, says Leslie. For bastard, interfering little bastard. I suppose he meant Jimmy for putting the fire out. I'll have to mention my suspicions to the boss tomorrow. And Jimmy put it out while you were setting free the boy? Yes. As far as I can make out, he flooded the shed with the inert gas we use with the welders. If I'd not been otherwise engaged, I would have stopped him. The gas may not be flammable, but bottles under great pressure can explode if they get hot enough. He's a smart boy, Leslie. He's missed so much in background and education. I feel sorry for him. You shouldn't, she says. He will have a great many things that a more privileged upbringing could not have provided. She looks thoughtfully at Alex. He's in love with Sarah, isn't he? She's a pretty lass. He said something last night about a girl he likes, says Alex. It's her, is it? He barely took his eyes off her all the time they were here, says Leslie, with a smile. You're more observant than I, Alex admits. She's a smart girl, clever. He's sure she will like him better if he has money or a fast car. I found myself thinking how frivolous was his dilemma, a passing infatuation. But it's not, is it? It's a puzzle as great as any that I will face. Greater, perhaps, because he has to suffer all that dreadful, raw emotion of youth, where I at least have some experience to fall back on. Some experience of falling in love, she asks. Oh, I meant experience of emotions in a general way, he says. There's such a void between them, coming from quite different worlds. Sarah is dedicated to improving an already bright mind. He's just an ordinary lad with a child's push-bike to get about on, next to no education and an old lag for a father. How can he come close to matching what she has? Well, that reminds me, I must rescue the remains of his bike before I go in tomorrow. It seems to have become one with your wheelchair, so I just left them there last evening. You believe, Alex, that the void between Sarah and Jimmy is too great for them to bridge? Asks Leslie. It is, isn't it? He says. Sarah and I speak at work sometimes. She is an explorer. She loves language and ideas. How can Jimmy ever match up to that? He values things. Smart clothes and alloy wheels are his touchstones. It's just the way he's been brought up. Do you know that he didn't even know the game 20 Questions? Alex, you are showing your age, says Leslie. Animal, vegetable or mineral? I suspect that if Sarah does know it, she would consider it rather uncool now. But Jimmy has nothing, he says, nothing to counterbalance or support his desire. I did wonder if it might be Sarah he spoke of. I wanted to tell him that what she likes is the one thing that he can't provide. Which is? Asked Leslie. Intellect. But if he's bright, he can improve his mind, says Leslie. He's young yet. We shouldn't write him off. Oh, I'm not writing him off, Leslie, but there's such a terrible gap between them, such an unbridgeable gap. If he pursues her, I see only unhappiness. You think that he should choose someone of equivalent rank, then? She asks. Baldly put, yes, I do, he says. He will save himself a great deal of pain if he holds her where she is at arm's length. They can be friends, but he must see that anything closer will end in unhappiness for both of them. In time, it will only result in sadness. And what of Jimmy's advice? Asks Leslie. Advice on what? His parting shot to me, she says. Tell him it don't matter what Megson says. Oh, that. Something he overheard, says Alex. I did suggest it was probably best not aired in public. Alex. Leslie Buck grasps the arms of her chair and looks directly at him. We must talk about things, you know. It's not good to bottle them up and leave our wayward imagination to fill the gaps. We need to talk. You and I need to talk about us, uncomfortable though it may be. We will talk, Leslie. Alex stands up. Tomorrow, he promises. But I am very tired. If you'll excuse me, I'll take myself up now. Is there anything else that I can do before I go? No, thank you, Alex. I'm about ready too, she says. If I don't see you before you leave for work, we'll meet up tomorrow evening. I should say this evening. Good night to you, Alex, and pleasant dreams. Chapter 80. Weary night kisses the lips of dawn as Sarah drives her mum's car below stalks of sodium light. Jimmy stares in silence through the screen. At an empty junction they pause as the lights change amber to red, letting cross the ghosts of truck drivers. Sarah glances at the boy. What have you done to your hand? Hurt it at work today, he says. Knocked it again when I slung them bottles. He holds a soiled handkerchief around it. Show me, she demands. He peels back grey, blood-crusted cloth. Oh, Jimmy, you need to get something on that, she says. You should have said. We'll dress it when we get you back. Have you got a first aid kit at home? Nah, it don't matter, he says. I'll do it at work tomorrow. You shouldn't ignore an injury like that, she says with concern. OK, we'll nip round mine. The lights change. Sarah swings the car right and threads back ways. You could end up with septicemia, she tells him. You do first aid, don't you? He says. I've seen your name on the list. Presently she pulls into the rookery and stops. Jimmy looks up at the house. I hope your mum's not up, he says. I don't think she'll want to see me. Why? Sarah turns to him, fingers light on the steering wheel. Warned me off, didn't she? He admits. Off coming here? She takes the keys from the ignition. "Off of you," he says. "Keep your hands off my daughter." "You're joking," she exclaims. "She'd drunk a bit by then," Jimmy excuses. "Damn cheek. Just you wait till I see her," says Sarah, climbing from the car. "Nah," he says, "don't say nothink. She might have forgot in the morning." Jimmy tiptoes behind her into the hall, Sarah making no special effort to keep quiet. Kitchen lights flick and sear, and he sees her in full light for the first time that night. Tight blue jeans and a silky cream top. "Hold your hand under the tap," she orders. Jimmy eyes glasses on the drainer, silted with the dregs of drink. The kitchen door swings open, and Joyce Billing stands there, tugging a dressing gown around herself and blinking in the light. "What's this?" she growls, looking at Jimmy. "Go back to bed, Mum," says Sarah, taking dressings from an old biscuit tin. "I told you not to come here again," her mother growls at Jimmy. "You don't get to choose my friends, Mum," Sarah tells her mother firmly. She turns to Jimmy, puts hands on his shoulders and plants a kiss on the startled boy's lips. "Right, sit there," she says. The kitchen door closes sharply as Sarah pulls up a stool and holds out her hand for his. "You can shut your eyes. It may sting a bit." He looks at her, dazed, eyes wide. "Swear if you like," she says with a smile. "I work at Diptech, remember?" She cleans the wound expertly. "You make a good patient," she says, cutting off a piece of gauze. "Do you want to go out, Sarah?" he blurts. "Cinema or something?" "Don't proposition the nurse while she's applying dressings," she admonishes. "Don't what?" he says. "Don't make inappropriate suggestions," she says, working deftly on his hand. "Are you seeing someone then?" he asks. She laughs. "No." "He was out tonight," he tells her. She looks up at him. "My evening class," she says. "And I dropped in to see Dad afterwards. He's got a bit of trouble with a lodger. I went to offer moral support." She applies strips of zinc tape. Jimmy gazes at her lowered face. "Howard from work," Jimmy confirms. "What's the trouble?" "His student hasn't paid any rent for months," she says. "Dad's told him to go, but he thinks he won't." "He wants to get Ganny in there," suggests Jimmy. "Ganny?" she queries. "What could he do?" "He wouldn't have to do nothing, would he?" says Jimmy. "Just stand there while your dad told him to go." "Hey, I like that, Jimmy," she says. "A secret weapon. Right, there you go. Don't mess with it, okay? It's bad enough. It wants a fresh dressing on tomorrow. Come up and see me. I'll do it." "I'll have a think about your offer. Might just take you up on that." "Right, let's get you home. With luck, we'll be at Cow Lane in time to wake the cockerels." Chapter 81. The girl in the river smiles up. How well Alex knows the hollow at her throat, and the way she hooks her hair, pale as straw, behind an ear. Brown water swirls at her waist. Steadying his feet on the bank, Alex reaches down. Their fingers touch, and she laughs in her throat as she grabs at tussocks on the bank, water darkening the front of her dress. Her hair swirls across the surface, and she calls his name with a gasp. "Alex! Alex!" Something brushes his forehead. pushing back his hair. "Alex." He opens his eyes on Leslie's face, faint as a ghost in the weak dawn light, and scrambles upright on the pillow, pulling the sheet over his naked chest. "What is it?" His words are numb with sleep. "I'm sorry to wake you, Alex," she says. "It's not a fire, but it is as urgent to me, perhaps to both of us." Her wheelchair is pressed to the side of his bed. He blinks at his bedside alarm clock to bring figures into focus. 6:15 a.m. "I've not slept," she says, "although that alone is no reason to disturb your slumbers." She rests a hand on the bed, looking down on fingers plucking the top sheet's hem, glancing up at him. Alex leans dazed against the headboard. "Since we said good night, I've lain awake rehearsing what I will say, so afraid that you may take amiss my revelation in the summer house. Have I, in a moment of weakness, spoiled what I so enjoy? Perhaps even made it impossible for you to stay on at Tennet Lodge? I should miss that more than I can say." Alex shakes his head, pushing away sleep. "It's all right, Leslie. It doesn't matter." "Oh, dear Alex, it does matter. Oh, how much it matters. I believe I have, in coming to know you, thrown away defences I have relied upon for the whole of my adult life. And I need to know what I have done. I wish, oh, how I wish we could speak directly about this thing. But I have no experience, nothing to guide me in this strange territory. I, who can take a complex business question and weigh the financial implications, or deal with cantankerous partners. Something is uncovered in me that I have never seen before, or something that I have never admitted. I don't even know what it is, not really. I only see a frightening void, and I think perhaps you see it too, and will turn away in your fear, leaving me to fall, perhaps both of us to fall, because we're too fearful. Because some spirit of self-preservation tells you that the only course is to run from the danger that I represent. We bury our fears so deep, Alex, but they don't decay. And now, so close to what I want, I may have lost everything through my clumsiness. Something in me wishes that I could wipe clean all that happened from the moment you discovered me here on your bed yesterday afternoon. "Leslie, may I put on some clothes?" Alex says. I find this quite difficult in my present state of dress." "Alex, of course. I was, oh." She grips the wheels of her chair, pulling it back and turning to face the open door. "I am so sorry. I can go right out if you would prefer." She hears him slip from the bed and closes her eyes. "Do you mind if I continue as you dress, Alex? I have so much to say, and perhaps so short a time to say it." "Yes, you can talk, Leslie. I do understand." "I want you to know," she says, "that I am not in any way seeking sympathy. Your pity over my condition has never been a feature of our relationship, and I value that more than I can say. I tell you this so that you will know a little more what it is to be me. After the accident, though he was terribly injured, my father lived on for 3 months. I was discharged from hospital, and came to live with my uncle Wilfred. And when I was well enough, he took me to visit father. Uncle chattered brightly about how he was engaging a specialist to repair the Jupiter. He thought that having the car back would help my father's recovery. But I knew that only changing the past could do that. Alex, dressed now, sits on the bed's edge. "I'm decent, Leslie," he says. "On my 16th birthday," she continues, turning her chair, "they told me that father had died. And I knew in my heart that only one thing could have saved him, could have given him reason to live. If I had died in the accident, and it was my mother or my sister Jenny who had survived." "Leslie!" exclaims Alex. "Oh, that is a terrible thing to think. Terrible. Perhaps as an only child I shouldn't give an opinion, but surely that is a common experience for siblings, to feel that you are the less loved. You should not think that. Do you? Am I in any sense a lovable person?" she asks. "No, that's not a fair question. We talked of Sarah and Jimmy last night, of their difficulty. Emotional concerns are not easy," he says. "Oh, they are not, are they? Now I know that, like I have never known it before," she says. "Have you been in love, Alexander?" A pause presses between them. "I," he says, "I carry that love with me still." "You don't have to say. I won't pry," she says gently. "A love of childhood," he says. "Maybe the purest, the simplest. Something we experience before notions of wealth, status, success, social responsibility muddle things. Perhaps you fear that the light let in will fade your memory, or that I will devalue it. But I won't let that happen, Alex. I would love it so if you were to trust me with your memory. As beautiful as only a memory can be, perhaps," he says. I I don't know if I can describe her, not with any meaning." "May I know her name?" says Leslie. "Katinka," he says quietly. "Tell me about Katinka, Alex." She turns her chair to him on the bed's edge, a silhouette against curtained windows as the light grows. At 13, and in the same year at school, they were mirrors to one another. No one had ever valued him so completely, nor he them. Katinka and Alexander. Their families joked about their devotion, but in combination they were stronger than the leg-pulling they endured, inseparable as north and south magnetic poles. In class they sat side by side, seldom giving heed to one another, yet drawing comfort and inspiration from their proximity. Together at weekends on long country walks, they shared their dreams for the great journey they were just beginning. In the summer of their 16th year, Katinka's father was seconded to his company's branch in America. His family flew with him, and Alex endured the aching weeks of their separation, writing letters almost every day, enclosing a small white feather, which was their secret code. Her letters came back with excited descriptions of their house, the school she attended, and the fun she was having. Alex counted the weeks to autumn term, when they would fly back. As August faded, though he continued to write, no letters were returned, until in late September an airmail arrived, not in Katinka's neat hand, but in her mother's. Her daughter's fall from a climbing wall had delayed their return, and at the moment she was unable to reply. It was the end of October when he learned from a friend that the family were now back, and Alex called at the house. Katinka was in hospital, said her tearful mother, and would not be home for a while. She refused to pass on the address, saying only that a visit would benefit neither of them. A month later, at Alexander's insistence, she reluctantly told him. From the moment that he stepped through its doors, the dead, antiseptic smell of the hospital filled him with dread. In a ward full of chair-bound patients, he barely recognized her, an empty shell of a girl he had loved so much, her spark gone out forever. It was in autumn of the following year that he attended her funeral, and all that remained was the love they had once shared, a precious jewel in the setting of his memories. Alex sits on the bed's edge, looking at Leslie, dazed by his recollection. "Thank you, Alex," she says quietly. "Thank you for sharing her with me. That she loved you so much, wasn't that a gift? For her, for the two of you, to have felt something so strong that you treasure it after all these long years, and that you can tell it without fear of diminishing. You don't have to love me like you loved Katinka, Alex. I won't ask you to love me like that." "I do love you, Leslie." His voice shakes. "But I love you with awe, perhaps with a little fear. Yes, fear that you will, without intending to, reveal my shortcomings. Perhaps I love you as people love a god, a notion of the perfection that they cannot live up to. I fear that I can never be equal to what you stand for. I want to be, but I know I never can." "Oh, please don't put me on a pedestal, Alex," she exclaims, rolling her chair towards him. "There's no reason to do that, and it isn't what I want at all. It isn't where I want to be. When I couldn't sleep, I lay thinking of what you said about Jimmy and Sarah's incompatibility. I asked myself what it was that I wanted from you, from us, and I could only think nothing. Nothing more than all those things that I already have. Your companionship, your friendship, your sharing, all that I have. I only want to acknowledge that I have these things, for them to be somehow mine, and to share that knowledge with you. I'm not talking about contracts. Marriage would be a sidetrack, a red herring. Maybe there is no happily ever after. But happiness is not a myth, Alex. Happiness is real and graspable. It is the ever after which disappoints us, because we imagine some condition from which we cannot be dislodged. If marriage seems like a finishing post, I'd advise anyone to live together and keep their relationship growing. To live in sin, as they used to say. We have such a capacity for happiness, but we must strive. That is our only salvation, to strive in our partnerships and in our art and our work, and even, yes, to strive in our relaxation. And we must work towards a state of peace among the din that we set up with our striving. We are already complete, Alex. People are complete. To a man, to a woman. But too few of us know it. I am sad for those who may never discover their completeness. But I'm happy to think that they may still one day do so. Discover your completeness beside me, Alex. She lays shaking hands on the wheels and pushes right back to him on the bed's edge, eyes sparkling with tears in her scarred, beautiful face. Can I tell you about the most wonderful moment of my life, Alex? Can I? The most wonderful moment of my life was last night in the garden when you held me in your arms. I would be so happy if you would do that. Hold me again and tell me that you will stay. Stay with me here and, oh, Alex, just see what happens for us. If you have loved these last months just half as much as I have, stay. Grow with me. Chapter 82. The receptionist sits behind a semicircular desk, a square-faced troll looking out of a well. Her fingers play tunes on the busy blinking of a switchboard as Gemma Rowe approaches. I need to speak to Ronnie Saddleback, she says. You are? The troll turns back to her mouthpiece. Sphincter press. He's engaged just now. Will you hold? Sorry, says Gemma. Sphincter press. 1 moment, please. Trying to connect you. Who shall I say is here? Oh, tell him Gemma, Saffron's friend. Sphincter press. Not in the office till tomorrow. Thank you. Sphincter press. In a meeting at the moment. Jill, I have Gemma, Saffron's friend, here to see Ronnie. Sphincter press. I'm sorry, he's no longer with the company. First floor, 7th office on the right. Nostalgia today. Sphincter press. Putting you through. At the top of the stairs, aluminium-framed partitions of glass and board divide office spaces along a carpet-tiled corridor. In the first, a man prods a coffee-making machine. In the next, a girl is shredding paper. Farther along, a young man in a bright knit pullover dances on his desk, while his colleagues applaud and cheer. Counting doors, Gemma is reminded of a walk between exotic animal cages on a childhood trip to the zoo. Backs hunch over screen pictures, hands on trackball and mouse pad, below walls papered with flow charts and cover art in block, script and zingy primary colours. The 7th office's door stands open. Gemma leans in. I'm looking for Ronnie Saddleback, she says to a wisp of a girl, shuffling page proofs. The girl gestures to a man in a pop art t-shirt and spiky hair, with his back to them, a phone pressed to his ear. Ronnie? She calls. He looks round with a flash of recognition and beckons Gemma with his pen. A designer with a number 1 cut tickles a mouse as picture and text boxes slide and snag. Did you? What year was that? Ronnie asks the phone. Oh, well, that's a little early for us, but our sister publication might be interested. I can put you through. Just a mo. Peggy, gentleman to speak to someone on nostalgia yesterday. He throws the phone at its holder. Gemma, long time no see. You look in the pink. Are you going out with anyone at the moment? Says Gemma, resting fisted hands on her hips. The girl and the stubble-headed man turn. Ronnie grins hugely at them. See? I'm not the sad, lonely git you guys make me out. Gemma has run the gauntlet of pagan reception to proposition me. He smiles at her. Same old Gemma, socking it straight to the jaw. Have a chair. So? She asks. Well, as a matter of fact, I'm not emotionally involved at present, he says. A purely temporary condition, I assure you. The wispy girl laughs. Can we go somewhere to talk? Says Gemma. The broom cupboard? He slaps his thigh and jiggles with amusement. Gemma withers him with a look. The harvest-stubbled designer shakes his head. OK, watch my back, guys, Ronnie says. Early lunch. They sit out on a bench by a playing field. A man with a boy and a little girl wander across the grass, carrying a diamond kite, yellow and green. What's your outfit called? Gemma asks. Nostalgia Today, says Ronnie. Yeah, I know. No, not the magazine, Gemma says. The publishing house. Sphinx Press. Why? He wonders. How long has your receptionist been with the company? She asks. Oh, before me. That's 3 years, Ronnie says. Funny you should ask, actually, 'cause she finishes at the end of the week. Ah, says Gemma. So, why did you stop seeing Saf? You sure haven't changed in 9 months, Ms. Rowe. Still plunging that old intramuscular needle straight into the gluteus maximus. Ronnie wipes his face and swivels sideways in the seat. OK, straight answer. She blew, past tense, hot and cold. I never knew where I was with her. How is she? Emotional storms, Gemma says. Did you hear about the woman accused of killing her handicapped baby a few weeks ago? Drowned it. Yes, I read that. Was she one of Saffron's heads? Not a patient, no, says Gemma. Her husband is a doctor at the hospital. Saf was with her and the baby a few days before. She's pretty upset. Understatement. I'm sorry to hear that, Ronnie says sympathetically. Out on the field the boy runs, towing the kite. It spirals and hits the ground. The girl bounces beside him, clapping hands. Would you think of seeing Saffron again, Ronnie? Are you playing the matchmaker, Gemma? Ronnie laughs. Well, I suppose I would if I thought there was any point. Why? Has she said she'd like to see me? Not in so many words, Gemma says. Tell me honestly what went wrong for the two of you. Did you ever think of taking up teaching as a career, Gemma? He says with a grin. You'd have made a fearsome head mistress. Answer the question. Oh, Pax, OK, I give in. Ronnie repositions a big watch at his cuff. Nothing went wrong as such. Nothing went. Full point. He sighs mightily. We'd see a film we both enjoyed and go clubbing afterwards. Saffron liked lilies. She'd kiss me good night like she thought something of me. She's a lovely girl, bright and beautiful. Well, I don't have to tell you that. We seemed to be going somewhere. Next week I'd phone. She'd tell me she was busy. It would be best if I didn't call for a while. It was like a cooling-off period each time. I'd leave it a month, we'd start again, almost like strangers. Well, acquaintances. I want at least to pretend some progress in a relationship. So I stopped phoning, and we stopped seeing each other, simple as that. No big bust-up. On the field a little girl runs to the kite, and the man and the boy bend over it, a family looking with concern at a sick pet. Hold on a tick, says Ronnie. He sprints out to the group. exchanges a word with the man and kneels beside the kite. A breeze flutters its tail. Ronnie picks up the diamond and adjusts its strings, chatting to the children. The little girl hugs herself and looks solemnly at him. Ronnie puts the line in the boy's hand and walks away with the kite, the little girl beside him. The man stands awkwardly by. When the string is taut, Ronnie shows the girl how to raise the kite and let it go. It hovers for a moment. The boy gives a tug, and it drifts upwards and climbs, its tail sweeping sinuously behind. Ronnie waves to them and walks back. Bridle adjustment, he says. Simple when you know how. Come back all those horrible things I said about you, Gemma chuckles. Ronnie grins sideways at her. Heaven forbid I should ever get in your bad books, Gemma Rowe. As I say, I really like Saffron. She's a sweet girl. I thought we had a lot going for us. Right, says Gemma. I'm going to tell you some stuff now, Ronnie. I'm going to trust you. But if you ever breathe a word of it to anyone, and that includes Saffron, if you so much as whisper it to your shaving mirror, well, I'm not threatening to kill you. What I have in mind is something much less humane. Chapter 83. Dragonflies land, warming themselves in morning sun, wings flattened against dark parchment leaves, and in an instant arrow into the rich air of late August, darting above a dry stream bed. A wheelchair-bound figure rolls into sight along the fresh-laid path between planted borders, a man walking gently behind. Come on, Alex. Don't dawdle, calls Leslie. What's this? He asks, with the straggling red flowers. Persicaria, she tells him. The nettles and brambles swamped most of our old plants, but some have survived. We'll plant more. Look at this little fern along the stream bank, Osmunda regalis, and the hart's tongue. That's the one without divided leaves. They've kept a toehold in spite of the opposition. The men said the rebuilt culvert will be safe to use today. Do you want to open the sluice, and I'll wait for you here? She watches him out of sight around a curve in the watercourse. Late summer sun, soft and warm, caresses her damaged face. She closes her eyes, listening to the piping calls of a family of long-tailed tits, insect hunting in convoy among the trees. The air buzzes with late bees and the riffling clatter of dragonfly wings, until, rising above these sounds, she hears the first trickle of water. At the crisp tread of Alex Moncrief's boots, she opens her eyes. He sits on the bench beside her and takes her hand. Water pushes along the rill, lifting plant debris in a tumble of frothy brown loam. It fills pools and nudges stones in the bed, sparkling, clearing as it leapfrogs obstacles and drops over miniature falls. You know, Leslie says, there are times when I feel that for my life to end would be the most perfect thing. This moment is one of them. I suppose, he laughs, turning to her, I suppose that if I'm going to stay with you, I must learn not to take such comments too literally, Leslie. There are things for us both to understand, dear Alex. You and I have been trapped people in our way, separated from the world. That reminds me, You haven't told me of your visit to Arthur's son last evening. I had rather a lot of ideas to contend with yesterday, he says. I find myself hoping that my new life will not always prove quite so challenging. I know, she says with a smile, but I thought it better to make a clean breast of things. I could have told you of my financial interest in Diptech, but withheld our plans for closing the place. But then I could hardly have pretended that I didn't know when you were told you were losing your job. By the way, it goes without saying that you keep to yourself these plans and the investigation into Piers Hunter Rowe's involvement in the fire. No, my apologies, Alex. Of course, I don't need to say that. I feel as if I've been living in a bottle all my life, Alex muses. A year or two ago, someone took out the cork and let in a breath of air. Now I discover that the bottle is upside down and I've been shaken out. I admit a deal of disquiet. Arthur, by the way, is much improved. He already had a visitor when I went in, the wife of one of the men at work. I was asked not to mention it. I feel rather uneasy carrying other people's secrets. I have more than enough of them at present. I will try and make your life a little easier for you from now on, Leslie promises. And what of Arthur's son? Oh, on the same ward, yes, he is improving. An acute episode. Between you and me and the summer house, I believe it was not unconnected with his experimentation with those substances which intrigue young men and women at a certain stage of their lives. Oh, Alex, you are so funny sometimes. She squeezes his hand. Those substances which intrigue, as you put it, they're all part of the bigger world, you know. We have to discover them for ourselves, just as we have to discover the effects of overeating or the flaws in a restless pursuit of wealth. There's no logical sense in banning marijuana, but allowing alcohol, however we may dress one in the clothes of a drug, the other a recreational drink. People live or die as a result of either one. Lives may be enriched or destroyed by any and everything under this wonderful sun. Come on, let's go and see what they've done with the summer house. The roofers finished yesterday, and Sarah and Jimmy are coming to tea this afternoon, remember? Wouldn't it be fun to entertain them there?